the Lahaina Honolua Senior Citizens Club for faithfully attending this auspicious event every single year. Thank you so much for being here. As well as Maui Economic Opportunity, MEO, for transporting the seniors all the way from the west side. Thank you very much, MEO, for the help. And last, but certainly not least, a warm mahalo to Bentos and Banquets by Bernard. Bernard is here. Bernard, if you can just wave. Thank you very much for preparing the Ono bentos that we're all going to enjoy at the conclusion of this State of the County address. So mahalo, Bernard. Thank you very much. We'd like to now also take an opportunity to recognize the special guests who have joined us this evening. And I'd like to start by recognizing our first family, Mrs. Ann Arakawa. His wonderful, beautiful, talented daughter, Jody Arazumi. And his other beautiful, talented daughter, Jan Arakawa. As well as their significant others, Larry Abed, Larry, and Reed Arazumi. Well, this is a little awkward, but I also like to introduce my wife, Lynn Araki Regan. Lynn. As well as my son, Riley Regan. I think he's here somewhere. Riley. And the Araki family, thank you for being here as well. We do have with us some dignitaries that have joined us, and I'm sorry, I'm doing my best to see out here in the audience, but is from U.S. Senator Mazie Hirono's office, is Sadine Ota here? Sadine? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Sadine. I heard somebody say right here. Sorry, the lights are blinding me. I'm so sorry. Also, representing United States Senator Brian Schatz, Representative Carrie Luna Nunakawa. And has Representative Woodson joined? Yes, and also from the Hawaii State Legislature, Representative Justin Woodson is here. From our Honorable Governor Ige's office, Leah Belmonte is here as well. Leah, thank you for being here. All the way from the beautiful island of Kauai, we have the Honorable Mayor Bernard Cavallo Jr. Thank you for being here, Bernard. Did you bring the hamuras? Mahalo for being here. Also, OHA trustee, Carmen Hulu Lindsay. Thank you so much, Carmen Hulu Lindsay, for being here. From the Maui County Council, please help me welcome the Honorable Don Guzman. As well as the Honorable Robert Carroll. I see you're there with your beautiful wife, Geraldine, as well. Thank you for being here. Also, we have with us the Honorable Don Couch. The Honorable Stacy Crivello. The Honorable G. Ricky Hokama. As well as the Honorable Michael Victorino and his beautiful wife, Joycelyn. With us tonight as well, we have our county clerk, the Honorable Danny Mateo. I would like to take an opportunity to introduce our cabinet, who's also here with us tonight. And if you could please hold your applause till the end, I would appreciate that. But Deputy Managing Director for the County of Maui, David Ching. If you're here, is he outside? Yeah, I think he's outside working hard. Our Chief of Staff for the Mayor's Office, Mr. Herman Andaya. And I see Herman there with his son, Trey, as well. Hi, Trey. Yeah, you can clap. We can clap. It's okay. The man who helped put everything together tonight, our communications director, Mr. Rod Antone. The economic development coordinator, our director, my apologies, Ms. Tina Rasmussen. Our CDBG program manager, Mr. Joseph Pontanilla. Our corporation counsel for the County of Maui, Mr. Patrick Wong. As well as our deputy corporation counsel for the county, Ed Kushi. We're also joined by our environmental management director, Mr. Stuart Stant. And his deputy director, Mr. Michael Miyamoto. Also joining us tonight, our finance director, Mr. Danny Agsalog. Thank you for being here. As well as representing our fire department, the fire services chief, Mr. Edward Taomoto. From our Housing and Human Concerns Department, Carol Ryman. And her deputy, Jan Shishido. From the Liquor Department, Tracy Fujita Villarosa, Deputy Director. From our Parks and Recreation Department, Ka'ala Buen Consejo. And his deputy director, Brianne Savage, in the back there. Our personnel director, Mr. Lance Hiramoto. And our deputy personnel director, David Underwood. Our planning director, Mr. Will Spence. Our deputy planning director, Ms. Michelle Shuto McLean. Our chief of police, Tivoli Fa'umu. And our deputy police chief, Mr. Dean M. Ricard. Our prosecuting attorney, Mr. John D. Kim. And our first deputy prosecuting attorney, Mr. Robert Rivera. Our deputy public works director, Ms. Rowena Dagdag Andaya. Oh, David, sorry. Our public works director, Mr. David Good. Sorry, David, my apologies. Our transportation director, Mr. Don Medeiros. And our deputy transportation director, Mr. Mark Takamori. And last but certainly not least, our water supply director, Mr. David Taylor. As well as our water supply deputy director, Mr. Paul Meyer. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you again for all your hard work and your dedication. So just as a reminder, we are going to be switching over to a live broadcast very soon. So I just wanted to remind you, if you need to use the restroom or you need to make a call, now is the time to do so. Doors will be closed and shut at 6:25 on the dot. But indeed, a heartfelt mahalo to each and every one of you for taking time out of your busy schedules for being here tonight and being here with us. I would also like to, before I go on, recognize the Royal Order who has also joined us tonight. So if we can, please give a big hand to the Royal Order that's joined us tonight. Thank you so much. But we do thank you all for being here and taking time out of your busy schedule. And thank you so much, Kimokeo, as well as Malika, for helping us to make this event really special. Thank you so much. In just a moment, we will be bringing on stage our Honorable Mayor. By the way, he's in the back. You know, he's kind of nervous. He's getting excited. You know, he's getting all charged up. But he's a man who I think all of us have gotten to know throughout the years, who has truly earned my respect as a leader, as a visionary, and I think more importantly, as a friend. I think the mayor is known as a friend of this community and will always be known as someone who keeps Maui County in his heart, and he does things from that. All of his actions are truly done to make this community a better place. The mayor tonight will be offering his vision for Maui County, as well as his perspective on some of the challenges that we face together as a community. So we're going to sit back and sit tight until we get the signal from our television station that we're going to be going live. So we just ask that you please enjoy tonight, enjoy this historical moment for Maui County. Mahalo for being here, and enjoy. Mahalo. You know, ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention for one moment, really quick. You know, in the audience tonight, we have someone who has dedicated a majority of her life to this community and to our visitor industry. 26 years, in fact, of her life has been committed to making our community a better place and helping to grow and support our economy. And I just want to say thank you very much to Miss Terrell Venzel, who is here tonight. Terrell, for those of you that may not be aware, she is retiring soon after 13 years of commitment to the Maui Visitors Bureau. And we just want to say thank you so much, Terrell, for your commitment, and thank you for helping this community grow. Mahalo. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here very, very shortly, like within about 30 seconds or so. So we want you to have a good time. We want you to be excited. We're going to be on live TV throughout the entire state. So we're going to have fun. Yes? Okay. I know the mayor's charged up. I know he's ready. I think he's back there. I'm not sure. Is the mayor back there somewhere? Oh, he left? No.
Why leave? Keith has to do the speech.
No, you cannot leave, Mayor. You cannot leave. So, this is really nerve-wracking up here. I don't know how you guys do this, you know. I don't think my jokes can go on TV, so that's... All right, you guys ready? Yes? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the podium the Mayor of Maui County, the Honorable Mayor Alan M. Arakawa, to give the 2016 State of the County Address.
Aloha and good evening, everyone. Aloha. Please have a seat. I want to thank you for joining us here tonight, both those present in the studio and those watching from home. Mahalo to the Maui Arts and Cultural Center for once again hosting us at the beautiful McCoy Theater. Special thanks goes out to Akakū Public Television for a wonderful service they provide. Thanks to Akakū, tonight's broadcast is being seen on Channel 53 and on live stream at akakū.org. We'd also like to thank our Hawaii News Now for preempting their regular programming so that they can broadcast our neighbor island State of the County address live for the first time on network television. To take advantage of that, we are presenting this year's State of the County later in the evening when more working people are home and able to watch. For everyone in the audience and at home, I'd like to start this year's speech by saying that as mayor, my guiding principle has been to do the most important tasks that our community has asked us to do. Over the years, we've done our best to either do it, fix it, or plan for it. These tasks include road improvements, new parks, affordable housing, and helping to transition our homeless population off of the streets, reliable public transportation, clean water, well-planned out communities, and sound investment of our taxpayer dollars. Like any operation, we plan for everything we can plan for, but for those we can't, we respond as best we can. On that note, 2016 has been a very busy year so far. There is a 5,000-acre brush fire that is still going on, water damage that has closed our main DMV service center, and a road that threatens to slip into the ocean. And let's not forget the loss of 650 jobs due at the end of HCNS sugar operations. So if you ask what the state of the county is today, it is one of perpetual change. Things are moving fast here, and government must evolve if we want to keep up. We did it with our roads. For years, the county had been falling behind our old road maintenance schedule. That is no longer the case. Maui County has a total of 900 road miles, and we've improved a third of those roads over the last 5 years. They include Kokomo, Hanson Road, Baldwin and Lono Avenues, South Kihei Road, Kaikili Highway, and many more. We have repaved some, preserved some, and other roads we've been able to totally reconstruct from the ground up with the help of federal transportation funds. We've also been improving the conditions of our parks because as our population grows, so do our parks' demand. Recently, my parks director said that he was told by other county parks directors that we have some of the best playing fields in the state right here in Maui County. I have to agree with them, and we want to continue to make them better. Our improvements include fixing everything from park irrigation systems, gymnasiums, community centers, playgrounds, pools, tennis courts, and even the lights at our ballparks. We are continuing to improve our parks' restrooms countywide to make sure they're clean and sanitary for everyone to use. We are working towards truly having a county-wide park system with roughly 3 times the number of playing fields currently, up from 200 to 600 acres altogether. The projects are located in all sections of the county, including Upcountry, Hana, Molokai, Lanai, East, West, South, and Central Maui. Some of these projects include new gyms, new parks, new ball fields, as well as upgrading already existing facilities. The old Wailuku Gym, for example, has just had a $1.2 million facelift and looks very good. The same goes for the Lanai Gymnasium, the island's only gym, which will be closed for the next 30 days while we make some much-needed repairs. On Molokai, we're looking to build a new gym, one that will serve as an emergency shelter as well. This new Molokai gym will be built to meet the guidelines of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, so it can be used during tsunamis and hurricane events, as well as qualify for federal funding. On Maui, we kicked off the first phase of the Central Maui Regional Park in Kahului with the Maui Girls Softball Association season opener this past weekend. Once this park is completed, it will feature 4 softball fields, 4 Little League baseball fields, 3 soccer fields, and a multi-sports field. This $25 million park was funded by the state of Hawaii and turned over to the county thanks to our Lieutenant Governor, Shan Satsui. Thank you, Shan. For any growing community, parks are not a luxury. They are a necessity. But even more important to a community than parks is housing, because without housing, people end up sleeping in our parks. For our residents, we have already begun the Kulamalu Affordable Housing Project. This 56-unit affordable rental project in Pukalani will be eligible to individuals and families earning between 50 and 140% of Maui County's area median income. Once it is completed, we believe it will be a neighborhood where teachers, nurses, police officers, and other middle-class earners will be able to rent a good home. Certainly, this project is not enough, but it is a start. We're already working with our local developers on other affordable housing projects, which we hope will come to fruition in the very near future. One is A&B Subdivision in South Maui, and the other is Stanford Cars Development in West Maui. Without affordable housing, we force our children to move somewhere else so they can survive financially. Our homeless population needs more immediate help. This is why we have a proposal before the council to purchase state-of-the-art emergency housing units from a mainland that could accommodate hundreds of homeless individuals and families. Keep in mind that these are not tents. They are portable, durable, modernly designed living spaces with a locking door, 4 walls, and a roof. Study shows that if society can provide a person with a real home with accompanying support services, if they are given the privacy, safety, and dignity they need to transition themselves out of the situation they are in, they will have the best chance to succeed. In the long run, providing supportive housing actually saves more money for the taxpayers, roughly 50%, when compared to the cost for the homeless to remain on the streets where they use our public services, our police, fire, emergency rooms, and courtrooms at a very high frequency. Also, the housing units we are recommending will make it safer for our nonprofit and social service workers to visit and provide services to these individuals. Oftentimes, we hear that workers have to deal with dogs, darkly lit camps, drug use, and other obstacles to an already challenging situation. Other counties have already funded their homeless initiative, and I hope our Maui County Council members will do the same. So let's get it done, especially while the governor's emergency proclamation to help us assist the homeless is still in effect. These are tasks we were asked to address, and we are. Our Department of Water Supply, for example, will be building the much-needed Ia water surface treatment plant this year. This $15 million plant is necessary to clean the extra 1.5 million gallons a day that the county is to receive thanks to the successful agreement of the Nalvaeha decision. Construction is set to begin this year with the funds approved by our Maui County Council members. Our Department of Transportation continues to make our public transportation more efficient. The Maui bus has 2.4 million passengers boarding annually. And to meet increased ridership demands and replace its aging fleet, the county has purchased 16 new passenger buses. Also, you can now track the Maui bus in real time using our Translock Rider app on your phone. Just download it and you can see where your bus is, if it's coming around the corner or just a couple of blocks away. Most importantly, we will be completing our Maui County Short-Range Transit Plan this year. This transit plan will enable us to map out the growing needs of our population. With it, we can figure out where we need more public transportation, where our traffic problems are, and what our future needs will be. We continue to plan for our future communities by purchasing open spaces along our shorelines to minimize development. Not only does this preserve our beaches for future generation, but it also protects people from building on properties that suffer from shoreline erosion and rising sea levels. To do this, the administration and council have worked together over the years to purchase land in Lanipoko, Ukumihami, Paia, Pakakalo, Kihei, on Molokai, and Hana, just to name a few. Combine those properties with others we have purchased, open spaces along, and with open spaces owned by the state, the Maui shorelines are protected from development from Paia to Waihu, from Lahaina to Wailea, which is roughly 80% of the north and south shores. Development can still happen, but it has to take place inland. Our shorelines will be protected for generations to come. Mahalo to the state and our council members for helping to make this happen. Despite what people think, the administration and the council do get things done. We just don't always agree how to get things done. I'd like to take time to recognize our Maui County Council members for continuing to be a shining example of how checks and balances are supposed to work in government. I have to say, though, that sometimes your checks are like that of a chess player, and sometimes it's like that of a hockey player. Maybe this year, we should work on the balances part of the checks and balances equation. Just a suggestion. Our Department of Finance and Budget Office continues to earn top honors nationally for their work. Because of their decisions, Maui County once again has the highest bond rating in the state, AA+. We're also using taxpayers' dollars to make sound investments at minimal risk to our residents. Our county investments have a projected $3 million return this fiscal year, up $1.5 million from fiscal year 2015. All of these benefits are the result of careful planning and execution. We have to do this because it gives us some leeway to deal with the things we couldn't plan for. A perfect example is how the county has to pay for the emergency reconstruction of Piilani Highway in Kipahulu, which threatens to slip into the ocean after recent landslides. That road was never intended to sustain heavy traffic, but each year we see more and more vehicles using that back road to Hana. There was a time when visitors were too afraid to drive that way, and now there are daily tours. Also, tomorrow marks the 30th day that our firefighters have been out on the other side of the island, keeping the Kihikinui fire under control. As of last week, the department cost for fighting the fire was around $350,000. that does not include helicopter flight times or overtime. Some of our other departments, such as Public Works, have also assisted firefighters and have incurred risks of their own. While we do plan to apply for emergency money from FEMA, the county must be prepared to foot some of the bill. And just last week, we had to close down our main service center, the Kahului branch of Division of Licensing and Motor Vehicle. Rain damage flooded the entire division, and we were looking for temporary space nearby in order to service the public in central Maui. You guys should have seen the roof. Almost every place was leaking, and water was coming out of the electrical sockets. It was just a mess, and it still is. We assist an average of 340 customers a day at our Kahului Service Center, and we need to get temporary operations soon. Otherwise, we'll be facing a giant backlog very quickly. Then there's the end of the sugar industry on Maui. Hundreds of workers from Hawaiian Commercial and Sugar will be let go by December. We anticipate other businesses which rely upon the work that they get from the sugar plantation will be negatively impacted as well. We couldn't fit all of the HCNS workers in McCoy Theater tonight, but the company did select a few employees to represent them. Please stand when you hear your name called. Jennifer McDonald. Jennifer? Jennifer is HCNS's power plant supervisor. She's been keeping the lights on for 11 years now. Clyde Anakalea. Clyde? Clyde started working in the sugar cane ditches 39 years ago, and now he's a maintenance supervisor. Elmer Manuel. Elmer? Elmer started cutting cane in the fields 44 years ago, and now he's a farm supervisor. Finally, Miguel Galicia. Miguel? Miguel is a machinist specialist for the sugar boiler. He's been with HCNS for 45 years and is their most senior employee. Let's give them all a big round of applause for all their hard work to keep the ag industry alive on Maui. These workers and hundreds of others like them are the reason why we have formed the Sugar Operators Work Assistant Task Force, headed by Managing Director Keith Regan. This group is dedicated to helping the more than 650 plus workers find their new places in our community. To do this, the task force has been connecting workers to the many resources that are out there that they might not otherwise know about. We are informing them about job fairs, educational opportunities, how to continue their health benefits, where to go for financial planning, how to apply for rental assistance so they can stay at their homes. Most importantly, the task force has created an information clearinghouse to match potential employers with the right workers. There are many companies out there that want to hire skilled sugar employees, and we are taking down their information so we can bring everyone together. And just today, we learned that Senator Brian Schatz has made federal money available to help pay for job training, tuition, books, and other costs to retrain our sugar workers. Mahalo to Senator Schatz for his dedication to the people of Maui County. One day, perhaps, HCNS will hire some of the workforce back. However, that won't be anytime soon. For the next few years, the companies tell us that they will be running crop trials on their lands to determine what mix of new crops will work best. As any farmer will tell you, diversified agriculture isn't easy. The variety of crops that you can grow in your backyard can't be duplicated on a large scale, especially when you're talking about tens of thousands of acres. Part of that crop diversification includes creating an agricultural park, which will offer some community farming opportunities. We're looking at about a 1,000-acre agricultural park. Right now, my office is taking down information for those who are interested in farming on HCNS land. We are looking for serious inquiries from those who would like to lease their land for agricultural purposes. Besides contact information, my office will also be asking for a list of qualifications or a farming resume of sorts. Our community has many different ideas and opinions about what the future of farming on Maui should be like. But the bottom line is, we need qualified vegetable farmers, period. We need food crops if we want to be a sustainable community. We also need to keep our Central Plain green and our agricultural industry alive. So, farmers, now is the time to step up to the dinner plate. We've already had a good number of interested parties contact my office about ag opportunities, but to date, we have not been contacted by one vegetable farmer, not one. I'll say it slowly so everybody understands. We need vegetable farmers. The Central Maui Plain needs to stay green for our environment and our economy. For years now, we have had only two major industries in Maui, agriculture and tourism. Thankfully, our visitor numbers remain strong. Tourism is the backbone of our economy year after year, thanks to our natural beauty, the spirit of our people, and the hard-working visitors and hospitality industry. But with any industry, our visitors come at a price, taking a toll on our infrastructure. This is why we must all press upon the state legislature to ensure that Maui County, along with our sister counties, get a fairer share of the Transit Accommodation Tax, or TAT. I urge you to contact your state representatives and let them know that you support the findings of the Joint State-County Functionings Working Group, which recommended a compromise proposal last year that the counties get 45% of the TAT. Do it so that the tourist pays for more improvements in our community and requires less of your tax dollar. At this time, I would like to recognize our state delegates here tonight and thank them for all their hard work and continued support in this community. Thank you very much, our representatives and senators. We need your help getting a true Lahaina bypass from Maalaea to Kapalua, a Paia bypass, and to keep building the Kiei High School and our new airport facilities. Also, don't forget about fighting for our share of the TAT. Efficiency means everything in government because we are using taxpayers' money to fund our operations. Accountability is important as well because if you aren't being efficient, people will want to know why. For this reason, we continue to move ahead with the proposed county consolidated base yards in Waikapu. So far, we've purchased 100 acres for the base yard, developed a site plan, and we are now having our departments master plan ways to reorganize and consolidate services. Eventually, these facilities will consolidate all of our base yards in Central Maui, get rid of the duplicate services such as storage, processing, fueling, mechanical operations. More importantly, they will increase accountability by having a central inventory for our equipment. Over the last year or so, the Office of Corporation Counsel and our police department have been involved in several investigations of our own personnel from various departments, most of them involving alleged purchasing abuses. Whenever there is any indication of wrongdoing, we immediately begin investigating to determine if further action is needed. The county takes any misuse of public funds very seriously, and we will not tolerate abuse of the public trust. Having central inventory at a consolidated base yard will solve many purchasing issues. Our Maui Police Department continues to meet higher standards. By the end of the year, MPD will be implementing body cameras for about 125 of its patrol officers. Although some see these cameras as a way to monitor the behavior of our officers, they are also a tool for law enforcement. Used correctly, we hope that the footage from these cameras will be used as evidence in court. Mahalo to Chief Tivo for initiating this important community policing tool. It will complement our new motorcycle patrol units. Our Maui County Civil Defense personnel continue to protect this community by working very closely with the State Department of Health, Maui District Health Office, to protect our community from having a dengue fever outbreak. We had one case identified here on Maui this year, but it was a different strain than the one found in Hawaii County. That patient was isolated immediately while the health department launched their own investigation. In the meantime, both the county and the state are developing and implementing mosquito control education programs. It is important that you get rid of any standing water around your property where mosquitoes can breed, and remember to protect yourself with insect repellent when you are outdoors. Finally, I'd like to recognize another group of special guests in the audience tonight. Would all of our Vietnam veterans please stand? The Department of Defense has designated March 29, 2016 as a day to honor our Vietnam veterans for the 50th anniversary of the war. Locally, here on Maui, we had 42 of our young men who never returned home from Vietnam. Tonight, let us honor all of our veterans, those who made it home and those who did not, those who are gathered here and wherever else they may be. We will never forget your service and your sacrifice. Mahalo for all that you have done. Our veterans did what they had to do when called to duty, just as we need to do what this community has called us to do. We have and will continue to do our best to meet the needs of Maui County. Road improvements, new parks, affordable housing, and helping to transition our homeless population off the streets. Reliable public transportation, clean water, well-planned out communities, and sound investment of our taxpayer dollars. These are our needs, and our needs are growing because our home is growing. In fact, our population is growing faster than anywhere else in the state. In the year 2000, we had a little more than 117,000 people living here. Fast forward to 2014, which was the year of the census. Now the U.S. Census estimates we have more than 163,000 people living in Maui County. That's the largest growth spurt in the history of our county. In less than 15 years, our population increased by a third, more than 55,000 people. We need to work together and direct that growth. Otherwise, that growth will direct us. It is up to us to shape what our home will look like in the future. We need to continue to evolve with the perpetual change around us. Whatever happens, Maui County will certainly be one of the best communities in the world. I know that because it already is. Thank you to everyone for all your hard work in making this community a wonderful place. Special thanks goes to my wife, Ann, for helping me make it through another year. She's my head accountant, my gourmet chef, master of my credit card, and the real head of my household. No one can do everything, but there are plenty of things we can do if we concentrate on one problem at a time and work together. Mahalo for all your hard work. Aloha and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for your leadership and your foresight. Mahalo, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for Hawaii Aloha.
Mahalo, and thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you again, everyone, for joining us this evening. We do have refreshments for you outside in the courtyard, so please join us. And thank you very much. Mahalo, and drive home safely. Aloha.
That's because Time Warner doesn't want it to look good. They don't want these messages out to the public. They try and stifle this entire process. The powers that be in the state of Hawaii, one of the most corrupt states in the nation, does not really want these programs on the air. They don't want you knowing what's really going on in your community because they want to continue to exploit you and the natural resources of Maui and Hawaii in general. It's a good old boys club from the plantation families on down, and it's still in power today. And this show, Maui Causes, is dedicated to disrupting that particular situation and giving you the power back. The people, the power belongs to the people. And we hope that you will participate in the process. We hope you'll go to mauicauses.org and take a look, participate as best you can, but participate in the process. This is your community. Support new leaders that are coming, stepping forward, because they finally see that the community is rising up and participating. So, you know, register to vote and vote. Come to community meetings and meet the candidates that are coming out for county council. Meet the candidates that are going for state senate seats. Meet the candidates and understand what's going on in your community, because if you ain't at the table, you are on the menu. Okay, so enough politics. We're going to talk about other subject this afternoon that also people kind of don't like to talk about very much, but it's necessary and it's really a part of life, and that is the end of life. And in our community, we are very lucky to have with us here in the studio and in our community, Bodie B. And Bodie is the director of Doorway into Light, something called the Death Store, which is a really cool place and worth checking out. There should be a death store next to every Starbucks. Next to every Starbucks, there should be a death store. You know, it ties in. You're wondering, why are we talking about this on a you know, social causes show? Because it really does not having an understanding and an intimate relationship with your own mortality allows the powers that be to just convince you that, you know, short-term profits and, you know, your cell phone are the most important things in life. And they're not the most important things in life. There's stuff that's way more important, and having an intimate relationship with your own mortality really, really, really is a fundamental thing that allows people to understand that. So, Bodie, thank you so much for the work that you've been doing for years now, to bring an understanding, bring an education of death into everyday life.
Wow, you said it all.
Well, we can go home then. Well, no, let's get into...
I would say, in response to what you just said, that what we're up to actually is very social and political. Political in the sense that every dollar we spend is a vote. And who are we empowering with that dollar, and what are we empowering with that dollar? And certainly the cemetery industry, the casket-making industry, the funeral industry are massive billion-dollar industries. And just like the food industry, when we've given away something, often toxic and unholistic and destructive practices are used for the sake of efficiency and money-making. And we decided at some point to start a funeral home, the only nonprofit funeral home in the state of Hawaii.
That's great.
Almost everybody has a horror story about what happened when they went to the funeral home, and often in shock, emotionally unbalanced, grieving, not the best state of mind to make a business decision. And so much of what's happened to, excuse me, death and dying has turned into a business decision and transaction.
And it's not just, there's nothing necessarily wrong with business. Business can be a good thing.
I've got to pay the rent.
But there's something called predatory capitalism, which uses all of the regulations and structure that is built around business to their advantage against the best interests of the public. That becomes predatory capitalism, and that's kind of where we draw the line.
Well, even that I wouldn't say is a fine line. There's lots of good mom and pop funeral homes in this country, and they're in business. And if they're in business, they're in sales. And to be in sales is, and most people at funeral homes have had the experience of wanting to be upsold something.
Even at a mom and pop shop.
I mean, come on, it's the last gift you'll give to grandma kind of thing. In fact, you said predatory. I like to say we don't prey upon you, we'll pray for and with you. Very much so. And we're trying to take it out of the realm of business, really because we're motivated about community building. At the core of community building is how we take care of each other.
Yeah.
And we have given something away. We have given a lot away to industries. Even hospice, which is a beautiful thing, is a massive billion-dollar institution. Many hospices coming online now are for-profit businesses.
Right.
There's so much government money. So to take something back and to reclaim it as community village building work, and to expand even its understanding, because death and dying in this country, we're basically illiterate. We are basically illiterate about what death and dying mean. Is there value in dying? What's the point? Most people want to die in their sleep. The end of life, death with dignity, choosing to end one's life, physician-assisted death. These are becoming the biggest probably issues of the rest of our lives, and will be. And it's a very slippery slope to, first of all, soon every state will have will make it, will overcome any Christian bias towards passing legislation for the right to death with dignity, as it's called. So part of what we're doing, Doorway into Light, since 2006, is really educational programs to inform people that, first of all, what the laws are, what their choices are, and to kind of expand and grow the conversation that dying is not just a medical event, it's not just a psychological event, it's not like any other event.
Right.
You might have little deaths in your life, but that's not the same as dying. When I ask a group of people, when do you start to die? Most people say when you're born. I thought that at one point myself until I was sitting by the bed of people who were dying and I realized they were doing something I wasn't doing.
Right.
There are so many stories embedded in our culture about what dying means, what death means, what happens after we die, and those stories are playing out in our subconscious and conscious minds. So Doorway into Light has stepped into putting on educational programs. We're in the middle of one here on Maui where every Monday night this month we've done, the first Monday of the month was preparation for death. We're going to die and we don't know when. One of the most known things there is to us, we're going to die and we don't know when, is certainly one of the least known about and least talked about. And the most common response is, Who wants to talk about that? That's morbid. And the other end of that is we have plenty of time to think about that. And when people say we have plenty of time, I like to say, well, you know, in America, the statistic is that 400 people die every day from accidents. 400 people go to bed tonight and will die tomorrow, not knowing that tonight is the last night.
Surprise.
And tomorrow night, 400 people will go to bed, and the next day they'll die, not knowing this was their last day. And most of us are so jaded by information that we don't think those 400 people are us or our people or our kids or friends. It happens to other 400 people.
Somebody else.
I talk to other people. They don't think it's them either. So that was the first Monday. The second Monday was full spectrum caring for the dying. What does it mean to sit at the bedside? What is your role? How can you be useful when somebody's dying? You're not really accompanying them. They're on a trip that they're going to do, and you're not going to do with them. But you can be useful. And the third Monday night, which was last night, was how do we care for the dead? What are the laws? What are the choices? What's a home funeral? What should we do? We're one of the only funeral homes in the state that does ocean body burial. The people know they can have their loved one at home after they die. We've done beautiful ritual and ceremony that we've helped families themselves create to have a funeral in the home. And then what's a green burial? And we work with the Makauau nonprofit cemetery that allows us to do simple green burials. No embalming, no metal or concrete or plastic grave liners. They'll allow us to bury people in a cardboard box.
Right.
So those kind of things people don't know about. So much of it is education. Being the only nonprofit funeral home is we really want to help people. Yes, we need to pay the rent. Yes, we need to put gas in the hearse, but we're really out to help people, and we work with people regardless of what their financial situation is. And there are a lot of people on this island and this county that can't afford a cremation or a burial.
Right.
So we try to work with them. Then the death store. And of course, people say, Bodie, I love what you're doing, but you can't call it the death store. And they've given me hundreds of better
options, right.
And maybe they're right. I could be shooting myself in the foot because we have death and dying are almost taboo words in our culture. That
it's a youth-oriented society. Every bit of media, you know, is dedicated to selling consumer products to young people.
Well, that is the message that the culture is sending out about death and dying. Don't think about it. Keep shopping, keep plugging into your favorite devices, listening to your favorite music,
right.
et cetera, following your favorite rock stars and sports figures, and everything will be fine.
Right.
It doesn't actually play out that way, but that's the cultural message.
Right.
So the Death Store is a community educational resource center. We want to provide education and resources. We have a library, a reference library, a bookstore, home funeral supplies, there are end-of-life and bereavement counselors on staff, ordained interfaith ministers on staff. There's a bedside notary that'll come to your home, funeral directors, counselors, trained hospice volunteers. We're starting to train our own volunteers who have completed hospice volunteer training. Another piece of this is the caregiving crisis that's happening not just here, but in America and maybe worldwide.
All those baby boomers.
People are dying differently than they were dying 40 years ago. When the intensive care unit was developed, it was developed as a consequence of people dying from stroke, heart attack, and accidents. The majority of people that are dying today are dying from cardiopulmonary disease, heart disease, cancer, complications from Alzheimer's, complications from diabetes, and people are dying now for years, can be dying for years.
Right.
Who's taking care of these people at home who can't afford full-time care?
Robots.
That's coming.
Robots are coming.
I know, robots are coming.
You know, you got to figure, you know, you see an elder person walking with a walker, and you got to figure, you know, you see a mall cop riding around on a Segway. Well, you got to figure that there are companies out there that are actively engaged in researching how do we turn that walker into a Segway so that they can get you out from your bed to your chair, to the toilet, and back again. And if they can provide that mobility to, an elderly person, then we're just going to be, continue in that cocooning process of individuals isolated in their own little cubicle and living their own little lives, connected by their technology, if they can still push buttons. And it will be robots, because there are no people that are going to be willing to do that work.
Well, I don't agree with that. Although at first I was quite offended at the notion of we were going to be taken care of by robots. And the more I've looked into it, the more I've opened up to they could be very useful. But one of the things we're doing at Doorway into Light is when somebody contacts us because a family member is dying, we'll invite that family to create a potluck little party and invite all of their friends and neighbors to the potluck, and then we will come over and help train that community into a caregiving team to where the burden doesn't rest on any one person.
Sweet.
And is shared by the community.
Right.
It's a beautiful system, and now we're not talking about either strangers, even well-meaning strangers from hospice or any other service agency coming in, but actually people you know, your friends, your neighbors, the people you know you and care about you. And that pattern and system is working well in a lot of places. So that may be supplemented by robot caregivers, but the image of your own family and friends and neighbors, and again we come back to what builds a village and what builds community,
and it is,
and how do we grieve together.
Right.
I see more and more that grieving is kind of like when your little child falls and cracks their knee and goes running into her mom or dad's arms and is just crying and crying, and the parent can see that there's no real damage here and wraps his or her arms around her child, and soon enough, or sooner or later, that child is finished wailing and crying and gets up and runs off to play.
Right.
And that is, I'm seeing more and more, is how we grieve. Grieving is a community event that we as a village, as a community, can wrap our arms around people who are grieving. And I would say most of us are grieving. And again, it comes back to what you're speaking to in terms of what's happening in the world and where our power is in changing and transforming. And I'm convinced that our death phobia, our unwillingness to look at we will die and we don't know when, is directly related to our inability to engage fully in being alive and showing up where we need to show up. Either we feel powerless or we think there's lots of time.
Well, it's supported, by the media. It's supported by all of the spending of corporations that want, to control the various different niches that they're in. And some of them just simply strike closer to home because they are bumping up against what used to be village life. And that our lives, it's not just a matter of what kind of car we're going to drive or whether it's, or what have you. These are issues that are really, really fundamental. Where our food is coming from, how our food is grown, and how it affects the environment in which it's grown, and how we die, and what happens to our bodies after we die.
How we care for our dying and how we care for our dead. And last night I spoke to, we don't have a relationship with the dead. They're gone. They don't need us. And so many cultures, so many indigenous peoples in the history of humans have ritual and ceremony to keep feeding the dead.
It takes a while for the spirit to travel from one plane to another.
And the ancestors are still here.
Right.
And how do we make that real? How does that become real to us when we lose grandma? And that's the word we use. We lost grandma. And so if we lost grandma, we surely have lost the ancestors. And here they are, wanting to support us and wanting our love and support as well. Right. That relationship continues. It's funny, I've met people who say when they die, they're going to go be with their mom or their husband. And it's a funny notion about time itself because, well, didn't your husband die 30 years ago? So is your husband in the past or is he in the future where you're going to die and go meet him And it calls into this whole notion of where are the ancestors and where are the dead, and why so many cultures feed and nourish and relate to the dead. But certainly the environmental consequences of how we're treating the dead for the most part in this country is supremely toxic in terms of how much metal goes into the ground,
Right.
how many hundreds of thousands of gallons of formaldehyde, a known carcinogen.
Yeah, formaldehyde is really nasty stuff.
Embalmers have a higher rate of cancer than the rest of us.
Right.
What is it? 800,000 gallons go into the ground every year.
800,000 gallons of heavy metal chemicals go into the ground just to put a body in the ground that should be decomposing but won't be decomposing because of the preservatives they've pumped into the body. How screwed up is a system is that?
And we're burying bodies 6 feet in the ground where there are very few microorganisms to break down and decompose the body to turn it into food.
Right.
I mean, we are eating, no matter what your diet is, you could be a fruitarian, you are eating the results of things that have died in the ground.
Sure.
Right?
Sure. And we're all about microorganisms on this show.
I'm with you.
That's you know, microorganisms are an essential ingredient to farming, and it's insane that you know, chemical agricultural practices as the norm in our nation are designed to kill diversity in the soil. They're killing the bacteria. How crazy is that? We need the bacteria for life. All forms of life are supported by symbiotic relationships with bacteria.
The fact that I even need to be out there educating people is just more proof of how disconnected we are to not only our bodies but our place in the natural order of things.
Yeah.
That we are nature. Nature's not out there. Life and death are dancing continuously. You can't have one without the other. And I see that conversation is even lost and left out of farming conversations. Mm-hmm. And again, it's not just dead things that are in the earth that provide life to plants. It's dead uncle and auntie. It's all the people who have died. It's all their bones. It's all their blood. And again, bringing this death phobia. Really, death phobia equals life phobia.
Yeah.
One, we think we have lots of time, and we have time to waste. We procrastinate. Imagine if you lived your life where you didn't know if you were going to see the person you were talking to again. How would that deepen, or would it deepen your relationship and your communication? You know, so many of us have had the experience of what happens when we find out somebody we know died or is dying. You know, we hear about people dying all the time, you know, in all kinds of ways, and in some way we're kind of jaded and have had to protect ourselves from the onslaught of injustice and violence in the world. So we're not really touched when we hear, or very, very much touched when we hear starvation here, plane crash there, bombings there.
School shooting.
School shooting has even become one of the norm.
It's like norm. How did that happen?
But what I do see is that for most of us, when we find out somebody close to us has died or is dying, something happens to us, and maybe even viscerally, that something happens to our body. And what that something looks like is we cut out somehow we kind of drop, and the crap kind of moves off to the side
momentarily.
And what's real and what's precious and what's fragile shows up. And of course, many spiritual paths describe that as a spiritual experience when you come that present and you're here and you're grounded, and all the other crap that is crap gets pushed off the table.
Right.
And that happens to a lot of people when they find out somebody close to them has died. And many of us have been at memorials and funerals where everyone is in this raw space where there's just no room for nonsense and crap, which is really where most of us want to live, in that authentic, deep place where we allow ourselves to be touched by it all, and to be willing to touch it and to engage and not think we have lots of time.
Well, it's, you know, I'm not sure that most people, you know, want to live in that place. A lot of folks just seem really happy just being, you know, cogs on a wheel and just being consumers and just, you know, doing what they're told. I don't know. You know, we certainly, you know, here on Maui are benefit from a community that I think is larger and more concentrated than most of people that are drawn to this environment here, because they do want to live a visceral life. They do want to live each day with wonder and with an energy in community with one another. And, you know, Maui has become a home for a lot of people who have that perspective. But it's a little bubble, you know, and outside of that bubble, you know, our consumers, our farmers that are farming, you know, chemical agriculture because a corporation has lied to them and told them that that's, you know, how things should be. You know, the embalming is a great example of that. Embalming is a practice done today that's harmful to the earth and harmful to the morticians. It didn't exist before the Civil War.
Many people still think you're required to have a body embalmed, and yet no state in the country has any law requiring embalming unless you fly them out of state. Mm-hmm.
So it became a business practice in the Civil War. There were so many young dead soldiers, you know, that they wanted to ship them home and to be able to get those bodies back to where they belonged. They started this practice of embalming. And the funeral homes, you know, just sort of grew, and they were mom and pop, and they were, you know, involved in the community in their own way. But now they're not really mom and pop; they're corporate controlled. All those funeral homes that have, you know, individual names on them, even, you know, companies here on Maui, those families sold those businesses a long time ago, or some of them just recently. There are corporate owners now that have no connection to the community and are selling and promoting processes that have no benefit really to the community. It's this, you know, it's the same way with agriculture. We don't need major corporations dominating our agriculture because we need people using that agriculture actually growing food, and we don't have that. And this the whole understanding of death and dying and how we relate to it that's why we're having this show here. If you're wondering why we're you know, if you follow this show and you're wondering why are we talking about death and dying, it's the same thing.
A lot of what I speak to is showing up in your life, and when people actually bring an awareness to them, an awareness that they're going to die and they don't know when. I mean, that's a big thing. Whether you use that piece of information or not really determines the course of your life.
Yeah.
And when you invite the fact that you're going to die and you don't know when, and your children and your family are going to die and you don't know when that becomes real, it changes your life. It really does make for less time to waste. It really does make relationships more intimate and meaningful. It does put you on a trail to find purpose and meaning. It does put you on the trail to find value, to add value to your community. It shakes you into, here I am and I don't know how long I'm here. How can I add value? I see why people are suffering when they're dying, and that's one of the big ones. I did not add value to the community. So the awareness of one's approaching death helps somebody show up in their life and helps them come out of this sleepwalking, hypnotic state our culture wants to keep us in, as you've described. It also helps you show up when you find out your neighbor or your friend or your family member is dying, because that's going to happen. And when I ask groups of people if they'd like their friends and family to show up around them when they're dying and help care for them, most people say yes. And when I ask groups of people if they think they're going to be called on at some point to show up for one of their friends or family, almost everyone says yes. So how do we show up in our life fully engaged? How do we show up fully engaged when the people around us need our help and are dying? And then what you're describing, we're looking, in my view, we're looking at a culture that is dying, and there's aspects of our culture that need to die that are what I say are eating the world. And it is, to me, it looks like it's in its real last stages, that it's really kind of peaking out, and more people are seeing it's not sustainable. In fact, it's not only not sustainable, it can't go on. And maybe it's going to crash, and maybe it needs to crash, and maybe things are going to get worse and more chaotic before we can emerge into the new paradigm and the new culture. Joanna Macy talks about the Great Turning, and and we're in the Great Turning, and she talks about the 3 responses that seem appropriate to respond to this Great Turning. And one are the people that are saying, stop the madness, and they get in the way of the madness, and they block the trains, and they get in front of Monsanto, and they're out there on the ocean stopping the whaling. The people that are just saying, stop, we have to stop, and we'll put our bodies in the way.
People like Bernie Sanders.
People like Bernie Sanders, yay Bernie. And the second response is the people who are developing the new sustainable, holistic ways that include the sacred. The schools, the alternative energy, the alternative healing modalities that respect the body not as a machine, but as an integrated whole. All of it, food, clothing, children, all of the new systems that are out there now
and
that
are growing. I mean,
are growing.
We're
and the
seeing
third,
the rise of organic food, the rise of even naturopathic medicine. Hawaii has just stepped forward to embrace naturopathic doctors can be your primary care doctor. You don't have to go to a standard medical doctor now to be part of the system. The system is changing. We are making a difference, people.
And the third response, according to Joanna Macy, the first one being stop and getting in the way of the madness, the second being what's going to replace the madness, and the third being the transformation of consciousness itself. Because it won't matter if we're all driving around in electric cars if we're still screaming at each other and we're still caught in separation. That what happens to you has nothing to do with me.
Right.
And so here we're talking about showing up in how you live, showing up when you're asked to show up for people who are dying, and how will we show up when the culture that needs to collapse collapses, and maybe there's more chaos, and maybe we're going to need people that can stand in a solid place and be able to show up and help people in compassionate ways to ride through what could be a big storm. So for me, it's all about showing up, and it's all about not only the transformation of human consciousness, but what happens in that transformation and how we take care of each other and how we take care of the earth, and again, to connect with our relationship to why what we do to ourselves, we do to all of creation. And we can see now that through our toxic practices, it's all coming back.
Yeah.
The real terrorists are right here in the food, in the air, and the water.
There's more to our show in just a moment. This program is brought to you as a public service by Maui Causes. Maui Causes is a crowd-funded media production group that provides media production services to a variety of environmental and progressive causes here in Maui County. Visit us on the web at www.mauicauses.org.
I want to get away from the they scenario.
Okay.
And I'm an ordained interfaith minister in a Sufi lineage, and in our view, that the core wound is the disconnect from the holy. Consequently, the disconnect from our place in the natural order and and nature itself. If that is in fact the disconnect from the holy, then that's what I think needs to be spoken to, and in the recognition that there's really only one of us. Monsanto, I think, is doing horrible things out there, but Monsanto is made up of people just like you and me, more or less, who want to feed their families and want to pay the bills and want to have healthy kids, and are just caught in a different scenario that technology is the way.
They're caught.
And actually, most people are caught in the scenario that technology is what's going to save us.
They're caught in their jobs.
And yet, if you follow technology as it was touted from the 40s or 50s on at the end of the war, when fertilizer became made out of the oil they were no longer using to make bombs with, or that kind of thing. Well, and we were sold at all these world's fairs that technology was going to make life beautiful and nobody would have to work and we'd all be rich and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And in fact, the world, I'm in my 60s, the world is more unsafe, the world is more toxic, there's more violence, there's still wars, there have been wars going on since I've been born, on and on and on. Technology is not proving to be the savior, and yet so many of us are still on the technology is going to save us. And I don't believe that that's true anymore. But certainly the people who are just like you and me, caught in not only in a job, but caught in a mode of seeing how it is that technology is going to save us. So I'm careful to not get into the they paradigm. Yes, Monsanto needs to be basically bought out and reconfigured. But Monsanto are people like us.
Oh, there are people like us, but we're dealing with a business structure and we're dealing with a corporate structure, and it's interesting because all of these issues come around full circle. We're living longer, as a people. The health care and the medicines and the technology is allowing us to live longer, and there are people that in business. Who practice predatory capitalism that are living longer and having a continued effect on the business and political structure beyond their years. Those people should have died earlier so that they gave control and power away to their children who are more in tune with the world today. We're dealing with a business and a corporate structure and a political structure that's based on ideas and concepts that are 100 years old.
Well, if you look at the people who run our government, they're mostly old white folk.
Yeah. This is what I'm talking about.
Old white male folk.
Medical care. Nothing. They God bless them. Let them pass and move on and open the door for change to come through. That's more appropriate with what the needs of the world are, rather than having this draconian control over every aspect of people's lives, so that corporations can make profits for Wall Street. And that people, that we are disconnected from one another and the villages that we need to really live a full and rewarding life. So doing work in this community, you have a resource center in the Death Store. How can people connect to you at the Death Store?
We're on West Quiaha in Haiku, in the old Pauwela Cannery. The store itself, the Death Store, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 9 to 1. Our funeral home is on call 24 hours a day, 575-7870. We have a website, doorwayintolight.org. We have a number of associates now participating in supporting the educational aspects. We're now making presentations to Rotary clubs, looking to make presentations to churches. Really the biggest obstacle to what we're offering is people knowing what we're offering. So here's a great opportunity, you having me on your show to help get out there that this is going on Maui, that we're out to help people. We want to help people who are dying. We want to help their families. We want to help people in caring for their dead and the dying. As I said, most of us are grieving. We're either grieving personal loss that we never really fully grieved, or we're supported by our culture or our families to grieve, or so many of us are grieving what's happened to the world itself. Mm-hmm. Many of us are grieving that so much of creation is on the run from us. How many of us are grieving what our government does in our name in so many places in the world? And that grieving hasn't really had a place in the commons to be spoken to. So much of it has kind of gone underneath, and I think it makes us sick. I think congestive heart failure it can also be attributed to a congested heart.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the suicide piece, especially among young people, is an epidemic at this point.
Yeah.
And if you consider that so many of us, I mean, where is death in the mall? Where is death in the marketplace at the big box store? It's nowhere.
It's at the Puella Cannery.
It is at the Puella Cannery. Where is it at the dining room table with your family?
Right.
It's pretty much nowhere.
Right.
And in fact, some funeral homes are now opting for minivans instead of hearses, so you don't have to get upset because somebody in your neighborhood
You don't
died.
have to see it at all.
Nobody wants to rent a house to somebody who's dying, and nobody wants to tell you that the house they have for rent, somebody died in it. So something that's part of community life in almost every peoples in the world forever is pretty much invisible, except for what we see on TV or in the movies,
Right.
or we hear about a horror story that one of our relatives was in the hospital, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what has become fairly invisible, where does it go? It goes into the shadow. It's there, but it's not being, right? It's
Yeah.
not being spoken to.
Right.
So
Behind the
of
curtain.
course, young people, teenagers, are inherently drawn to what's in the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So then when you combine that with so many young people feel lost and powerless, and what's the point, and they're trying to not buy into the message that they are their machines and accessories, they want to actually find out if they're in fact alive. And a brush with death is one of the surest ways to find out if you're alive. And in fact, almost every culture in the history of humans have had initiation for young people to basically leave their
have that experience.
to leave their childhood behind.
Right.
And almost every one of those initiatory experiences involves a close encounter with death.
Right.
We have none of that.
Well,
Getting
the kids-
a driver's license,
The kids
having
are doing
sex.
it. The kids are doing it on their own with pharmaceutical
They are.
taking. You know, we've lost friends in this community, young people in this community, because the teenagers were, you know, having a party and they were just dumping their pharmaceuticals into a bowl and picking a couple colors out, not knowing or caring what combinations of pharmaceuticals they were taking, knowing that they were at risk, but they wanted to create. You know, the notion is that they wanted to create that life and death situation, that life and death energy, because their culture is not providing it for them. They're creating it themselves, because it is a part of our humanness. It is a part of a rite of passage that a maturing psychology as an individual, we require that.
Supposedly, someone in Hawaii commits suicide every 2 days, and supposedly, for every person that commits suicide, 25 people attempt to commit suicide. 22 veterans kill themselves every day, right? You know, I just read that there's a spike in white males between the ages of 30 and 40-something committing suicide. You know, suicide's an epidemic.
Yeah.
And again,
And
it's
it's
pretty
gonna-
much pushed into the shadow.
Right. There's going to be more of it. It will become a growing thing as you know, people, unless we are able to take back our processes, unless we are able to stop the corporations from dominating our society.
Well, regardless of where the corporations dominate our society, loneliness itself is an epidemic.
Exactly.
Right? And here we are, and almost everybody now wants to vote for you to be able to decide when to end your life.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for me, in my view, suicide and choosing to end your life because you're in too much pain, or the quality of life has deteriorated to such a degree, to me, those things are not really separate. Ending a life there always has a psychological component to it. And here we are, and pretty much everybody is voting for you ought to be able to take a pill when you want to die.
Well, we have the right to have a do not resuscitate. We have the right to have a DNR, and that is in some ways, related to suicide. It is in some ways related to taking a pill.
This is a huge issue because, one, I would say most of us are control freaks, and sure enough, we want to control how and when we die and what we look like. And another piece of it is, again, I think I mentioned this, we don't value dying itself.
Right.
We don't see any value in dying. And as the last few generations of us have grown up taking a pill for everything. Not feeling good? Take a pill. Depressed? Take a pill. There's a pill for grieving now. Take a pill. Not sleeping? Take a pill. So, of course, when it comes to dying, if now we're being offered the opportunity to take a pill, well, yeah, take a pill. We've grown up on taking a pill, and there are vast cultural and social implications and probably political implications in us all being able to walk into the drugstore and buy the pill. Why is it now in the few states where it's legal that doctors decide when enough is enough?
Right.
But, why don't we have the right to say when enough is enough? So if you follow that slippery slope to where you can go into a pharmacy and next to the condoms are the pills to end your life, what happens to a culture when our grandchildren grow up thinking that dying is something you take a pill for? May it never come to that, but surely that's the direction it's heading. And again, these are all interconnected. We could connect what's happening in the world in terms of corporation and government control with our own sense of needing to be in control, and who's in control anyway, and are we even in control? And again, for me, it comes back to the core disconnect from the sacred. Sacred as a value has pretty much disappeared from the culture.
Right.
It's rarely in the conversation. And what would it be if sacred was part of how we farm, of how we feed each other, of how we take care of each other, and that disconnect from the holy or the sacred or God or whatever name you give to it, without that, we're broken.
Yeah.
And every indigenous culture that watched us come marching through with the good news, I don't know of any culture that went, we got to give up what we're doing. They got it right. Almost every culture was like, let's stay out of these guys' way. They're on a death trip. And that's the way it's playing out. So how are we going to show up as we get to the ending of things, many of which are so toxic and destroying the planet that need to end, and be able to show up so our grandchildren have something to plant trees on?
And that's why this is, such an important issue, and why, understanding and having an intimacy with death and our own mortality is so important, because it does provide sort of a crack into which people are able to peer into the infinite. And they're able to peer, unfortunately, it happens by surprise when you're not prepared for it, when a loved one passes, and no one's prepared for it. They've all been, denying themselves, denying that this could happen. They're unprepared, and they're exposed to the greed, that's out there, that's willing to take their money and not really solve their problems. One of the great educational components that Doorway into Light and the Death Store provides in this community is educating people on what their personal alternatives are. As opposed to what the business would have you do. You can have a home funeral. Your organization is the only organization that is doing at-sea burials. You can be buried at sea. So, Bodhi, speak a little bit, we've got a few minutes left, on some of those things that people don't know. What are their rights, and what can be different in a family funeral as opposed to a business funeral?
Well, in Hawaii, that you legally have 30 hours before a body needs to, once a body is dead, before a body needs to be cremated, buried at sea, or refrigerated in a certified refrigerator. Mm-hmm. But in those 30 hours, we've helped people bring home a family member from the hospital to be at home for so many hours. There are other people in our community that have strong beliefs about the body resting at home, maybe not even being touched for 2 or 3 days. When people have strong religious beliefs, we'll help people keep their loved ones home for 2 or 3 days, helping keep the body cold, helping keep the body free from flies, helping keep the body smelling good. And people have had amazing ritual and ceremony, not ones that we bring to the home, but that we help families create specific to their loved one, and sometimes gone directly from there to the green burial at the cemetery, or directly to the boat out to sea. And when people see, often now the reflex is when somebody dies, we immediately call the funeral home, please come and take this body away. Right. Maybe we're afraid we'll catch something. But certainly there's an aversion to being around a dead body. Now for many people that's changing, but that's still the common reflex. Often when that happens and people come, strangers, well-meaning people, but strangers come to pick up the body, the next time you normally see that body, it's either embalmed and maybe looks like grandma, or you come to pick up the ashes. Right. And that break from the time that person died to what you then next see, to me, it looks like a big break in your ability to grieve. In not being part of that whole process, right. It breaks your ability to grieve. And in a culture that doesn't value or believe in grieving, there's a lot of people with some lot of unresolved grief. And to be part of it, in fact, we used to have a relationship with one of the funeral homes here before it got bought by a big corporation, where the family could accompany the body down to the crematory, and if they wanted to push their loved one into the crematory and press the button that started the fire, they could.
They're not able to do that anymore?
I don't know that. I know we're not allowed to come bring the family to that. And that's a very powerful.
Yeah, it's a very important
Not
moment.
every family chooses to do that, but right. It's and the same with. And now we're out to build a different kind of cemetery here on Maui, a conservation cemetery. The common model of a cemetery is gravestones, one single purpose, taken out of the public domain forever. Right. We're looking to create a conservation cemetery on Maui where families, if they want, could dig the hole. And maybe we only bury bodies 3 feet under the ground where there are still many microorganisms active. And we plant a tree or native.
Wouldn't the Department of Health freak out?
The law actually says a body needs to be buried deep enough so animals won't dig it up. Right? That's the law. Right. So we want to plant trees and native plants and actually have walking trails and picnic areas and memorial groves and meditation zones and labyrinths, and actually use it as park, open space. Uncle Bill could turn into the Uncle Bill avocado. Right. So in other words, now using a conservation cemetery, instead of gravestones everywhere, we now have native plants and trees and maybe fruit-bearing trees and open space and parks. So now we've turned something into multi-purpose, right. And now protected as conservation easement, where the cemetery itself becomes an economic engine to protect and preserve land here on Maui. And the Hawaii Island Land Trust is very much interested in partnering with us to create such a place on Maui, which would be the first in Hawaii. So now we have no longer a single use taken out of the public domain forever. Right. We're talking about land that is now kept in the public domain forever as multi-purpose park, open space, greenways, agriculture. That's a vision that's starting to sprout up across the U.S.
That's great, and it's in reaction to some of the extreme waste that is incorporated into the way that a typical funeral home will stage your burial in a steel casket and concrete liners and formaldehyde.
Tropical hardwoods, concrete, plastic.
All that stuff's going into the ground.
There's approximately 1 million acres in America now in that scenario. Formaldehyde, metal, concrete, 1 million acres.
Very toxic memorial parks.
Maui's less than 500,000 acres, so we're talking about more than 2 Mauis filled with gravestones in America right now. Right. One single purpose taken out of the public domain forever.
Forever.
So that's one of the things, that's our bigger vision, and to actually create a school through our educational series to help people, the whole spectrum wholehearted and sacred living and dying? You know, how does our relationship to our approaching death inform conscious, awakened, you know, conscientious living? And we'd love to create a place where people could come to die. Maybe they even could look out to their future gravesite. You know, create a school of trained conscious caregivers to support people who are dying. So there's a big vision that wants to happen on Maui, and we're looking for land and money and people that want to support that vision, because Maui really can be the showcase on so many levels for so many things. Here we are, we have this amazing opportunity now with all this sugarcane land.
Yep.
Tremendous opportunity. We could be a showcase for the world.
You know, we deserve better, and that's why we bring these issues to you on this show, is because you do deserve better. You know, there's no real good reason that your children, you know, should be looking at a lifetime of disease because they were exposed to chemicals that should not have been distributed in these lands. You know, the islands are a small place. There's no place for it to go. It's gone, you know, our reefs are being poisoned, and there's no real good reason for it. You know, they're not growing food. It's not anything that we can eat that's being, you know, produced in those fields. We're importing 90% of our food. 90% of the food, you know, here on Maui comes in, it's shipped in. It wasn't, you know, 2 generations ago that 90% of our food was grown here on these islands, and we had enough to ship off to the mainland. So you know, we're trying to reclaim, and this movement, the death awareness movement, is part of that revolution. It's part of educating the public and bringing change. And I thank you so much for you know, all of your efforts to do that. You've been doing this now for a number of years.
2006 we started into this.
Yeah. How can people support you? Again, why don't you give us your contacts?
Coming to the store, 375 West Quiaha, the Poela Cannery in Haiku, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 9 to 1 p.m. Please come see what we're doing. Come connect with us. We want to meet you, and we want you to see what we're up to. We want you to know how we can be useful, and certainly in helping you educate yourselves, and see how we can support you, your family members, people who are dying, people who are grieving. Actually, we say anybody who wants to explore their own approaching death, and anyone who may die one day, we have support. Again, the number 575-7870. You can email me, Bodhi, B-O-D-H-I, at doorwayintolight.org. And go visit our website, www.doorwayintolight.org. If you or someone you know has land or the financial ability to help us grow the vision we're working on and help create a conservation cemetery and a dying center on Maui, please get in touch with us. And but certainly getting it out here right here has been super helpful. Again, educate people that we're even here and what we're up to.
This program is brought to you as a public service by Maui Causes. Maui Causes is a crowd-funded media production group that provides media production services to a variety of environmental and progressive causes here in Maui County. Visit us on the web at www.mauicauses.org.
Akakū Maui Community Media. You're watching Channel 55, Akakū Blue. Live and local.
Aloha, I'm Kat Tracy, Director of Education here at Akakū. I facilitate the Mojo, or mobile journalism classes, for both youth and adults. Mobile journalism is making inroads in the movement for media democracy. Mobile devices like the iPod and iPhone with mobile applications are enabling more people to have full video production tools at their disposal at all times. In fact, current Pew reports indicate more people own smart devices than desktop computers now. So knowing how to utilize the tool in your purse or pocket to capture, edit, and distribute a story right off your mobile device makes becoming a content creator easy. I invite you to Akakū to take a Mojo class and learn how to effectively use your mobile device for video creation and sharing. To register, visit akakū.org or call 871-5554.
If you've ever wanted to tell a story, Akakū's programs hold promise for our Maui community, where individuals have the right to improve their ability to produce and display their own video stories. All Maui County residents wanting to publicize their opinion and share their stories can do so at Akakū. Akakū Community Media Resources Training has access to production tools, 3 TV channels, and the internet. This makes anything video-related possible. To see what programs can help you, visit www.akakū.org.
Akakū Maui Community Media. You're watching Channel 55, Akakū Blue. Live and local.
Genetic engineering is a process where scientists take genes from one species and force it into the DNA of other species.
Every single independent study conducted on the impact of genetically modified food shows that it damages organs, it causes infertility, it causes immune system failure, it causes holes in the GI tract, it causes multiple organ system failure.
The whole concept of genetically modified organisms is throwing a monkey wrench in the life on this planet.
What if we could produce more yield on the same amount of land, squeeze more water from a single raindrop, conserve natural resources while caring for the environment?
Monsanto is the company that told us that PCBs were safe. They told us that Agent Orange was safe. They told us that DDT was safe, and now they're in charge of telling us if their own genetically modified foods are safe.
The reason why we have 170 million acres of genetically engineered corn and soybeans and cotton and canola oil and sugar beets in the United States is because it doesn't have to be labeled.
The first genetically modified animal, a salmon, may soon be approved for human consumption.
Both these fish are 18 months old, but the larger genetically engineered Aqua Advantage salmon grows twice as fast as the regular salmon.
There has not been sufficient animal health testing, human health testing, or environmental impact testing of these new transgenic fish.
Basically, they've taken agriculture and built an industrial model which doesn't fit nature. So instead of changing their agricultural model to accommodate what is natural, they're changing nature to accommodate the industrial model. If you have an organic corn crop that sits next to a genetically engineered corn field, and it happens to tassel at the same time, and it happens to be downwind, you're going to get your crop contaminated.
The rest of the food supply is contaminated. Then the genie is out of the bottle, and it's maybe physically impossible to turn the situation around.
In the genetic engineering revolution, these seeds are now patented property of one corporation called Monsanto.
The pharmaceutical industry has no interest in having you well because they don't make any money if you're well. And the pharmaceutical industry is the biotech industry.
Some people think that GMO really means God move over.
We are heading downhill at a rapid rate of speed toward our own extinction.
The use of GM in agriculture is a risk that is simply not worth taking.
Any scientist that looks into the research or the lack of research on the safety of genetically engineered food comes to the conclusion that these foods should not be on the market. They need another decade or two of research.
Monsanto is the company that told us that PCBs were safe. They were convicted of actually poisoning people in their town next to the PCB factory and fined $700 million. They told us that Agent Orange was safe. They told us that DDT was safe, and now they're in charge of telling us if their own genetically modified foods are safe. Because the FDA doesn't require a single safety study, they leave it to Monsanto.
I know Monsanto, as one of the officials of the organization said, we're here to make money. And that's not just Monsanto, that's a lot of food industries. Their job is to make money for the investor. Unfortunately, that becomes the highest priority thought in their minds. Make money, make money, make money. They're not actually making products to make health, they're making money. And so they tend to overlook the health consequences. I think that is a ridiculous sort of approach to the problem. There should be some responsibility being assumed by the producer that when they're producing food, they have a reasonably good assurance that it's a good quality product. That should be the highest priority thing. And then if they can make money with that, fine and dandy. But unfortunately, it's usually the other way around. People in this sort of business are looking for opportunities to make money first priority. And then in this case, maybe letting somebody else worry about the health consequences, maybe even the public. And I think we have it upside down. That is simply upside down.
Why did the FDA abdicate their responsibility to protect us? The White House had instructed the FDA to promote biotechnology under the first Bush administration. And so the FDA created a new position for Michael Taylor, Monsanto's former attorney. So Michael Taylor was in charge of policy at the FDA when this GMO policy was created, and then he became Monsanto's vice president, and under the Obama administration was put back in the FDA as the U.S. food safety czar. In reality, the overwhelming consensus among the scientists at the FDA were not only that GMOs were different, but that they were inherently dangerous, that they might create allergies, toxins, new diseases, and nutritional problems. They had urged their superiors to require long-term study, and when they saw drafts of the policy coming back to them, they were angry and urged their political appointees to change course. But Michael Taylor and the political appointees ignored the science, ignored the scientists, denied the existence of their concerns, and set forth a policy that allowed GMOs to be put on the market in a way that creates unprecedented risk for human beings and the environment.
The FDA is composed of smart people, but they're smart people with a conflict of interest. They're smart people who make their decisions based on what will support their financial needs or their academic needs, not what makes scientific sense.
What you can do with GMOs is basically engineer food in ways that make it most profitable from the company's perspective. But from the company's perspective, whatever negative aspects of that might exist are simply irrelevant. And more than being irrelevant, the company is motivated to try to suppress knowledge about those negative aspects. The company is motivated to try to suppress government attempts to regulate in relation to those negative aspects. The company is motivated to try to infiltrate government and lobby government. I mean, when you look at the Clinton administration, Bush Sr., Bush Jr., and Obama. You look at various high-ranking positions in the administrations of all of those presidents, you find people who have worked for Monsanto.
Most people don't realize that Monsanto has been around for about a century. They've acquired lots of resources, and they are very clever and sophisticated. They know how the game works. They understand lobbying. They understand bribery. They have been effective at essentially stacking the political structure, the federal regulatory agencies in their favor, to the point that it's almost physically impossible to pass any type of federal regulations or legislation, because the people who make those choices have been in the revolving door of Monsanto. They either previously worked for them or they're paid consultants for them.
The governments now, wherever they are dependent on corporations. Who are these governments? Who are these companies? Corporations. Telling people what to do, what to eat, what to feed their children. We are people, we're the children of God. We have constitutions, we have our constitutional rights to eat and feed our families that nature produces. They say, no, we don't have that right. In fact, we're going to force that on you.
It's the FDA and the USDA who helped lead the charge for these new food safety bills. There's nothing in those bills to protect you. It's there to protect the genetic engineering industry. And unfortunately, if we don't stop this, you won't see organic farmers. The laws in the bills currently are so strict, so arbitrary, that if you are a small organic farmer, you can't meet their requirements for safety. As a result, you'll go out of business.
Not a single human being on earth gets up and says, boy, I can't wait to go to the supermarket and buy a GMO food. And why is that? That's because after 30 years and hundreds of billions of dollars of public and private investment, they haven't been able to come up with one thing in this food that actually helps the consumer. No better taste, no lower price, no more nutrition, nothing. Zip, zero, nada. 85% of all the genetically engineered crops in this country and around the world are designed so you can soak them with weed killers, toxic herbicides. And who are the big companies that do this? Come on, you know who they are. Monsanto, anybody, what? Who else? DuPont, Dow Chemical, Syngenta, Bayer. What kind of companies are these? Chemical companies.
As the chemical seed package has spread, and now with genetically engineered seed that originally was free in India because it belonged to the farmers, or was low cost because it was released from the public sector universities that did seed breeding. In the genetic engineering revolution, these seeds are now patented property of one corporation called Monsanto.
They take genetic material, either DNA or RNA, and insert it using very sophisticated techniques and create an artificial life form, a transgenic species that is impossible to reproduce in nature because the reproductive organs don't match. And as a result, once this form is created, here's the danger. It can cross-pollinate, it can contaminate the traditional crops.
Percy Schmeiser was a farmer in Canada who was contaminated by Monsanto's genetically modified seed. Well, he realized he'd been contaminated because he used some of this herbicide to kill off weeds around utility poles on his property. When he saw some of the seed did not die from the application of glyphosate, he knew it must be genetically modified. Well, he didn't do anything to purge his property of that contaminated seed. It would actually take 3 years of taking your crops out of use before you could completely purge them of the genetically modified seed. He decided he didn't want to do that because that would be costly. So he saved his seed for planting the following year, and Monsanto said, well, you now knew that you had genetically modified seed. You saved it for planting a second year. That's infringement. They sued him for patent infringement. It went all the way up to the Canadian Supreme Court, and although they found that technically he did infringe their patent, they awarded Monsanto no damages.
Both in Canada and the United States, hundreds of farmers have been totally bankrupt, lost their farms and so on through lawsuits by Monsanto. So there's a real fear. Now we call it the new fear, a fear culture amongst farmers where a corporation now, through the rights of patents on a gene, have which is inserted into a seed to make it resistant to a chemical or whatever, is that they lose their rights to use their own seeds or plants. So it's total control eventually that farmers have to go back to a corporation like Monsanto each year to buy their seed because they're no longer allowed to use their own seeds. So as a victim, you basically have to pay for your lawsuit, your damages, and so on. So farmers become victims and they have done nothing wrong because they were contaminated by a neighbor, by whatever means, by pollen flow, by seeds blown in the wind, transportation, and so on. So it doesn't matter how it happens. If you are contaminated, it's over and it's over.
It's inevitable that someone who does not want to use their seed will become contaminated. Even the United States National Organic Program standards acknowledge this when they say you won't lose your organic certification if you're contaminated up to a certain percentage, as long as you take efforts to try to avoid that contamination. Monsanto has said that it's the responsibility of an organic farmer to use large portions of their own property to set up buffer zones to try to decrease the likelihood that they'll be contaminated by their neighbors. But that's quite perverse when it's their seed that's the new entrant into the neighborhood.
In the mid-90s, the UK government gave about $3 million to a scientist to figure out how to test for the safety of GMOs. That scientist was Dr. Arpad Pusztai, the world's leading expert in his field. He worked at the top nutritional research laboratory in the UK, one of the best in the world. He had about 20 or 30 researchers working with him in 3 different institutes, and his protocols that he was designing were supposed to be implemented into EU law as requirements for the safety assessments of any GMOs to be introduced into Europe. He took a potato that was genetically engineered to produce an insecticide and fed one group of rats the genetically engineered potato. He fed another group of rats natural potatoes, and a third group of rats natural potatoes, plus their meal was spiked with the same insecticide that the GM potato was engineered to produce. So you have GM potato, and natural potato plus an insecticide, and all 3 had a complete and balanced diet as well.
We measured all sorts of things, growth, for example, how these young animals were growing, what happened to their inside, and what happened to their immune system. And it became clear that the GM had a slower growth. It had problems with internal development of its organs, and it certainly knocked out the immune system.
Only the rats that ate the GM potato got sick. They had potentially precancerous cell growth in their digestive tract, smaller brains, livers, and testicles, partial atrophy of the liver, damaged immune system in 10 days. What was the cause of that damage? It was not the insecticide, because the group eating the insecticide did not have the problem. It was understood that it was the process of genetic engineering itself and the unpredicted side effects that caused this profound damage to every system and organ studied. He shared his concerns about GMOs and was a hero for about 2 days at his prestigious institute. The press was going wild. Here was a main scientist who was saying that we should not treat the people as guinea pigs, and that he personally wouldn't eat GMOs from what he understood. The director of his institute received 2 phone calls from the UK Prime Minister's office. The next day, Dr. Arpad Pusztai was fired from his job after 35 years, silenced with threats of a lawsuit. His team was disbanded. They never implemented the protocols. Instead, a campaign was launched to destroy his reputation in order to promote and protect the reputation of biotechnology.
We do have all the methods available for testing the safety of GM crops. It will be unforgiven by humanity.
Monsanto scientists found bacteria growing in a chemical waste dump near their factory in the presence of Roundup herbicide. Now, Roundup normally kills bacteria. This bacteria was surviving. They said, great, let's put it in the food supply. So they took the gene from the bacterium that allowed it to survive the Roundup and put it into soybeans. And now those Roundup-ready soybeans can be sprayed with Roundup herbicide and they don't die, just all of the other plant biodiversity in the ground dies. The active ingredient in Roundup is called glyphosate. Glyphosate was patented in 1964, not as an herbicide, but as a broad-spectrum chelator. It hugs a lot of different minerals that are needed and does not allow the plants to access them. It also destroys some beneficial microorganisms in the soil, which normally provide nutrients to the plant. It also promotes pathogenic organisms in the soil, which then overrun the plant. And so it creates weaker plants, stronger disease, and the disease does the killing. Now, what do the livestock in the United States eat? They eat largely Roundup-ready crops. Roundup-ready soy, corn, cottonseed, canola mash, sugar beet pulp, and soon alfalfa. So a huge percentage of their food intake is Roundup-ready crops. Now remember, Roundup pulls the nutrients out of the crop. It makes them unavailable. So now we have millions of livestock eating nutrient-deficient food. And what do we eat? We eat plants and we eat animals and take their milk. So it turns out it's a perfect storm now, not just for plant disease, but for animal and human disease. When 44,000 secret FDA memos were made public from a lawsuit about the subject of genetic engineering, the director of the Center for Veterinary Medicine made it absolutely clear that GMOs in animal feed had a unique danger. Toxins can bioaccumulate in animals and in their milk. And so if there were toxins in genetically modified feed, then we might have higher levels of those toxins in the animals that eat the feed or in their milk or other products from those animals.
All our food, 90% of Canadian crops, American crops now are produced by genetic modification, or at least they're contaminated with genetically modified corn, genetically modified soybean, genetically modified everything.
95% of all the genetic modifications are done in order to allow the plants to survive more chemicals being sprayed on them and to allow the animals to survive more drugs being put into them. And of course what happens is that when their genes are changed, our genes are changed by consuming them, just as the superweeds and the superbugs are genetically altered by consuming them. The bug eats the plant, its genes change. The animal eats the plant, its genes change. We eat the animal or the plant, our genes change. Our babies' genes change. And the change is permanent.
They do not want you to know which products you're buying in the grocery store might contain genetically engineered ingredients. They say that label would confuse consumers. They say there's no difference between genetically modified foods and non-GMO foods. Well, that's absurd. That's what the word modified means in genetically modified. It is modified, it is different, and it is, in many ways, a threat to the health of the people of our nation and people around the world.
Genetic engineering is a process where scientists take genes from one species and force it into the DNA of other species. Even though there's been very little study on the health dangers, there's been sufficient evidence of harm to cause the American Academy of Environmental Medicine to say all doctors should prescribe non-GMO diets to everyone. They say that the animal feeding studies link GMOs to reproductive problems, immune system problems, accelerated aging, organ damage, gastrointestinal distress, dysfunctional regulation of cholesterol and insulin, to name a few.
If you take the gene of a cow that helps it to produce milk, that produces a hormone called the bovine growth hormone, and if you take that hormone and you start injecting into the cow, the idea here is then the cow will produce more milk. The companies like Monsanto and Eli Lilly, who invented this hormone independently, And they said there's nothing wrong in doing that because it's substantially the same hormone that the cow produces. That is wrong. Because even if you take natural bovine growth hormone and you give injections of it to cows, then the cows will get sick. Just like if you took human insulin and you started to inject human insulin back to people, they will get insulin shock, they could die. But the cow receiving this hormone will actually be sick. It'll have pus in its milk because it's producing too much milk. The teat canal of the cows will get infected. Will have to be treated with antibiotics.
When the Canadians were evaluating bovine growth hormone, the senior scientists there testified before the Senate that Monsanto had offered them a bribe of $1 to $2 million to approve RBGH without further study. They say documents were stolen from a locked file cabinet in the government's office, that they were being pressured to approve the drug, which they thought was of questionable safety. What we have is rigged research, hijacked regulatory agencies where many people at the agency, at the FDA, that was approving this bovine growth hormone were from Monsanto. Monsanto's former attorney, 2 former researchers. In fact, Richard Burroughs, who was an independent veterinarian working at the FDA, he was fired. He was told he was slowing up the approval process. Well, he sued and was reinstated back at the FDA, but during the trial, his boss admitted that the whole thing was a setup to get him out. He was in the way of the approval of bovine growth hormone.
In the U.S., there's evidence that articles have been published that scientists who do any research on that possibly show negative results of genetically engineered crops are harassed. They are denied funds. The universities that depend on industry money are pressured to not allow this or to discourage this kind of research.
Monsanto's own research shows that when rats were fed this Bt corn, they had signs of toxicity in the liver and kidneys. When genetically modified soybeans were fed to rodents, we've seen changes in the testicles changing from pink to blue, changes in the sperm cells, changes in the uterus and ovaries, in the DNA functioning of the embryo offspring.
In 2001, a small California biotech company called Epicite patented a gene, which causes both men and women who eat it in the form of any product to produce antibodies to sperm. If the men eat the Epicite gene, they produce antibodies to their own sperm, rendering them irreversibly sterile. If women eat the Epicite gene, when they have intercourse, their bodies produce antibodies to the sperm that has been deposited, and they become infertile through the destruction of the sperm. Now, DuPont and Monsanto formed a joint venture, purchased the Epicite firm, and, quote, commercialized the Epicite gene. Do you want to know if the food that you're eating contains the Epicite gene? Sure you do. How about the food that your children are eating, or your grandchildren? Sure you do.
We've seen smaller babies, a death rate that's 5 times that compared to controls. Sterile babies, even babies with hair growing in their mouths. And this has been done by government scientists as well as independent scientists who are at the top of their field.
Pay close attention to what you're about to see. These rats have been fed with transgenic corn during their entire life cycle. The tumors they suffer from are enormous. The study that revealed the effect of the GMOs on the health of these rats has just been completed. It lasted for 2 years.
We spent over a year trying to obtain transgenic corn because no GMO manufacturers were willing to provide them. This is because Monsanto requires contracts to be signed stipulating that the seeds must not be used for testing. We wanted our study to be independent.
Every rat was dissected to identify the way each diet, GMO, GMO and Roundup on its own, had acted on the metabolism of each animal, focusing on the development rate of the tumors that only start to manifest themselves after the initial 3-month period.
Each step up represents a large tumor, which can measure 17 millimeters by 17 millimeters. 94% of them take effect in the mammary glands, which would equate to breast cancer in a woman. We are faced with renal tumors for the males. Some males also suffer from mammary tumors.
One could have thought that the main cause of death was coming from the pesticide added to the corn. But what the study highlighted, and this for the first time ever, is the fact that the transgenesis itself could have killed the rats. What this means is that just by interfering with the genome of the plant in order to modify it, we are faced with repercussions that no one could have anticipated. This is enough to make us reconsider all the scientific precepts that led to the creation of GMOs.
We realized that GMOs without any Roundup residue were responsible for an increase in the death rate of females and of some males. This is the GMO that is being eaten by the Americans, but also the GMO that has been approved for importation by European agencies, and that contaminates our food.
When they allow animals to graze on the cotton plants after harvest in India, for years and years there was no problem. When they introduced this Bt toxin producing cotton, thousands of sheep died, buffalo died, goats died. I've interviewed the people myself, seen pictures of their dead animals. These animals were successfully grazing on non-Bt cotton plants for years. In one case, 13 buffalo grazed on Bt cotton plants for a single day, and within 3 days they were all dead. Unfortunately, there's not sufficient follow-up. One small non-governmental organization pleaded with the government in India, please do some research on these animals. The government refused. They pleaded with universities offering to pay for the research themselves. They refused. So this small NGO did their own research. They put 3 sheep in one field with Bt cotton Bollgard 1, 3 with Bollgard 2, and 3 with non-GM cotton. Within a month, all 6 sheep eating the Bt cotton plants died. But 3 eating the non-Bt cotton plants had no symptoms. But their research was dismissed because it wasn't a government agency or a university. So we have a situation where the evidence is there, but it's not being paid attention to because it's being drowned out by the big bucks and the biotech industry with their tobacco-type science and their distortion and denial of the facts.
Unfortunately, Monsanto's lobbying power and their financial weight, they are able to use corrupted corporate science, something that I call cigarette science, to get these products slipped into our food stream.
The only human feeding study ever published on GMOs showed that the gene that was inserted into the soybean transferred into the DNA of the bacteria living inside our intestines and continued to produce that protein. So if it happens to be an allergen and you're allergic to it, you may be continuously triggered over and over again by the production of that allergen from within inside your own intestines. When we look at the quality of the nutrients in our soil, we see that that has become actually a victim of industrial agriculture, which destroys the microorganisms in the soil and then puts in a few nutrients as if that were enough to provide a healthy diet. It turns out that the current industrial agricultural model was based on surplus military products after World War II. They had extra bomb-making material that worked as fertilizer, so they created the synthetic fertilizer industry. They had excess nerve gas that they could use as insecticides, so they created an insecticidal industry. And by steering the farmers and the land-grant universities and all the population towards these high-input, corporate-driven agricultural models, we actually stripped away some of the health and some of the nutrients that were vital and are vital to the health of the people and of the livestock.
The plant's ability to absorb nutrients out of the soil is restricted with GMO seeds and plants. And that's why the nutritional value is going down, and that has become a very big concern. And there's a very big concern that many of our foods that we eat, nutritional value contents have to be rechecked because it has changed. It alters the structure of a plant when you put a GMO gene into a plant. So you no longer have the same type of plant, and you've changed the makeup.
Monsanto is the only company I know of that doesn't want you to know you're buying something that has their technology inside it. You know, cell phones, computers, automobiles, everything else we purchase, clothing, is branded because everyone wants to know, they want consumers to know that their product is inside whatever you're purchasing. But Monsanto wants that to be a secret. If you go and purchase any of their bags of seed and you look at the back, there's a big, huge box with a big stop sign. And when I first saw this, I thought that meant stop, this seed is dangerous. Don't swallow it, wash your hands after you've touched it. You know, all those health warnings are lower down the bag in smaller font. If you look in the box where the stop sign is, it actually says stop. These seeds are protected by the following patents. Your use of these seeds must be in compliance with the license agreement. You may not save the seeds for replanting, blah, 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 blah. So they object to labeling of food that consumers buy, but they have no problem with labeling their own product with all of their patent numbers. So there's some things that they want the public to know and other things that they don't.
Traditionally, the proponents of genetic engineering have stated that there's relatively no risk or essentially no difference between genetically engineered plants and products and conventionally raised products. Well, new studies dispute this quite widely. There was a study done last year in the journal Reproductive Toxicology that showed that over 93% of genetically engineered toxins were found in the blood of pregnant women and 80% in the fetuses. So this potent crop toxin is being transferred into the population.
Genetically modified soybeans has as much as 7 times the amount of a known allergen compared to non-GM when the two are cooked. With corn, there's a gene that's normally shut off in corn, but it's switched on accidentally in Monsanto's corn, and that gene produces a known allergen. There's also more herbicides used on these genetically modified herbicide-tolerant crops like Roundup Ready soy, and the excessive herbicides might promote allergic-type reactions.
Peer-reviewed studies show that there's an association between heavy GMO consumption and serious health problems, including asthma and food allergies.
There's also a damage to the pancreas and the production of enzymes that are used for digestion in mice that are fed GM soy. If we take longer to digest proteins, then that means eating genetically modified soy might cause us to be reactive to a wide variety of foods, not just to GM soy.
The real risk here, the real concern is that these threats to the food supply are validated. And there is, the GE crops are the predominant crops, and they've contaminated the rest of the food supply. Then the genie is out of the bottle, and it's maybe physically impossible to turn the situation around.
There has been no long-term research on the concept or consequences of what this genetic modification does, not just to us, but to the environment. And right now, from all the research that's showing up, it says this has a very negative and profound effect on destroying the environment in which we live. So therefore, I find it senseless that the government would support and condone genetically modified foods without even having the basic research to understand the liabilities involved in creating these monster organisms and putting them into our world.
The conversation in Europe and in countries in South America and in Asia is much more sophisticated in terms of its understanding of science, the importance of independent peer-reviewed science that isn't contaminated or corrupted by corporate influence. Here in the United States, you know, the birthplace, the bedrock of the free market system and democracy, we are having our rights corrupted by corporate influence. The major impact that Monsanto has, their ability to get their products approved with minimal scientific oversight and minimal review of these products for human health testing is really an abomination.
The entire scientific foundation underneath genetically modified organisms is false. because organisms are not genetically determined. And when we understand that, we recognize that the only way to create crops that will benefit humanity is to understand nature herself and learn to live in harmony with it. And this is a completely different approach than humans have had for the last couple hundred years, where we always thought, oh, humans' job was to control and dominate nature. In that process, we are now leading the world into the 6th mass extinction of life on this planet. 5 times in the history of this planet, life essentially got wiped out and started all over again. The 5 previous mass extinctions are attributed to things like comets or asteroids hitting the Earth and destroying the environment. We are now deep into the 6th mass extinction of life on this planet. We are losing species of organisms faster than even in the previous 5 mass extinctions. But the source of the problem is much closer to home than a comet or an asteroid. Science has recognized that it's human behavior that is undermining the web of life. Rather than trying to control nature, our mission is actually how to learn to live in harmony with nature.
The FDA, which treats the American people as slaves, knows that if people knew the truth about how healing their foods can be and how dangerous the processed foods really are with all their chemical contaminants and their genetic modification, if people knew the truth, they would demand food freedom. They would demand access to healing herbal therapies and healing dietary supplements. They would demand that the FDA back down from its intimidation campaigns that have been leveled against producers of dietary supplements and herbal remedies and raw dairy products and so on. The people would demand that if they knew, and that is why they are kept ignorant under this campaign of disinformation currently being waged by the FDA.
I've been vigorous in my opposition of these strategies that these large corporations use to use their influence for their benefit. And as a result of my positions, I'm frequently criticized by their own local networks, the skeptic networks and such. And they're also their ability, because they are so politically connected, to use the federal regulatory agencies to come after me personally, to file claims against, or statements against my company, and also to criticize me such that it can be viewed in most of the traditional media to skew the information, the truth of what we're saying. They twist the tables. It looks like we're the bad guys when actually nothing could be further from the truth. We're just seeking to help people understand what the true reality here is, and give them the tools to make that distinction and give them the right to know.
In the early 2000s, Monsanto and the biotech industry vilified a scientist for his linking of BT corn to a decrease in monarch populations. 2 years ago, another research paper came out confirming that yes, Monsanto's BT corn and their BT cotton products were actually reducing the habitat of monarch butterflies. Monarch butterflies are the canary in the coal mine on the prairies in the Midwest. Of the major impacts, the negative environmental impacts that these products are having.
The large-scale cultivation of GMO crops can harm biodiversity in a number of different ways. One is that in the case where the crop is engineered to be tolerant to a herbicide, such as Roundup or glufosinate, then the application of high doses of these weed killers destroys the weeds upon which other organisms normally would be consuming. So the insect population is reduced, and then there isn't the insect population upon which the birds are also consuming. So there could be a knock-on effect on the biodiversity within the fields where herbicide-tolerant crops are being grown. And indeed, large-scale field trials sponsored by the UK government several years ago now did indeed find that in fields that were growing herbicide-tolerant sugar beet and canola, that the biodiversity in this field was markedly reduced.
There's a lot of information now on bee colony collapse, and it's now linked to certain of the chemicals that are sold by certain of the major companies. So there's a lot of concern now about the bees dying, because now we'll lose a major insect that pollinates our plants, and so that also has become a big concern. But it's all related. It all goes back to the massive increase of new types of more powerful chemicals, more toxic chemicals than we ever had before. And that's why we have many of our beneficial insects are being killed by these new types of chemicals.
GM carries novel health and environmental risks, which we are now beginning to measure, both in terms of environmental impact and also outcomes in feeding trials, controlled feeding trials in animals. Then I feel that the use of GM in agriculture is a risk that is simply not worth taking. GM doesn't address root causes of problems in agriculture. At best, it is a symptomatic cover-up.
No genetically modified crop can grow unless it's attached to some kind of a pesticide. Those pesticides, more and more, are in these plants. They may have killed the weeds, they may have killed the insects, but the product is still on the plants, and if it's washed off, then it's in the water, it gets into the lakes, it gets into the oceans, it's everywhere. And it's toxic, it causes cancer, it also causes endocrine disruption. That's a technical term for change of hormones. They don't even want to label that this is genetically modified. The milk is genetically modified, or the crop is genetically modified. They say, if we label that, we won't be able to sell it because people won't buy it. Of course, people won't buy it because people don't want it.
We have thousands of different varieties of any given food crop you can mention. And by simply dipping in to this already existing reservoir of varieties of crops, resurrecting old crop varieties which have been displaced, could readily meet our food needs without having to resort to the risky procedures associated with GM.
What is an herbicide-resistant crop? It's a crop that you can spray the hell out of it with a toxic chemical and it won't die. It kills everything except that particular crop. And so you have the ability not only to sell the seeds to the farmer, you're going to sell them the companion pesticide. So you get two sales for one, and they're going to have to come back to you every year and get them, because once you start applying these poisons on this scale, your farmland is so devastated that to convert to organic, for example, is economically difficult.
The most comprehensive analysis of GMOs shows that they actually reduce yield. But sustainable technologies, they can increase yield by an average of 79%.
What BT corn does and BT soy does and what Roundup Ready does is it decreases labor. It's labor saving, as if we need less farmers in this country. And we have a limited planet. So more people farming is the key to higher yields, not chemicals.
GMOs are stealing the money away from these more appropriate technologies. We have more food per person than any time in human history. We have enough food grown to feed 11.3 billion people. What we don't have is the ability for people to access that food, and so it's not a silver bullet of increased yield that the biotech industry tries to sell us.
The ISTAD report proved that organic and sustainable agriculture had the same and higher yields than conventional, chemical-intensive, genetically engineered crops. These herbicides are actually having a major impact in killing the beneficial soil microorganisms in the soil, which actually not only add to the yield gains, but also the nutritional value of these plants.
Cotton production has increased in this country because of acreage, not because of the BT technology. Rice and wheat production increased in India because of irrigation acreage. Land and water account for it, not the seed and the chemicals. In fact, the seed and chemicals have created a scarcity. First, The new seeds had to be grown as monocultures, so you had less food. Today, we are importing pulses from Canada, from the United States, very vital to a vegetarian diet. We're not growing pulses because our monocultures have no place for pulses. Pulses give you free protein. Pulses give you free nitrogen fixing. All of that was wiped out. Oil seeds, farm trees, agroforestry. The water use of this so-called Green Revolution was 10 times more compared to equivalent farming systems.
One huge problem with the GMOs is that they have completely blown out conventional breeding in our land-grant colleges. And we only in this country have 10% of the vegetable seeds that were available to our forebears 100 years ago. Our seed stock is going down the toilet, and we can't even use our land-grant colleges to breed in a standard way because there's no money for it. And that is a huge, huge, huge threat to the future of agriculture, to lose the skill of breeding standard, which is, in fact, what all that food you see on your grocery shelves, all those vegetables came from thousands of years of farmers sharing their seeds.
As a result of the loss of beneficial soil microorganisms, not only have the yields gone down, but there's been a dramatic increase in the rise of crop diseases, which are infecting corn and soybeans in the U.S.
We're sacrificing, our soil just because it's an easier way to farm, and trying to convince ourselves it's more economical, but it's not. I'm seeing neighbors' fields who've been doing this stuff for 15 plus years. They can't get rid of a lot of weeds now. These weeds are getting resistant to the glyphosate herbicide, so farmers are upping rates, more herbicide. But then all of a sudden that's not doing it anymore, so you have to switch herbicides. So now the soil is just more and more and more full of poison. So there's going to be more sickness in that field. It's going to be more susceptible to diseases, insects. It won't make it through drought periods as long. The same crops side by side, right across from each other. The natural plants are going to make more over time. And you have a soil that you continue to poison, nature's going to win. In 2006, Cornell University released a study on soil degradation that stated by the year 2050 that 30% of the land that's already cultivated will be unfarmable.
Now, the thing about Roundup and glyphosate is that it stays in the soil for months or years, and it continues to cause the reduction of available nutrients and the promotion of these diseases. And so people like Dr. Don Huber from Purdue University, have identified more than 40 plant diseases that are on the rise in the U.S. because of the overuse of Roundup and other glyphosate-based herbicides. Now, it pulls these nutrients out of the food supply for months or years. According to Reuters, in 2007, there was about 184 million pounds of glyphosate herbicide used in the United States. Now, that's one of many, many years, hundreds of millions of pounds, which means hundreds of millions of pounds of nutrients have been tied up and taken out of the food supply.
When we have a company like Monsanto that says, I don't care what nature says, I'll create the crops that I want, and we look at what happens, we see another step, another process in our own demise.
This is a very powerful enemy, a classic David versus Goliath challenge. And there's the only way we have any approach, any possibility of ever winning this thing is if we work together as a cohesive group.
The whole concept of genetically modified organisms is throwing a monkey wrench in the life on this planet. And until we change that, we are heading downhill at a rapid rate of speed toward our own extinction.
Genetically modified organisms are living beings where genetics or DNA of one species is taken out and transported artificially into another organism, and in other words, some sort of genetic manipulation, genetic engineering has occurred. Nature, God if you like, does not permit that. You cannot take the gene of a bacteria and put it into a pig or a people or anything like that, or vice versa.
They've put spider genes into goats, in the hopes that they can milk the goat to get spiderweb protein to make bulletproof vests. They've put cow genes into pigs and made cowhides on those pigs. They had what was called an enviropig, a pig that would have manure that was less toxic.
They can create these featherless chickens to kind of better live in these tight battery cages, these small barren wire enclosures extending down long rows and often windowless sheds. It can be 1 million birds in a single shed. How do you do that? Well, without them overheating, where you have this massive ventilation fans. But another way, you just take off their feathers.
There's a genetically modified salmon that was created by Canadian researchers that was tested up in Canada. They put these frankenfish into tanks and they fed them sufficient food and there was no problem. When they reduced the amount of food, the frankenfish freaked. They started killing and eating their neighbors. So what happens if the FDA approves these frankenfish and let's say they escape into the ocean? I don't know what's worse, the extinction of natural salmon or the roving of these frankenfish going around and killing and attacking other species and changing the whole ecosystem balance.
They both have a mating advantage because they're larger, but they have a survival disadvantage. And it's that combination that, should a male transgenic fish escape into the wild, cause the rapid collapse and extinction of both transgenic and wild fish in as little as 50 generations.
Scientists take genes from one species and force it into the DNA of other species. Now, the process itself creates massive collateral damage in the plant or animal, but they don't test for those changes and the side effects before they introduce, say, the crop into our food supply.
DNA is the inherited material of life, and it is where genes are structured. So we inherit half of our DNA from our mothers and half of our DNA from our fathers. And within the DNA are the genes that encode for all the structures of the body. So the DNA is like a blueprint. Just like an architect has a blueprint for a building, the DNA is the blueprint for all the structures of the body. So when a gene is switched on to function, the information within that gene is being used to manufacture a protein. And that protein then builds the structure of the body. And then proteins in the form of enzymes carry out all of the chemical reactions of the body that constitute the living organism. When the GM gene is introduced into the plant, the genetic engineer has no control over where the GM gene integrates or splices into the DNA of the plant. And the effect of this is that the GM transformation process as a whole actually is very disruptive on the DNA structure and function of the organism. As a result, very unpredictable and potentially hazardous outcomes. Because if you disturb the balance of gene function, remember, the gene function is controlling the structure and the biochemistry of the organism. If you disrupt the balance of gene function, you disrupt the biochemistry. And if you disrupt the biochemistry, you run the risks of creating novel toxins, novel allergies, as well as a disturbance to nutritional value. These types of outcomes resulting from the disruptive effect of the GM transformation process have been observed, are observable, and they're genuine.
With our understanding of epigenetics, the new science of how environmental signals control our genes, we're introduced into the chemistry of where do the signals come from that select the genes and modify our genetic activity. Well, we used to say everything was due to the genes, but now we find there's a class of molecules called microRNA. They're very small RNA molecules, and they're found in all the cells. And these microRNA molecules are molecules that adjust the reading of our genes. And well, a new understanding has been found about the microRNA molecules. When we eat food, the microRNA from the food is picked up by the digestive system and not broken down. The microRNA is taken into our own body intact. And now what they followed is the microRNA from food ends up in our own cells, like in our liver and other cells in our body. And these microRNAs still have the same function. They change our genetics and they change our readout of our genome. And the significance is profound. It says when you eat genetically modified foods, we are eating a new class of microRNAs that have never really been in the world before. And yet, these microRNAs are picked up by our biology and adjust our own genetics. So, in a sense, the old story, we are what we eat, actually now has a biochemical foundation. And then all of a sudden it says, if that's true, then why would you risk your life eating a genetically modified food containing microRNAs that can totally distort our own biology and cause great problems in our lives?
The process of genetic modification is a completely irreversible process. Once it has been carried out, it affects the reproductive cells of the organism. So any effect you have, for good or for bad, is then passed down through the subsequent generations of that particular organism. And that's true for plants and animals, indeed for any genetically modified organism.
And this now has to be understood, because when we eat genetically modified foods, not only does it affect our own cells like that, but we also know that the bacteria in our gut that are required for our survival, we need these bacteria. The bacteria also pick up the genetic engineered genes. And we modified the gut bacteria. And you say, well, why is that relevant? Well, not only do we need the gut bacteria for our survival, but the gut bacteria change our genetics. Information from the bacteria is picked up by the digestive cells and adjusts the digestive system cells to be compatible with the bacteria in our gut. There is a dialogue and a communication. If you alter the genetics of the gut bacteria, by definition, you've completely altered the development and genetics of our own cells.
Way back in the 70s, they developed this grand vision of being able to splice in high yield and drought resistance and all sorts of pest resistance, and they dreamt of patenting those genes and having proprietary ownership of these genes. And during the 80s, that indeed came about from a number of court decisions. They believed they could make billions of dollars from these proprietary gene transfers to make food do certain things or crops do certain things. When the evidence came out that there were fundamental flaws in the genetics, they just did not want to know. They didn't want to do the research into these issues of food safety. And they went ahead with their development, yet they weren't doing the basic research.
You see, GMOs are the product of an infant science. And now we are feeding that product to the entire population. And it's known to create unpredicted side effects. And no one is testing to see if the rise in all these diseases since GMOs were introduced in the mid-90s is caused or promoted by these GMOs.
If Monsanto's patent on a gene, if that patented gene gets into any, and I'll use the term, higher life form. So what does that mean? Birds, bees, animals? And the question I have to ask, what about human life? If Monsanto's patent gene gets into you, gets into me, does that say they own me? Do they own you? These are all questions that that the courts and our governments will have to address. How far does the patents on genes on life go?
There have been over 140 lawsuits filed by Monsanto against farmers, including against those farmers who wanted nothing to do with Monsanto's genetically modified seed. When you ask Monsanto whether genetically modified seed is natural, they have two answers, yes and no. And it depends on which side of Washington, D.C. they're talking. If they're at the FDA or the USDA, they say genetically modified seed is absolutely no different than natural food. It doesn't need to be tested, doesn't need to be labeled. The public doesn't need to know if their food's been genetically modified because it's no different. Then when they're on the other side of Washington, D.C. at the patent office, and the patent office is saying, well, you don't deserve a patent because your seed is no different than natural food. They say, oh, no, it's not. It's completely different. We've invented something brand new. It's radically different, and it's so inventive we deserve not just one patent, we deserve entire portfolios of dozens and dozens of patents.
Because the United States was the only country in the world, still is, that allowed genetically modified organisms or any organisms to be patented. Up until then, living organisms or their products could not be patented. So the patent for insulin, genetically modified insulin produced in the E. coli bacteria, was given to Eli Lilly. Monsanto got it for RBGH, the bovine growth hormone. I have a book called Corrupt to the Core. In that book, I describe, by quoting from a published speech by a Monsanto executive, saying how they're going to control the whole world, not just by genetic modification, but they're going to take charge of the whole world by influencing the White House, the Whitehall, the French Parliament, and Canadian Parliament, and the Japanese Parliament. This is published information, how they're going to control the whole world.
American people are beginning to become more aware and wake up to the fact that their government has been corrupted by corporations and the food that they're feeding themselves has possibly serious human health risks.
In the European Union, where labeling is required, there's almost no genetically engineered food on store shelves and restaurants. There's almost none of it planted.
Today, more than 50 countries around the world allow labeling of genetically engineered foods.
The FDA has received over 1 million comments from citizens demanding labeling of GMOs. 90% of Americans agree. So why no labeling? I'll give you one reason: the influence and the corruption of the political process by Monsanto.
If you have an organic corn crop that sits next to a genetically engineered corn field, and it happens to tassel at the same time, and it happens to be downwind, you're going to get your crop contaminated. In fact, even the seed stocks are becoming contaminated.
I should have the right to be a conventional farmer. You should have the right to be an organic farmer if you're right. But if we have GMO farmers, you no longer, remember this, you no longer can have an organic farmer, you can no longer be a conventional farmer. You'll become a GMO farmer whether you like it or not.
An expert at air pollution calculated how far corn pollen could travel in 24 hours, which is the maximum time that it can remain viable to cross-pollinate. It could travel under certain weather conditions over 500 miles.
They want the public to sit down and not think about what happened before this piece of meat got on my plate. What happened before this glass of milk sat on the table? We have an ethical responsibility, I believe, not just to other humans and to the future generations. We have an ethical responsibility to all living creatures.
We have increasing numbers of retarded and autistic and genetically damaged people among us. We have increasing numbers of lethal allergies and potentially lethal allergies that coincide with the introduction of genetically modified food. We have increasing amounts of autoimmune problems. We have increasing amounts of pretty much everything. The pharmaceutical industry has no interest in having you well because they don't make any money if you're well. And the pharmaceutical industry is the biotech industry, and it is the agrochemical industry.
Thousands of doctors are now prescribing non-GMO diets to every patient. In fact, the American Academy of Environmental Medicine urges all doctors to do so. They evaluated the animal feeding studies and said that there's a causal relationship between GM feed and disorders. And they urged the government to put a moratorium in place on GMOs, and of course they're for labeling.
My God, we are the sickest of the major countries in the world, and we're also becoming the dumbest of the major countries in the world. And the significance about that is, what a coincidence. This is the motivation of a government, and this is exactly where we are.
A country like the United States has 20% of its GDP spent on healthcare cost, on trying to cure chronic disease. We're giving vaccines in children. We're giving all these other drugs, bad food, pesticides, hormones, everything getting into the system in animals and people, this is going to drive countries bankrupt.
We're talking about people whose lives are either terminated through preventable diseases which were not prevented through the toxification of their bodies by toxic food.
Total population of the world is about 7 billion now. They're saying by 2050, the population will grow to approximately 9 billion. And these companies and the governments all over the world are saying the amount of food in the world will have to be increased to twice the amount.
Biotech industry is promising to feed the world with crops that will have higher yields, even though it's not the amount of food right now that's the critical issue, it's access to the food. And access to the food is largely an economic issue.
There's no shortage of food. This is purely due to corruption, because corrupt people, people in power, won't let poor people have their share.
Now, since GMOs were introduced, there has been a dramatic increase in infertility in the United States. But there's significant evidence both in laboratory animal feeding studies as well as livestock experience to point a finger at Roundup-ready crops as a potential cause.
The newest information of a study just published a week ago shows that these toxins in the food have actually been associated with an increased intensity of obesity, and this is found in salmon and rats. And there are other suggestions that they produce long-term imbalances in fertility rates, in hormonal levels, and immune function, and the ability to digest foods.
Big agricultural and chemical companies don't want to label GMOs. What these corporations say is that labeling GMOs will increase our food bills. What I say is if they're so concerned about our bills, then they need to focus on a bigger price tag, and that's our healthcare costs. And we're not just talking about the cost of medications here. How about the cost of missed work and lost productivity when parents have to rush their child to the emergency room or to a doctor's office? And for the children, how about the missed school and summer camp? We're talking about the emotional and societal cost played out over and over again, hundreds of thousands and millions of times over.
So these companies that are promising us to have abundant food, bring prosperity, they're lying, and the governments are with them.
I think if you really want to know the true story about what corporations are doing in our society, about the various harms and dangers that they present, you can't rely on mainstream media. You have to go deeper and you have to go further. That's going to be a very important piece in us moving forward. The fact that we do have those sources of investigation that are not beholden to corporations or corporate media, and that we do have a mechanism in the internet for disseminating them broadly.
We have this sort of common enemy that has allowed the profession, the healthcare professionals and the journalists and a whole variety of individuals and media sources who you wouldn't think would be aligned, and typically many of us have disagreements on certain issues, but we've all come together to realize that this is a very powerful enemy, a classic David versus Goliath challenge. And there's the only way we have any approach, any possibility of ever winning this thing is if we work together as a cohesive group.
So what you see is Monsanto genetically contaminating crops, monopolizing seed and destroying biodiversity, turning farmers into serfs through this indebtedness, corrupting government, undermining law and regulatory process, and worst of all, polluting scientific knowledge. They're polluting genetically, they're polluting politically, and they're polluting epistemically. They're even stealing our minds.
Through the food we eat, through the television and programming and the news media we receive, that information alone constitute what you might call the nocebo information. That negative information about the world is causing us to become sick. The food we eat exacerbates that same problem. We are living in a situation where we must take back our own power.
They can surround the Congress, they can surround the congressional offices back in their district, they can surround the Monsantos and the city groups, And that's what they got to realize, that that's the first stage, because people showing up and massing together with agendas and with good artwork and signs and music scares the hell out of these politicians and their corporate masters.
Let's use the power of government to support what we want, which is to have choices.
Stand up that you should have the right, a human right to grow the foods and crops that you want.
Americans have a right to know if their food is genetically engineered. It's time for labeling. It's time for people to know how their food is being produced.
It is completely pro-capitalist to have things labeled. That's where you know what you're getting. And if the consumer over and over and over again says they want to know, they want the choice. But producers are freaked out because the choice is not going to be for them.
We have to start now and not let more contamination exist and more danger to human health and the environment to the massive use of chemicals. So by stopping GMOs and eradicating GMOs, you'd also then stop less chemical use and more danger to the environment. And all of us are very concerned about human health and the environment.
What's going to get your children through this and your grandchildren's generation? What are we handing off to them? What are we passing down to them? If the earth is us and it's our greatest legacy, what are they inheriting?
And if you care about what you put in your body, you'll create as much of your own food supply as you can while you still can. Save seed, grow heirloom foods without any chemicals.
I mean, there's dozens, if not hundreds of methods and ways that we can go about correcting this and preventing this, but we have to start making those changes now.
It's very important to be an organic farmer for the future of our children and our grandchildren and even ourselves in the food that we eat. Don't give up your rights, our human rights to this.
If what's important to you is what goes into your body and what your health is now and will be, then you have to become activated.
But to do that, we have to recognize there's a new science, and that new science completely pulls the foundation out under the conventional science of genetics and GMOs. That science is false and destructive. And the wake-up call is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Lack of knowledge, a lack of power. And what this world is suffering from now is a lack of knowledge, because we do have knowledge. We have knowledge that says how we can thrive, live to a ripe old age of over 100 very easily, and enjoy the experience of being on this beautiful planet.
In most Native American cultures, their beliefs or their concepts were based on, will this last for 7 generations? Whereas we're asking, what can get me through this year economically? 1 year, 12 months. That's one of our greatest problems right now, is to leap over that barrier, that mentality.
Globalization has happened, it's here. But its effects have to be reversed. Globalization in a good way, where people learn about each other, people learn about each other's religions, to tolerate each other's spirituality, work together, work in nature, work with God.
Because it's time for us to re-empower our lives.
For 10,000 years, humans grew crops without chemicals. You know, it's time that we get mandatory labeling. It's time we cut down the biotech bullies to size. And then now, let's have that discussion again about chemical agriculture versus organic or traditional agriculture. The overwhelming majority of the public want us to produce food and to raise animals in the natural, healthy, humane way, in a way that doesn't destroy the environment, public health, and the climate. And we're going to get to that point, but it's going to require, as I often put it, the food fight of our lives.
I'm looking at the food that's in the grocery store. They say it's safe, everybody eat more. On second thought, I don't really know if it's made with those GMOs. So I'm looking for the non-GMO label. Before I bring it home, I'll put it on the table. I wanna know if it's verified, so I don't harm myself with genetically modified. They don't want you to know. Poison they grow. Profits they show. On those GMOs. Seeds that they sow. Gonna hurt us, we know. Told them to go. Say GMO, no. Hey, look. I don't want to eat poison. I don't want gene mutations at my dinner reservations. It's a food abomination. What they're doing to this fast food nation. They take artificial gene combinations, inject them in seed variations so they can grow their Frankenfood imitations while the side effects cause medical patients. Keep the profits alive while they're spraying on the food with name brand herbicides. And all the while they're spreading their lies. Monsanto destroy a farmer's lives. And the FDA just keeps it all going, saying it's safe even though they all know it's just poison, stealing away your life. And that's what you eat, but genetically modified. They don't want you to know. Poison they grow. Profits they show. GMO, no. Seeds that they sow. Gonna hurt us, we know. Told them to go. Say GMO, no.
FDA scientists said that GMOs might create allergies, toxins, new diseases, and nutritional problems. Allergies, toxins, toxins. And they said, no testing necessary. No testing necessary.
GMO safety, that's a corporate myth. If you don't believe me, listen to Jeffrey Smith. He's the man with the plan, gonna do what he can to help us all get those GMOs banned. But we need you to lend a hand, take a stand against this food stand. It's a mission for the health condition worldwide, cause we don't wanna live genetically modified.
No testing necessary. No insecticide. Living inside us. No testing necessary. No insecticide. Living inside us.
Don't eat food unless you know what's in it. Don't believe the propaganda, the press will spin it. Affects everybody, we all up in it. Stand up to Monsanto, tell him, oh no you didn't. Reject Frankenfoods in the store. Demand honest labels so we can be informed. We have a natural right to know what we buying. Just say no to GMO before our farms start dying. Just say no to GMO. These corporate crooks are lying. Just say no to GMO. This time we're not complying. Just say no to GMO. We just not buying it. Just say no to GMO.
No testing necessary. No insecticide.
Just say no to GMO.
No testing necessary. No insecticide.
Just say no to GMO.
Aloha, e koma mai to Curtain Call. I'm Paul James Brown. The annual solo show at the Hui Noiao Visual Arts Center Gallery in Makawao is back after taking a brief hiatus in 2015. One of Hawaii's most prestigious art shows, it is an opportunity for two artists to take over a gallery with their work. Artists propose projects for the galleries that allow them to be involved in all aspects of the project, from planning to installation. In this case, retired Schaefer International Gallery director Darryl Orwig had a hand in hanging this show with the two women. This year, 2 Maui artists have been selected. This has only happened a few times since I have been reviewing this show beginning in 2001. The show attracts the best artists from throughout the state. The artists for this show are Melissa Chimera and Gabrielle Anderman. Ms. Chimera's exhibit is entitled Agents of Change, and Ms. Anderman's is Being Here. One of the ideas around this show is for there to be a conversation between the works in the two galleries. The conversation in this case is about revealing those invasive species, developments, and other environmental menaces which are threatening to change Maui forever, and learning how to be fully present and what that means to the creative process. Ms. Chimera's major work is a ceiling-to-floor installation of what at first looks like branches from a tree, but closer inspection reveals these are axis deer antlers, skulls from mouflon sheep, goats, and pigs. The bottom of the installation is made from cinders, and it is framed with one of Ms. Chimera's signature materials, broken car crash glass. Ms. Chimera, who is a park ranger in Haleakala National Park, calls herself a conservationist, and this exhibit is meant to prompt questions about Hawaiian species, extinction, globalization, and one's human role in these processes. She cites, quote, living and non-living catalysts, earth movers and harvesters, fishing nets, invasive species, jet planes, and the Kahului Airport, unquote, as the subjects of cause and effect. Ms. Chimera demonstrates a remarkable range in this exhibit. The installation is expressionistic. Her large oil on linen works, where she treats them more like textiles, which utilize impasto as well as stitching and car crash glass in one, are more abstract expressionist. And others are expressionistic impressionism. That's Myconia in the background and deer antlers in the foreground. Note the impasto on the antlers, and then she demonstrates her skill as a photorealist in this depiction of Banamia and Iliha'i, sandalwood. In Cash Crop, Pu'unene, Ms. Chimera depicts the sugarcane with impressions of the tools and equipment used to turn it into cash. Not Enough, Heaven and Earth, at just under 4 feet by slightly more than 9 feet, is the largest two-dimensional work in the show. It demonstrates the encroachment of development on our island paradise. The work entitled Grace utilizes car crash glass, impasto, and stitching. It is oil on linen, as are all the two-dimensional works in this show. Grace is defined as unmerited divine assistance given humans for their regeneration or sanctification. I think that title fits this, the most abstract work in this show. Next to Grace are the oil on linen photorealistic paintings of native species entitled Puakala, Lobelia gloriomontis, and some, like Pule lehua, Kamehameha butterfly, are declining. Ms. Chimera's depictions of these species is enhanced by her use of colored backgrounds, which focus attention on the subject, taking them out of context. The Kamehameha butterfly appears to be on a translucent piece of green glass that is backlit. Walking into the rear gallery, one encounters 4 large acrylic and charcoal works. The viewer is surrounded by 28 smaller works. Some are charcoal and paper, and others are charcoal pastel on paper. Ms. Anderman is exploring what it means to be present and how this affects her creativity. She has adopted what she calls, quote, spontaneous painting, unquote. In this technique, the artist is called upon to dismiss any preconceived notions. She says, quote, I was interested in the ways in which our minds keep us distracted, preventing us from experiencing the present moment, unquote. She decided to meditate daily for an hour and then to sketch a model who was sitting in meditation. I wanted to see how being present would affect my work. The sketches were created over a 6-month period, presumably in an hour or less while the model was in meditation. The one problem is that Ms. Anderman did not sketch without meditating, nor did she sketch the model when she was not meditating. So the effect of the practice, if any, cannot be seen nor measured by the viewer. The one thing I can say is that the practice did not alter the work of the artist so as to make it unrecognizable as hers. If I were blindfolded and did not know who the artist was, I would immediately know the work as Ms. Anderman's when the blindfold was removed. Her style and personality cannot be hidden by the practice, except the painting entitled Veiled Figure. This was worth the 6 months of work. I don't know where it was in the process, but it is an image that stays with one and is mysterious as well as haunting. Now, does this mean that she has always been present? It's an interesting question. Ms. Anderman has started to explore video, and here is a revelation. She has collaborated with noted videographer, editor, colorist Andrew Rice of Kanai Productions to produce a 12-minute video entitled Mostly I Don't Know I'm Wearing It. The title refers to a latex bodysuit she had made for her in Poland. The video shows Ms. Anderman dressed in the bodysuit, meditating in a lean-to, posing in a forest, meditating on the beach, lying on the beach, and in a fabulous bamboo grove. When we see Ms. Anderman, we hear her heartbeat, or we hear a high-pitched tone over her respiration. The video is interspersed with journeys down the throat. It goes into birth with images of sperm, and then we go into the cellular level in blood vessels. Cuts of home movies of Ms. Anderman's family are blended with clips from Bruce Willis and Samuel L. Jackson films, as well as old videos of Karen Carpenter and James Taylor and Carly Simon. What does this all mean? I leave it to the viewer to experience. I know what I got out of it. I wouldn't want to influence the purity of the experience for the viewer by sharing my opinion. Her other video is entitled She Opens Her Eyes Once Every Hour. It is a thoroughly entrancing piece. Ms. Anderman sits Buddha-like, covered in white, her eyes closed, while one can listen to her breathe. The challenge is to try to catch the moment when her eyes open. However, in this work, Ms. Anderman invites, no, seduces the viewer to join her in taking the time to sit there, close one's eyes, and breathe with her in deep meditation. I did, however, get the moment she opened her eyes. It was so hard not to just close one's eyes and join her. The Hui Solo Show requires time to take everything these outstanding artists have to offer. Budget yourself appropriately. The Hui Noyal Visual Arts Center is open every day, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The solo show is up until April 29th. Well, that's Curtain Call for this week. Next week, I'll have a review of Martini and Jazz, the new weekly jazz show featuring legendary sax master Phil Smith at the King Kamehameha Golf Club. I'm Paul James Brown. Thanks for tuning in. Ahui ho.
Broadcasting live from high atop the beautiful Akakū Studios in beautiful downtown Kahului. You're listening to Larry John and the Tub. And let me tell you what, we're ready for Bear today. I don't even know what that meant. All right.
Can't get my hips into.
What did you say? Got your hips into? You guys, you know, we're filming the TV show right now for next week.
Yeah.
And I'm not used to you guys being so low, even though I like you low.
Hey.
Hey, you went there. I didn't go there.
No, I didn't.
Sounded like you did. And we have Suzanne Kayan in the tub. All right, we have...
microphone would help here.
It's good enough.
Okay.
I'll tell you when I want to hear you. Sweet Mama D is here, too. Yeah.
Yay.
We can really hear her.
Again, some more. Yeah. Like
And,
shut up, never.
And then we have some special guests who are here in the top two, but we'll get to that later.
Later.
Real quick later, but later. All right. And I just want to say thanks to Shaggy for fixing our sound. You know, for a week we
Yes.
sounded like crap.
We have very nice. Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, and I don't want to bring this up again because it doesn't make me look good. And boy, do I want me to look good.
But you've been mean to him lately. Yes, you have.
Well, I couldn't stand his crap he was giving me.
Oh, look who's here.
Is it McCartney?
Indeed.
It is Michael
Oh, good. We
McCartney.
could use him.
Do you guys know Michael McCartney?
No, they're not on yet. They're not on yet. Michael, I got a seat right back here that would be. Yeah. Oh, you have been
By
informed.
the director.
All right.
You get to get me back by looking over my
And
shoulder.
your mic is hot, and now your mics are hot. But don't say anything yet. I don't want to ruin the show yet. Okay. So.
Wow.
And that's me nice.
Warm and friendly.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll walk out.
That would be great.
That would be
on
fun,
camera.
yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, and then we could really do shtick. That would be cool. So consider it, girls. Okay. All right. So let's get started really fast. Oh, he's plugging in his microphone.
He has his own microphone.
All right.
Mr. Microphone.
Let's test your mic because your mic.
Fairy tales can come true.
Okay,
well, there you go.
Levels
if you're young at heart.
They sound.
He's alive.
He sounds so
When
good.
you're
He always sounds so
young
good.
at heart. Don't want to hear me sing? Okay, I don't either. Okay,
I'll sing.
Suzanne, and please don't sing.
I'm not going to sing.
Have you ever heard Suzanne sing? Just nod or yes or no. Terrible. We did a deal.
Don't do it.
I tell you, don't ask her to
don't
sing.
do it.
Ever.
So mean to me.
Oh no, I'm not.
We
that
love
mean.
you,
She's got a
dear.
great
Just don't
voice.
sing.
Oh yeah.
I have a beautiful
So anyway, we're here. We are going to have you do the news of Maui, and then we'll get started with your friends over here.
I'm not doing the news of Maui.
Oh, no,
Sweets
it's
does it on
Sweets.
Friday.
Oh, my
Well,
God, it's
thanks for
Friday.
recognizing me.
I was like, oh my gosh. I
Now wait a minute, who are you?
Hey.
Oh, I recognize you.
Stop it.
All right, so go with the news of Maui.
Well, tonight and this weekend's very busy. We've got a spring fling on Market Street tonight at the Wailuku Friday event, which I'm dressed for, by the way, beginning at 6
You're
p.m.
not going to change clothes till then.
Hey,
till
I'm
after
busy
that?
tonight.
Wow.
Live music, Ono food trucks, great vendors, amazing merchants, and beer garden for your evening enjoyment.
Okay.
Also beginning tonight at EAO Theater, Maui On Stage presents the perfect musical comedy, Guys and Dolls. This production features many of Maui's finest performers and a stellar cast of colorful characters. The show will run on Fridays, Saturdays at 7:30, and Sunday matinee at 3 p.m. For tickets and more information, go online to infomauionstage.com or call
And-
the box office
Oh,
at
yeah.
808-242-6969. What do you want?
What do you want?
That was kind of fast, you know. But no, here's what I wanted to say.
Yes.
They're going to be playing on the first Friday. First Friday is
Tonight.
tonight. And then
And
they
you kind of go in and
go
see
on
that.
in.
Yeah.
Just go on in.
Just go on in.
You might have to pay. I'm
Well,
not saying you don't.
yeah,
but
that's what I said. Call the box office.
yeah,
So,
you'll have to pay.
also, you got me
Why
wet,
does he
Michael.
enjoy that sound?
Tonight is at Mulligan's on the Blue in Wailea. Soul Kitchen will be celebrating the birthday of keyboardist Michael Elam, his 64. Oh, thank you, honey. Birthday bash beginning at 7 p.m. with special guest Joel Katz.
You know what I did? I said, Michael Elam, you got it all over.
I was going to look it off, but I didn't.
It was his birthday, and I wished him a happy birthday.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Michael, happy birthday. That's what I said, right on Facebook. You know how to do
Well,
that.
that was generous.
we
of
all
you,
do.
And
Larry.
then he texted me back, messengered me back, and said, who is this?
Yeah, who's here again? What's your name again?
I thought I was important, but I guess I'm not.
Anyway.
Messenger or text? Because Messenger shows your photograph, doesn't it?
We'll introduce you around.
Oh, so he was being mean. Well, there.
Moving on.
I'm
this
not going to take
evening-
that crap.
Yeah, let's get back to the news of Maui.
Back to the
Sweet
news
Mama
of Maui.
D.
This evening at Three's Bar and Grill, starting at 9 p.m., Oahu comic Shane Lucas Price delivers his cool commentary on Maui with his stand-up show hosted by KAKU's Biscuits and Gravy star Chuck Sauce.
He's a star.
Saucy.
Shane is a fantastic force on the Oahu comedy scene, and you may have seen him on Comedy Central. Tonight's show also features the wits and wonders of Vince Fodi and Chris Rose.
I don't know how to take this
And
text.
they have a show here
Yeah,
on,
they do.
I got a
radio
text
on
from
Wednesdays.
Shaggy.
Yes, on Wednesday.
I got a text from Shaggy, and he says, "You're a tad hot." Now, how would you take
baby.
that?
Well, yeah.
Good thing.
I'd tap that too.
I've heard that before from you. Yes, I have.
Tomorrow, Saturday 5th, at the MAC presents Santana in the A&B Amphitheater at 7:30. Right on. I'll be there. Yes. Also tomorrow night at the MAC at 7:30 on Saturday. Luna Luasa with Tim O'Brien, described as the hottest Irish acoustic group on the planet, will be performing in the McCoy Theater at the same time. How about that?
Magically delicious.
You usually don't have to try this hard, you know.
I try not to. For tickets and more information on both performances, call the Maui Arts and Cultural Center at 808-242-7469.
And now, we can't wait for this one.
Sunday. Beginning at 2 p.m., Upcountry Sunday acoustic style at Casanova in Makawao presents the Mockers Classic Sound, performed with style. Also performing will be Alexander Jerome Kent and Seda with songs of unspoken truth.
You know the Mockers, they're kids.
Yes, they
they're
are.
high school kids. Yeah.
Really sweet.
Yeah.
And don't forget, on Sunday, Lee Bryce and Jared Neiman will be at the MAC with special guests.
Did you know
Lily
that
Miola.
if you want somebody to remember, you don't ever say, don't forget. You always say, please remember.
Especially if I'm talking to you.
But wait.
But wait, there's more. Lee will be with Lee Bryce and Jared Neiman at the MAC on Sunday at 5 again for tickets and more information. Call the Maui Arts and Cultural Center 808-242-7469.
And I don't believe I didn't bring a copy of the Maui Time Weekly to hold it up to the camera.
You mean one of these?
Oh my gosh. Here, let me hold it up to the
Here,
camera.
hold it up to me. That is, did you guys see that? That was the story I wrote about the sweet Lily Miola. He's like, you know you adore her.
You love her.
It's not her I was mugging.
You're liking the piggy, huh?
Oh, you were mugging about me.
I was mugging about you.
Anyway, people think I just do the tub, but no, I have a real job, actually.
Yes, a real job.
Thank you for bringing it, Michael.
I grabbed 50 copies from Teddy's Bigger Burgers.
And Michael McCartney is quoted
Best
in the
hamburger on my
Teddy's. Lily
about
Miola
Lily.
story.
Oh, I don't care about that.
Yeah, Teddy's. We called him yesterday. Did you hear?
Yes, I told him about it. Plus, we have Rosalani's ice cream is in this.
Aren't you?
So it's a double-double.
I just want to say, aren't you going to deliver all of the certificates?
Yes, indeed.
Because they're all your favorites. And maybe you
How'd
can
that
get some
happen?
free food.
Do you get free stuff?
That's what he's going to ask for.
Of course not. They'll say thank you so much. And
I know, it's not ethical to take the free stuff.
All right, so...
but Larry will.
Larry will.
I'd take anything.
And speaking of Lily Miola...
Really?
This is a shameless, self-promoting plug.
Yeah, all right.
But tomorrow afternoon on the Time Machine at Mana'o Hanaho Radio,
On
she
your
will
show.
be a guest on the broadcast.
Yeah, your show. Well, that's good.
Along with Carlos Santana, who you were just intimidated to have him
I
on
won't have
this
him on
show
the show.
today.
I don't want him on this show.
So we got Carlos Santana, Lily Miola.
right.
We were going to have, I believe, Rick Springfield and... Rita Wilson, Tom Wilson's lovely and talented wife. But I think there's a scheduling conflict because everybody goes on the stage at the same time tomorrow.
Yes.
So it's difficult. Yeah, Summer Blue overbooked them. So we do have
That's okay.
Michael Damian, though, singer, director, and actor.
Michael Damian
So it's going to be a
from
fun
The
show
Young and
tomorrow.
Restless, from
And
The Young and the Restless?
Darren Keith from DKTheGig.com.
Back to Michael Damian.
Hey, Michael, you want to stand over here and take over the show?
No. I'm just,
Okay.
that's the end of my shameless
Because you are.
Michael Damian from The Young and Restless.
Yes.
Is he going to be in the studio?
Yes.
Someday.
He'll be there.
Yes.
I'll be there.
He will be
I
there.
love The Young
Again.
and the Restless.
All three are people Larry doesn't want in the studio here.
I'm particular who I have on the show.
What's Michael Damian
And
doing
you
on the
just
island?
snuck in
goes with
under the
Michael
wire,
Damian.
Michael. I just want you to know.
man.
Yes.
No, I would like to be like Michael McCartney someday, where I can throw those names, like, oh yeah, name drop. I can't name drop anybody.
Well, that's because you don't know who he's talking about.
Well, is that a big deal? Did Carl just laugh from
Yes,
the
he did.
Thank you, Carl.
Well, he did have Michael McDonald and Patrick Simmons in his house,
But
so
yeah,
that counts for
that
something.
name
You,
drop
yeah,
there.
but wait, you brought him there.
But I had like Steven Tyler and Jackson Brown in my story.
There you go. See?
Wow.
Those count.
Thank you, Larry.
Count.
I appreciate your
Question,
love.
Hey.
Dad, I have a question.
Okay.
Can you stop the music bed from playing? It keeps leaking
Oh,
into our
is it leaking?
headsets.
You mean that bed?
Yeah.
That one, yes.
I kind of like the music underneath there.
Yeah.
Hup. All right, we'll do that. Okay, so here's the deal. We want everybody to be able to reach us, and we've made it very, very simple for you to do that. You can go live on Twitter at Maui Zan, that's Z-A-N, and talk to us. If you got something to say, let us know. We might even answer something. And then we have a new phone number for if you're going to be calling in. Let me tell you what it is. I'll tell you in a second. It's 873-3435, and that's because we're getting a new line in so that we can call long distance and have a real sound rather than through my stupid phone.
Is it working? Because yesterday when we called 873...
It's not. Oh, no, that's working, yes.
Okay.
That is working. 873-3435. And we had a lot of callers, by the way. We never have
a...
Really? No kidding.
No kidding.
See, now you can screen it because you got caller ID there now.
What does it say?
I don't know what it says, but who is it?
I don't know who it is. Let me answer.
It has caller ID. Okay, well, go ahead and talk to them.
Private
number. Hello? What are you doing?
Is this actually working?
It is working.
He didn't put the phone up, so we don't know if it's actually working or not.
Oh, that was you calling?
Yeah.
What are you, an idiot?
Again.
Why do you always do that to me?
I just want to make sure that it didn't go to that woman's voicemail like it did yesterday.
He kept bothering that woman.
There was a problem with that. That woman's voicemail works here, and she doesn't use this line. That's why we do. But here in a couple of days, probably by Monday, we'll have our own line back and line back, as in
Will the phone number change?
No, we should have the same number. We don't know.
It'll go back to our original 877-6363 number, right?
It's not confusing.
Well, I don't know. I only said I didn't know.
Okay, for today, it's 873-3435.
That's for today. And it may be for forever. I have no idea.
We don't know.
Okay.
Do we look like we know what we're doing?
It's a... let's do this. Let's welcome our guests. And Suzanne, as you know these people. Now, I brought my own guest.
I see.
She's down here under the desk, but don't come out yet.
I'd like my guests to get under
Stay down there, baby.
Under the great desk.
She's going to be a little late. Okay, so my guest is going to be a little late, but she did text and say, hey, I'm going to be a little late. Cool. Now introduce these people that we have here with us today.
I'd like to welcome these lovely ladies from Paia Mercantile and Mermaid Inn.
Yeah.
Paia, is that the name of it?
Yeah, it is.
This is Johnny and Michelle Earl, and they're longtime business owners here on the island.
Long time?
Long time.
Not that long.
Well, since I've lived here, they owned a really cool store called Birkin and Bailey. It was in Paia. It was a specialty pet store.
Yeah, but you're new at your new location, right? Like as of July.
Mermaid Inn is new.
See, this is a radio show. You can talk.
Yes, Mermaid Inn is new.
Yeah.
Paia Mercantile, we've owned for over 8 years now.
Really?
So yeah.
And they had
no, not right there on the corner by the fish market, right?
Yes. Yeah.
You've been there for 8 years?
Well, the store has actually been there longer. It's been there probably close to 15 years, but we've had it for 8.
We have bought a ton of stuff out of there, but I think it was before you owned it. Michael now wants to go. My wife, Michael.
Come on in.
Oh, hello!
You do have a guest, Larry.
She got out from underneath the desk.
She got out from underneath the desk.
It was delightful for me, too. So tell us more about, because you guys are right next to each other, is that right?
We are.
Yeah.
We are next to the fish market, and then we have Paia Mercantile, which we've had for about 8 years, and then the spot right next door to that just opened up last June, so we added a second store, about 350 square feet, and instead of opening them up together, we kind of decided to keep them separated.
They are separate.
They are separate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, the new Mermaid store has a little bit of a different demographic. Aren't you guys going for a younger crowd?
We are.
Like she's going for anybody with money. Are you kidding?
Well, she is a very smart
green
businesswoman.
demographic.
Yeah, she's a very smart businesswoman.
Well, you know,
go for the money.
Exactly.
Boy, I could have come up with that
That's
one.
where I come in, actually.
Yeah. Oh, really?
That's the coattails.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that
yeah.
right? Okay, I like it.
Oh, so Michelle, are you the creative and you're the money, Johnny?
Johnny is the sales. She can sell.
You know, the way you said that, you're not convinced of that yet.
Oh, no, I am. Trust me.
She's the sales.
No, she actually. Johnny's also on the board of directors of Maui Pride with me. And when
Are
it
you
comes,
really?
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to be on that board, right, Suzanne?
He wants to be on our board, Johnny.
I do.
Well, I need a sarcastic guy like you on the board, so it works out perfect.
What did she call me?
Sarcastic. Okay, so
I'm not going to take that crap.
Larry and Johnny and we could take over that board, the three of us.
Lord.
Is it that show?
Look at Johnny's like, shut up, Suzanne.
Don't give her any ideas.
Johnny, I want you to get me on that board. Suzanne told me, months ago I was going to be on
told
that
you
board.
you could be on the marketing committee.
So
Right? The marketing
Well,
committee,
that's
he would be
nothing.
perfect.
fun.
I'm more important than that. So
You would be the face of Maui Pride.
I would like that. I have a nice face. Don't you think I have a
You
nice face?
have a nice face.
Do I have a nice face?
Awesome.
All right.
And despite what he looks like, he is a big Pride supporter.
Perfect.
I am.
Anyone watching this on TV right now, look, we have Jackie Coogan hosting.
You're such an idiot. You're an idiot. A total idiot.
He's still alive.
So bad.
They wrote a law because of you.
So, just so you know, our actress Lynn McEwen just walked in, and she's so cool because when I ask people to be on the tub, I never know if they're coming or not, and we communicate, don't we? Like, but it doesn't happen much. All right. So, anyway, I'm excited to have you on the show.
We're happy to have you here. You were supposed to be last week, yeah?
Yeah, I had to not because I was moving.
Oh, God, that
I
sounds
ended
so
up
great in the
moving
headset.
last
Wait a
week.
minute.
She's got a great
Wait a
voice.
minute. Oh, just let me
And the
visualize that.
librarian glasses, might I add.
You know, you could turn on anybody with that voice. I'll tell
We
you.
got the three hot women over there against the wall.
I like hot
I mean,
women.
nothing
Yeah.
against you, sweets. You know.
I'm good.
Oh, we all know.
It's okay.
You get
got
it.
this, yeah.
I'm holding my own. I'm all right.
That's
You
fine.
do hold your own, sweetheart.
Now, my wife Michael, we were suntanning out on our Deckaroonie on the Lanai.
Doing that nudie thing.
You know, I did do nudie today, but she wasn't there. As soon as she came, I pulled my shorts up really fast.
Wait, you were just laying there with your shorts around your ankles.
down by my ankles.
That's what I was thinking.
Then I heard her walk across the room, and I heard the door start to open. Man, I have never moved so fast.
I have to cover my eyes at the thought of it, Larry. Not
Wait a second.
just-
Why were you rushing so hard to cover yourself when it was your wife coming out?
I don't know. Tell you the
Very
truth.
shy.
I was going to say something else, but that wouldn't have worked.
You thought it was the FedEx guy. Again.
That would be a shock.
Damn it! Last
They're
time.
laughing out in the lobby here.
All right. So anyway, we are going to take a break. Come back with you again and see if you can tell us anything new. If you can't, my wife has written up some questions. That was the ending of I'm sitting out on the deck nude. And
she said she had
and
questions for
she came out and she said, "Yeah, right." The Lorax was
She
out
has
there nude.
questions for Johnny and Michelle.
And yeah, she said, "Larry, I know you're not going to do them justice, so I'm going to write up some questions."
Oh, she's
And I agree with her.
She's so sweet.
She is sweet.
Thank you, Michael,
But she
for thinking.
researched you. She taught me. I'm out there in the sun. She's giving me a lecture on what I need to do on my show.
Oh, because she heard yesterday's show.
Yeah.
There you are.
Pretty much, yes.
No
Yeah.
more 45 minutes of trying to make one phone call, Larry.
Yeah, that was
Okay. In all fairness to me, I loved it. That was my kind of show. She hated yesterday's show.
Well, you could tell Bill Best didn't appreciate it either.
We were
He
trying
said
to-
5 sentences in that entire time.
I know.
hated it.
We must have made like 6 phone calls that didn't
Yes.
go through yesterday.
None went through.
And we kept trying. That's the weird
Let it
part.
go.
Suzanne.
Anyway, Larry, I got to take a break.
Yeah, time to do that.
KKU would like to thank the underwriters and sponsors that make the Voice of Maui possible. Underwriters like Awazul Wellness and Weight Loss Center, located at the Wailea Gateway Center, Suite A104. From organic cold-pressed juices to state-of-the-art weight loss techniques, Awazul Wellness and Weight Loss Center is proud to support Community Talk. Please support the businesses that, through their generous donations, empower free speech in the Maui community.
This is Bodie B. Please join me on Life and Death, the show about wholehearted and sacred living and dying. We'll explore and wonder in the fields of aging, dying, and death. Life and Death will include interviews, music, and time for call-ins from listeners to ask questions and make comments. I'd love to have you join the conversation. Life and Death airs every Tuesday from 3 to 4 p.m. here on KAKU 88.5 FM, the voice of Maui.
Hi, this is Shaggy Jenkins, Program Director here at KAKU 88.5 FM, the voice of Maui. Now, as you know, KAKU is a listener-supported radio station. Now, if you're a business who truly cares about free speech and would like to help us support the voice of Maui, give us a call at 871-5554. That's 871-5554. And become part of the voice of Maui and Maui's only free speech radio station.
You're listening to community-supported radio, the voice of Maui, KAKU 88.5 FM.
And we're back. All right. Now we're going to go to the real stuff.
Larry, I have a bone to pick with you.
You have a bone to pick with me?
Oh, here we go.
Sweet.
Careful with those words.
dear.
Michael McCartney. I was rewatching our television show last night.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
And my bra strap was showing through the whole thing.
Oh my God.
Well, Larry knew that.
told you.
4 people in the room, and not one person said, "Oh, by the way, we're on
Yeah,
TV,
can you-
doll.
you
Can
know."
you like cover it up?"
But
Maybe
no.
they liked it.
I loved it.
It was,
Yeah,
and it wasn't.
You know, I played it over
Wow.
and
Wasn't it
over
the
and
whole
over
thing
again.
about bras
And
anyway?
then yesterday,
so,
yeah, we were talking about bras, so I just had to throw that in.
You guys all wear bras?
Of course.
Do you?
Excuse me?
Sports
I believe
bra.
you're not supposed
Okay,
to say.
and you, Lynn, do you wear bras?
Do you wear a bra?
He's wearing one now, can't you tell?
I said yesterday that I do not wear a bra.
I see lip and support.
Now I considered wearing a bra.
A girdle.
I got man boobs sometimes, but not
But
today.
no, I appreciated that. He played a bit from Lacey Green, who's a sex educator on YouTube. Sophia introduced me to her.
Yeah.
And then he played a bit of her yesterday. I was really impressed, Larry.
Isn't there a drinking game we're supposed to drink every time you say Zophia's name?
Yeah. So, did you bring your tequila?
He brought his Sprite.
See, she must listen to the show if she knows about our
No,
drinking game.
you don't listen to the show, do you? Tell me you don't.
I love Suzanne.
Oh.
So there. Take that.
How about Larry?
Who?
Larry.
We'll work on it a little bit.
I'm
Once
willing.
you're on the board,
Yeah, if I'm on the board,
you will be gold.
you will love me.
You
on
will
the
be
board.
gold.
All
Once
right.
you start writing those checks, Larry, you'll be gold.
So let's go to Michael's questions that she has for you guys.
Okay, ladies, there's so many changes in Paia right now. Which ones do you guys like the best?
Food.
You like the new food.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite new place there?
Well, new place, I would definitely say Provisions is just rocking it right now. I wish they would stay open past 2.
Where is that?
It's over where Dazoo used to be. So it's back where Moana Bakery was, and Dazoo across
I
from the.
thought Maka was there.
No. It's the same building. If you're passing Moana Foods, you go through there, and it's on the next building across from the post office.
So Pearl is
Kitty
right
corner.
next door.
Yeah, Pearl.
And then
Oh.
further
Maka's a
up
little
is
further
Maka.
up.
Yeah.
So Maka's further up?
Yeah.
Well, what do they serve at Provisions?
Well, it's all farm to table. So the cool thing about it is that behind the bar there's a huge chalkboard, and it shows what's been harvested. And that's basically what you're going to see on the plates. The banh mi is amazing. I can definitely tell you that. So.
Next question.
Okay.
I'm hungry too.
Michelle, there's a new building going in right across from you guys. What's going in there? Do you guys know?
Have no idea.
It's big.
It's big.
Big,
It's
big,
got
big.
3 retail spots on the bottom part, and then I guess office up above. But you know the scary thing about adding the new buildings to Paia, and there's a lot of them going up. If you noticed in front of the Chevron, where the Chevron was, they've gutted that,
Totally
pulled
gone.
the tanks out. Yeah.
Big metal-
They took the gas station
It's a
out.
metal structure right
Yes,
now.
all
It's
the
gonna
way
be
to the
big.
sidewalk too.
Yeah.
So
Well, if you look near the top, it says Trump.
I don't doubt
I
it.
know, and Paia got mad when
That's
Gene
funny.
Simmons came in. What are they going to do if Trump comes
Well,
in?
I know. And that, and that's the scary thing for us as owners is that those buildings drive the rent up because, they're renting for between $8 and $10 a square foot. And then you also run into the situation where we're trying to keep Paia as kind of a small mom and pop owned boutique, local shops.
Good luck.
And the only people that can really afford the $8 to $10 a square foot
Is that
are
what they're getting?
the corporates. Yeah, the corporate stores. And so they go in there. My feeling is they go in there and maybe they don't make money there, but it's just a presence.
It's a presence. Yeah, it's a marketing
Right.
thing.
So they drive the rent up, and then they kind of,
Okay, you're off topic.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you were.
See? Oh, I love her. Look at her.
No, but she's got a point because it could go the Lahaina route. You should learn something from that
Exactly.
because even the major chains,
They can't afford it
Yeah,
there.
when landlords
Yep.
get insane with these prices, when we can't even keep Chili's or Red Lobster in
know.
Lahaina. Oh my gosh.
And that's why,
Yeah,
I
agreed.
hate to say it, but you see in Lahaina a lot of duplicate stores over and over again because they're the only kind that can pay the rent.
Yeah.
And I hate to see that happen in Paia. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
Well, it's going to happen.
And there's another big problem in Paia is the parking.
Oh, it's huge. Yes.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about
Now, what
that?
do we- there's-
I don't go to Paia just for that reason. I don't want to park. If I park, I have to park behind Charlie's.
I park behind Charlie's too. I just pay.
Oh, see, a lot of people park in
Oh,
the
it's for $2. But
a lot of people park in
in the lot,
Moana
not actually the lot right next to them, but the gravel gravel one.
The
up
gravel
there is-
one up there.
I mean, it
Yeah.
seems
By
like
the
people are
post
just there all the time.
Do
yeah.
you live up there?
No, I live in Makawao, but I worked in Paia for a while, and I mean, fortunately, I would get there at like 7 in the morning, so the spaces were available.
But it's
I know
ridiculous.
whenever there's a big event at Charlie's, I'm like, can I park behind your store, you guys? You know, I mean, I should ask that, but it's like,
so wait a minute.
it's like 9 o'clock at night, and I'm
So
like,
in
trying
your mind, you were asking them, but you never really asked them.
No, they've offered.
Again,
before.
I love Suzanne.
And we can't figure out why. But
So
that's
much for
okay.
looking good on TV.
Yeah, right. Okay, another question from Michael, and then I got to move on with the show.
Well, let me see. We already talked about the huge new building going in
Yeah.
on Baldwin. We
Bunch
talked
of
about
them,
can the new commerce be sustained. We mentioned restaurants. She wants to know what your 3 favorite restaurants are. And you
She went for 3 because
you
she
mentioned
yeah.
Provisions. What other?
Do a
places
couple
do you-
more.
Well, Milagros, hands
Milagros.
down,
Oh, yeah.
is my favorite go-to
Suzanne,
place
too.
every single time. And Charlie's has really stepped up their game.
Oh, have they really?
Absolutely. You know, I love Rockin' Brews. That's the 4th one
I
mentioned.
love Rockin'
But
Brews.
they really did step up their game. They brought in a sushi bar.
Wow.
They've changed their menu.
Yeah.
And their ranch dressing, to die
To
for.
die for?
Is it really good?
Well, then I'm going to go in and die because I love ranch dressing.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you eat it? I thought you were
No,
vegan.
I don't
I
eat
was
it.
going to say you're vegan.
You know, it's kind of like you. In my mind, I'm really enjoying
In your
it.
mind, you're really enjoying it.
Yeah.
You're really enjoying it.
Okay.
And you guys went on how was the hula grill? The hula. What was
Oh my
it?
gosh, it was the Hula Girl.
The Hula Girl
out of
boat.
Lahaina, the snorkel
Yeah.
and it was wonderful. It was a wonderful experience. The one nice thing about them is if you don't want to eat, you don't have to. If you want to bring your own lunch on board, you can bring your own lunch.
And that's one of the
Now, see,
high-end
that was
cruises,
2
though.
things.
Yeah.
They have
You
their
are
own
so
kitchen. It's their own full kitchen down there. So
Really?
it's all to order.
my-
It's all a la carte.
My boyfriend almost started working as a chef on that.
Really?
It's a full.
Yeah.
It's a full.
That's what
kitchen.
I've heard.
Now, are there any more questions that Michael wanted to hear? Anything at all?
How
All
much
right, let's
do you
move
love
on.
Suzanne? No.
I know that is not on the list. Okay.
Come shop with us.
Yeah, they do have really
That's
cool
a shameless
things.
plug. Paia Mercantile, Mermaiden.
Yeah. Well, no, you can't more shameless than us, okay? You can't out-shame us. Okay,
Follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
I want to go to Lynn because Lynn, I don't know if you knew this. I went into the Kula Lodge. Did
Yes,
your
I think
did your
I do know this
boyfriend
story.
tell you? Okay.
Yes.
Tell me your story.
Does he work there?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
He
Or
said he
did I
didn't
get him
know-
fired?
No, you didn't get him fired. He said he didn't know what to say when you said your girlfriend has great legs.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, that's true. Look at her legs. I mean, I can't take my eyes off her legs.
He just said he didn't. know
Oops, I took my eyes off.
Oh,
Okay.
he didn't quite know what to say.
Okay.
He's
So-
like, okay, I'm gonna go get your soda.
So anyway,
I made the mistake of when I was at Kula Lodge the other
Yeah.
week that I ordered the ribs and something else, and I didn't realize how big the meal was going to be.
they're
I
big,
could-
big.
I ate it for 2 days.
All right,
That's a lot
let's
of food
go.
up there.
Do we
Very
need to
good.
take this call
We
right now?
have a call, Larry.
But who is it? Somebody I want to talk to?
Yeah, it's Mr. Victor.
Oh, good. I don't know if you knew this, McCartney, but we don't let him do character voices anymore.
Yes, I knew that.
Jay, Victor, Larry, John here. How you doing?
You know, I have
You've lost him.
I'll get him.
I hear him out
no complaints, really.
Wait, you hear him out there, but you don't hear him in here.
That's funny.
But he's
Oh.
not on our headsets.
So he's not on the air.
He's not on the air.
Well,
Hey, Jay.
You have the
Howdy,
Q
Jay.
button. Unpress the Q button.
Where's the cue button?
It's the little one
the other
above.
one up over.
No, the one above it.
Keep going. There you go. Now say something.
Are you there?
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Sorry,
Acting like
Jay.
I know how to run the board.
Jay, I am so
I was
sorry.
impressed.
Sounds
He didn't
good, though.
push the
Yeah.
button. though.
It was my chance to finally talk to Jay. I can't
thought I
believe this.
just-
Here.
I got,
Jay,
I got,
Jay, I mean, you can talk to him on the phone there. Let's not go there. Just tell him we'll have to do
We're
it
gonna have
on
to call you
Monday.
back, Jay. So
Yeah.
sorry.
Sorry. All right,
you know,
so who's in the other room?
He's on the monitor out there.
All right, so darn it, I had him on the agenda.
So
I know he's on the
Oh,
agenda.
man, that's terrible. Okay, so let's take a break because we need to, and then we'll be right back.
Aloha, it's Brad Friedman, your friendly investigative blogger, journalist, troublemaker, and muckraker from bradblog.com. And yes, the host of the Bradcast. Join me every night at 5 p.m. for investigative interviews with newsmakers and smart coverage of the day's news that you won't hear anywhere else. Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock, the Bradcast, right here on KAKU, the voice of Maui.
Akakū Maui Community Media brings exciting live television weekly on cable channel 55.
Aloha, I'm Josh Stone. Local Maui Live North Shore invites you, the North Shore community, to get involved in our new live neighborhood show. You can be a guest, you can contribute awesome video. Email us for more information at mmlivenorth@akakū.org. Mahalo.
KAKU.
All right, so we're going to talk to Lynn just a little bit more, and then we got to play some games and do some topics and
Wait, turn
all
out.
that
Oh,
stuff.
there he is.
I'll get to you eventually.
I know.
All right, so Lynn.
Yes, sir.
As you know, I'm a huge fan of yours.
Well, thank you very much.
And when you were on The Addams Family, I fell in love with your legs. And as most people did, when you lifted your skirt up.
Oh, that sounds really wrong.
No,
it's not wrong at all.
We got
play,
it. Yeah,
the
the play.
Yeah.
Well, in the play,
It was a tango scene in
Yes.
which,
Yeah.
because the joke is,
You know,
Morticia's got that
your boyfriend.
skin-tight thing all the way down to her ankles, and she rips it up so that it stays back in like a fanned-out way for the dance, for the tango.
You
It was
have
beautiful, by the way.
You have a great boyfriend.
Oh, thank you.
Even I was attracted to him.
He's a cutie.
He
yeah.
is a very cutie.
He's a very good-looking guy. That's true.
Haven't we said enough about this?
A good-looking guy that can cook.
Yes.
He cooks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he was really blown away because he walked in. I was with some friends from Arizona, and I said, "Tell me, do you know Lynn McHugh?" And he said, "She's my girlfriend." He was proud enough to say, "She's my girlfriend." And then I said,
I'm glad to know he didn't disavow.
I am so in love with her legs. Now I thought that was a funny, be funny. He was very serious. I know he really was. He was just like, "What?" I said, "I'm in love with her legs," and he didn't think that was funny.
I don't know that he hadn't met you. Like, he hasn't gotten used
You
to
are
this
a
was like
stranger
one of
to
the
him?
first things you said to him upon meeting. I'm not sure you put it in context of how you knew me. Or
But
anything.
I want to know how you
I'm
explain.
going to stay on his side, actually. I think is what's going to happen with that one. Yeah.
I just want to know how you explained to him what I was like. What did you say? How did you explain your way out of this?
I said you're, a big personality.
There you
That's
go.
what I
Big
said.
personality.
A big personality. And
That's all you said? You didn't say, "I love this guy. He's a wonderful dude. I've been on his show."
I did say all of those things.
Yeah,
Of
yeah,
course
right.
I did. No,
Did you mention that he used to portray
No, I
Mayor
said-
McCheese?
I said you were a sweetheart, and I've been on your show a few times, and
yeah.
he was just kind of like some guy was talking to me about
I'm
your
just
legs
saying.
today.
I'm
which
just
is
saying.
awesome.
You're lucky to have him, even though you can't explain me.
I think we're on that topic.
Moving on, ding ding.
Wait a minute. Did she say move on? I don't think anybody's ever said that to me before.
She's taking over. I like
Now
this
that you've got her
I'm
blushing.
bossy. What can
Stop
I
it.
say? I am blushing, aren't I?
Is Jay on the phone here? Or
Should be.
He should
He
be.
was.
Okay, let's go for it. Hey Jay, are you on the phone? All I can hear is our
I
theme.
think he hung up already.
Oh, jeez. Oh.
He hung up
We're
already.
just not going to have him on the show. We'll have to call back on Monday.
This is going to be a new thing now.
What? Called
20
not
minutes
getting
of calls not going through.
It's okay. It's just shtick
Yesterday
anyway.
was-
Yeah,
Okay, so
exactly.
we're gonna stop. McCartney, I have this queued up. I hope this works. Just for you, we are going to do the reminders, and I have special music, as you know.
The first reminder says bra strap.
I already
What?
did that one.
Bra strap.
It's handwritten.
Yeah. To remind you guys if my bra strap is showing and we're on the bloody television.
You put.
I put it on the reminders, Larry.
Oh. I
To
don't.
remind myself.
Wait a minute. Jay Victor left a voicemail.
Here we go.
We
got to hear this.
Didn't you know that was dangerous?
Let's see if this is Jay. Hello, Jay. It's Lair. How you doing, man? Oh, no,
I
we
can
can't.
hear you a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit.
A little bit is all we can hear you. Let me turn this up. Somebody turned it down. Not me. Hey, Jay, how's it going?
Not bad.
There it is. How's Arizona?
You know, it's
Never
just
mind.
getting.
Okay, so what is our topic today, Jay?
Well, you know, I didn't call last couple of days traveling back and forth to Yuma. Well,
You went to Yuma.
Yeah, I was in Yuma.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Yuma? Anybody here?
I got my first tattoo in Yuma, Arizona.
Did you really?
You know, it's not a great place to go.
Still have that tattoo.
Do you still have that tattoo?
Anyway, Jay, you're back. We have a new number. I don't know what's going on with our phone system, so that's why we couldn't reach you. But we tried very hard 4 or 5 times. So tell me.
Including Michael McCartney's private phone number.
Yeah, you didn't realize that. I'm
sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sure there weren't very many people at all that leaned over and switched the station.
I think there were a lot of them.
I know I did.
Yeah, I did.
They were really sad.
And I did too.
I
and
got
we're doing the
emails
show.
that said, "How come Jay Victor wasn't on the air
But
today?"
look at what they missed.
Yeah.
It's sad. But just speaking of Yuma,
Oh, jeez.
All right.
do you know in sports? Do you know what the name of the mascot is to Yuma?
No, I wouldn't know that. No, I would not know that. What is it?
Okay, let's make it. I'm going to try to make this real. The Coyotes.
Okay.
I'll make it a guess.
I know, I get it.
A, the Coyotes.
All right.
B.
C, the Roadrunners.
Talks
Okay.
so
Or C,
slow.
or C, the Criminals.
It's got to be the Criminals.
It's got to be the Coyotes.
What is it?
Well, Larry's right.
Good.
The Yuma Criminals.
That would be a good name for a high school, don't you?
Yuma.
We're the criminals. We are the criminals. Did I start? Did I start singing? That was ugly.
Started singing.
It was like a little Oompa Loompa thing.
Yeah.
that just happened.
Did you see that?
All right. Well, then.
We got some Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
How's everything with your life? What? Oh, there's a cool thing. All right, go ahead.
Well, you can go. You can go online and buy some Yuma apparel. Yuma Criminals
Online, you
apparel.
can.
Gee.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of apparel?
That's information.
What kind of apparel?
T-shirt.
You know, you got to be kind of kinky. You know, with those handcuffs. That'd work. You know.
They have seriously. They have handcuffs that they sell.
Fuzzy ones?
Yeah, the fuzzy
Yeah,
one.
that was a
Fuzzy
joke.
ones. Oh, that was a joke.
Oh, that was.
Well, Jay, we spent so much time trying to reach you on the phone that we really don't have time anymore. So,
Thanks, Jay.
I
Bye.
truly
Jay.
understand.
No, okay.
It's really
Wonderful.
Bye, Jay.
criminal.
It's really
It's just criminal.
Oh,
All
he
right.
took a long time to get to that
Oh,
punchline.
yeah. All right, so that's Jay Victor. Jay Victor and I have done the tub years ago together, 25, 30 years ago.
With the same pacing.
Yeah, and he's always been that pace. And it's so hard for me because, you know, I think fast, I act fast, I talk fast, and he's anything but that. So I have to really slow down to talk with Jay. Do you know people like that? When you talk with them? You know, this is a radio show.
Let her answer.
Yes,
right?
dear, I definitely know that.
Wow. I'm
It's like,
already.
come on, let's get on with
I
it.
wanna be on-
I've only got the rest of my life. Come on, let's go.
No, she's with us now.
No, Larry, explain it to all of us.
I'm not. Okay, here we go. Let's do our.
We're doing our reminders.
Our plugs. Yeah, let's do that.
Michael.
All right.
Watch Tub TV Mondays at 9:30 p.m., Saturdays at midnight, and Fridays at 9:30 p.m. on
Sorry.
Oceanic Time Warner Cable, Channel 55.
That surprised me.
Larry John and the Tub radio shows are on Monday through Friday at 7 in the morning and again at noon, like this show right now on KAKU 88.5 FM, the voice of Maui. Be sure and visit online MauiTVandRadio.com for lots of local Maui TV and radio shows. There are 50 people in the lobby, all just waving at us.
Yeah,
I feel like this is the Today Show.
What did we do?
There you go.
What did we do?
We had Fletcher on the show.
I just wanted
last week, by the way.
I was going to say this
That's Johnny's
before,
favorite.
but I didn't want to make our guests nervous. But this is
on Maui, the #1 rated show on Maui. Now, why people listen to this, I have no idea. Because I wouldn't, you know.
I'll sit up straighter.
Okay.
Larry lies because he says, I was listening to the show this morning.
Right.
I was listening to the show this morning.
So you do listen.
I listened to the
Oh,
show
me?
this morning,
Yeah.
too.
On the way to work. Yep.
I was lying. Okay, so now we're going to do a new feature. And because
feature!
Lynn, I called Suzanne this morning. I said, hey, I want to do a new feature. And she said, what do you want it to be? I want it to be Suzanne Kalin, the science gal.
But since he doesn't pronounce my last name correctly,
Kayan. I said Kayan.
refuse to do it.
No, you didn't.
What did I say?
Kaylin.
Okay, it's Kayan. Why would you say that? All right, so anyway, I like this feature because it's Suzanne Kayan, the science gal. Now, Suzanne, I said to her,
Science, huh?
what's that?
Science, huh?
I did not get this message, by the way.
Didn't get the memo. All righty.
I like how Larry knocks over headsets so Lynn picks it up and decides to wear one.
She really wants to
She's
hear
thinking,
that.
oh, I don't have that.
Now,
She wants to hear my bit, Larry.
I do.
your bit.
I'm waiting with
No,
bated
this is
breath.
serious. We're talking real serious science.
Okay.
Because I'm a science freak. Oh, you know that about me. I love science. I love everything
So
about
does Johnny, science geek.
it. Are you a science geek, too?
I think I told you not to be telling stuff about me.
Well, she just did. And
She keeps doing it.
and you know the subject that she picked, which I think is ridiculous, but I said, okay, what the heck, is 9 facts about sperm.
I did not.
You did too.
I'll go ahead and set this one out.
Wow.
Come
Wow.
on, Johnny, you're a science gal.
I think he lost a point for being on the board.
All right.
Yeah.
Quiet down. Let's listen to this and see, what it is.
Oh, I recorded it.
It takes males 74 days to produce sperm. So your lazy boyfriend is not doing nothing.
Yeah.
Saliva has a harmful effect on sperm mobility and activity. It's okay to pretend you didn't know that. An ejaculation contains up to 300 million sperm. Naming them all is a waste of time. State University of New York at Albany study suggested sperm makes women less depressed. So flowers, Albany, you creepers. Testicles are 7 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than the rest of the body. So no, you don't have hot balls. A study from Australia shows that men with deeper voices have lower sperm count.
Did you hear that one?
Gosh,
Yeah, I did hear that.
human sperm is 0.002 inches from head to tail. Fruit fly sperm is coiled and would stretch 2.3 inches. That is not a joke. It's just a gross thing about fruit flies. A study in mice has shown that trauma can be passed to future generations through semen. So no more surprise birthday parties for Grandpa.
All right, enough of that.
Johnny
Okay,
really
so
knows.
It was an inappropriate time for me to just start, going after the milkshake through the straw right when we started that. So I quickly
Not a
set
good
it down.
visual, Michael. No.
All
I
right,
put the straw down.
so now we know a whole lot more about sperm.
More than I
Isn't that
ever
called
needed to
useless
know.
information?
The one I like the best, and McCartney went right there. I was going to make fun of you. You know, the males who have the lowest voices have the worst sperm. You know?
Worst.
Not powerful. You know, like
They're bad swimmers.
I'm really
Bad swimmer.
I'm really grateful for bad swimmers. I am.
Amen.
Right.
Sister.
I want to hear this
And the
answer.
look on your face,
I-
Suzanne, the look on your face was like, it was thankful. It was like,
I'm so
like hallelujah, amen, thankful.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, well,
so
Suzanne, I want to thank you for that.
Oh, my
Picking a
pleasure,
great
pleasure.
subject. And we'll revisit Suzanne.
next time you want to talk about sperm, tell me, and I'll bring you a really fun.
That was a really fun
I
one.
like the Lacey Green one better.
I'm sorry.
It's my show,
You told me
Larry.
to look it up. I mean, I spent hours trying to find that subject. Finally found something.
And the Freudian moment as to why you went to Lynn first, leading into the
Yeah,
story.
what was that about?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We're all that question marks hanging over everybody's
Well, you know, I'm not getting enough airtime with her or any other time with her, and I just wanted her to feel like
Lynn,
she was
you're
part of
more
the show.
than welcome to
So
take
I was
Suzanne's
prologue to the
sperm
sperm.
time bit. Yeah.
Now, didn't you learn something, though? Seriously.
You learned you didn't want to sit.
You know, my eyes are open.
You'll never look at sperm again like that. You know? Now you know.
And I'll never look at sperm.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Love you, Johnny.
Well timed. Well timed.
I really like Johnny. She doesn't like me. Remember out in the lobby, she looked at me and said, I know I'm going to walk out of your show. She hasn't walked out yet.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
I like Johnny a lot,
There's
too.
still time.
There is.
Totally.
What's up, time?
All right, so Suzanne,
Yes, Larry.
I have given you something. I'd like you to give it to McCartney. Or you can do it. It doesn't really matter. It's in the news. And I like this in the news segment. A lot of people don't like this. My wife hates this segment. But I think it's pretty darn good stuff.
I
So
want to know how your wife likes the sperm segment.
she didn't get to hear it.
I'm sure
She'll
she's
tell me when I get home.
Let me see. I'm sure she's
Yes.
tweeting us now.
Hello, Mike.
Anyway.
Okay, let McCartney go ahead. In the news,
Oh, we
McCartney.
don't have one of those little ticker tape bumpers going.
Ding, 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 ding. I could do something, but
Pennsylvania man admits robbing bank with sex toy that looked like a bomb.
Ooh, that sounds good.
he takes in
No comment.
takes in a sex toy, and it looked like a bomb.
Also in the news.
Okay, also in the news.
Police, woman arrested, found with handcrafted license plate.
Okay, this is so cool. I got to see the picture of this. She actually stitched up a license plate, like made it handcrafted out of fabric and put it on her car. And then the police found it and they go, "What's this?" I mean, is that stupid? Or what?
Well, hey, you can come to Paya Mercantile and buy a license plate.
There you go.
Well, there you go. All right, what do we got next?
El Chapo asked to speed up extradition to the United States because Mexican guards won't let him sleep.
Is that weird or what? Hey, would you
That
let
and
me
all
go?
the tunnel digging below him is probably
Yeah,
keeping him up at night.
What else?
Michigan teen who killed brother after Erie declaration. Let's see if it's your lucky day. Gets up to 40 years in prison.
Well, I
That's
hope
not even
so.
remotely funny.
That's not funny at all.
No.
Hey, let's see if it's your lucky day. No, that's not funny.
That's terrible.
Kind of the way I said it was, but
How
just
did he
kind of.
go?
I saw this story earlier, and it made me think of the Paia scenario. Not Paia, it was a Pukalani, right? But this was in the national news. A man accidentally kills himself while taking photos with gun.
Selfie, yeah.
He killed himself. It was up in Pukalani.
Face, yeah.
Accidentally.
That was on national news, wasn't it?
Was this the Pukalani story that
Yes.
made national news?
Yes.
No.
No.
I
It
just
was
said it.
cleaning his gun.
The
He was
guy was
cleaning.
cleaning his
Yeah.
gun.
FBI flight attendant set plane bathroom on fire during flight, portrays himself as hero when he was really the culprit.
Yeah. Did you see that? I mean, it's a flight attendant. He goes in the bathroom there and starts a fire, and then he puts it out and say, "See, I'm a hero." Yeah, he wasn't a hero.
Yeah, you're fired.
South Carolina teacher accused of contributing to delinquency of minor after student steals phone and discovers nude photos.
I heard about that
Yeah.
one. They talked
A
about it.
student steals her phone, and she got nude photos on there. I love that.
But when
But wait
I
a
was in
second,
high
but
school,
how
my
is-
teachers were buying me booze.
Yeah, so what's
So,
the
you know, what is,
difference?
what's the, yeah.
Yeah, why can't we go back to that?
But it was
Wait, but
photos-
her phone was stolen, and
Yeah.
she's
She had new
getting
pictures of-
charged with corrupting.
She
Yes.
actually
Because her phone was stolen.
she lets the kids use her phone
Exactly.
to look stuff up on the internet.
And of course, they're going to look at the photos.
And she was out of the room, so they're like, "Ooh, wow, we've got Missy
it's her
Miss's
nude.
phone."
Yeah.
But in all fairness, she was sending photos to her other half.
Oh, I
it
didn't know
wasn't-
that
She wasn't
part.
just like sending them.
Oh, they
to,
were
like,
photos of her.
of her that she would send to her husband. I think it was a husband.
Suzanne, who needs fairness in this? In all fairness, okay.
Well, I'm just trying to think of something to say
Next.
so the camera will
I know
come
this.
to me.
I've seen this happen on Maui in the past, and here it is in the headlines.
Uh-oh.
Sneeze triggers accident. that Flipped
Exactly.
the car over in
Yes.
Pennsylvania.
A sneeze.
I have felt so lucky that I have never crashed my car with sneezing because I am a violent sneezer.
You are a violent sneezer.
My whole body goes
Now,
forward.
this one,
I
I count hers, and she's up to 9 at one time. So we do this every time she sneezes.
Wow.
Thankfully, I drive.
Exactly.
9 times? Really?
Yeah, my boyfriend sneezes like that. I had a downstairs neighbor when I lived in Jersey that every morning when I woke up, he would sneeze exactly 15 times. I could hear him. It was the only thing I could hear through the floor was every morning.
I'm not going to even tell you guys what I hear my downstairs neighbors
Something
do.
tells me you are going to tell me.
So everyone has their number, right?
Right.
For me, it's
Yes.
always been 2. So
Yeah.
if I only sneeze once, I'm going, where's the other one?
Me too. I'm the same way.
Or if it happens a third time, like, oh, I need to see a doctor.
And you're 9 times?
Well, it's not always 9 times, but I
But
mean
a
that's
lot?
the most. I mean 7, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, definitely.
normal, yeah.
yeah.
That's a lot of sneezing.
If I sneeze once or twice, she looks at me and like
what's
what's
wrong?
wrong with you? Yeah.
Yeah, let's tickle her nose and see what happens.
All right, is there any more on the list?
A guy breaks into a store
Yeah?
for cigarettes
Yeah, I
and
love
leaves
this one.
cash.
And leaves cash.
Oh, what
It's
is
like the Aloha
He
Honor
stole.
system.
Yeah.
Listen to that. He takes cigarettes, but he leaves the cash in the cash drawer.
That's kind
I
of.
guess he just really needed a cigarette.
I guess. I don't know.
I leave cash for my
probably would have done
McCoy and
that.
Hana.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
I asked the girl what she wanted to be.
You
and
always do this to me. So we're going to talk about tub topics. See, you didn't know we were going to do that. Did you? Scared the hell out of them. Did you see that? What the?
Look on her face.
I know,
scare
I just
easily.
love looking at her.
Her blood, what is it? Your
My Fitbit, like my heart rate sits at like 65.
And what is it now?
Wow. Well, we're going to talk about that right now. You led me in.
68.
Okay.
You led me into today's topic.
Topics!
And today's topic is
Wait. You know what we could do?
What's that?
Let's give it a total different feel. Let's hear Lynn just say topics.
Oh, let's do that. Lynn, say real loud in your low voice. Say topics.
Topics.
Oh, the visual that is going through my mind.
And unfortunately, we're all seeing it. Larry's the grower and the shower.
If you do that again, I may have to bend over a little bit.
All right, and the
Okay,
topic.
the topic. You let it in, man, not me.
You guys always say I'm the dirty old lady.
You are
on
the dirty
show.
old lady.
No,
Okay.
not
I
me.
still have the vision of him laying on his lanai naked with his pants down by his
Well,
You need to get rid of it.
all I can say is you would have liked it.
I beg to differ with you, son.
You don't have to beg. I differ with me. All right. So the topic is exercise, and we'll do this real fast. First of all, do you exercise? Now, that's the question. And if you do, why do you? And I love this saying that was on the internets. It says, Suzanne, read that. What does it say? If
it weren't for the fact that the TV set and the refrigerator were so far apart,
yeah.
some of us wouldn't get any exercise at all.
Beautifully delivered.
Thank you.
Ba-dum-bum. I need a drummer. Okay, so the exercise. Now, everybody tells us we should exercise, and a lot of us do. Well, what do you do to exercise?
shop.
There you go.
Not a bad idea. No.
We do. We you know, if we're not getting exercise, we go into Target and walk around, or we go into.
And that's where you get your steps. If you watch your Fitbit, that's what you do.
That was her Valentine's gift, and that's what she watches every day.
My wife too. She is a Fitbit-aholic.
Yeah.
She loves it. And at night, if she hasn't done her 10,000 feet, steps, she's depressed.
Johnny's the same way.
No, but it's even worse. She'll get up while we're watching TV and start walking in place.
I'm not that
Not that
obsessed.
stupid?
Not yet. No, not stupid. Just obsessed.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you that one. So what stupid thing do you do to exercise?
Well, I park at the other end of the parking lot. If we have to go to the grocery store or something, I park as far as I can.
You're a walker.
Well, we do everything. We're together 24/7, so that's what it is.
Yeah. But you don't do like calisthenics or anything like that.
Oh, no. I pick up a beer really good.
Yeah, you
Now,
do.
anybody who has a wonderful body, not that I've noticed, but Lynn, you have a, I know this will come as a surprise, you have a wonderful body. Drooling.
The rest of us are chopped liver. Once again.
What do you do to exercise?
I bike and hike a lot, and
really?
and I have a dog. So I mean, she's
Well,
she's
I have a dog and I don't exercise.
She's a year-old.
We have 5.
Pitbull mix. So she, like, if I don't exercise with her, I mean, I'm going to be miserable because she's going to be jumping around the house like crazy. So I
Also,
take her out a lot.
you do it for her.
No, I mean, I'm one of those people I can't
That's
figure
pretty
out why
much what
everybody
you
doesn't
said.
like doing it because I love it. I love getting my heart pumping. I'm not somebody, I hate gyms. And I also don't understand gyms on Maui because we live on Maui. There's an ocean and mountains.
I don't
all these amazing things.
What do you
and that's
do?
always
What do you do, Sweets?
kind of boggles me.
Oh, yeah, I walk.
Do you? You don't really, though.
Yeah, I really do.
You really? How much a day?
A day? It depends on where
Never
I am.
mind. Michael, what do you do?
Well, obviously
You're
I have to
live.
because I'm drinking a chocolate shake right here
Yeah,
live on the air.
right.
You
it's just
swim, right?
Yeah, burn a lot of calories, hiking, swimming, carnal knowledge.
Hiking equals sweat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's beautiful. And Suzanne, what do you do?
I snorkel. No, I go to the gym.
Oh, there's a.
Do you really?
I walk
Jim
my
or
dogs. James. I go to James.
We call him James.
I go to James.
All right, want to thank everybody for being on the tub. As you know,
Are we done?
We're done.
Oh my
I don't like to
God.
say it like that, but yeah, we're kaput.
But we'll be back.
I think
Monday through Friday.
We'll be back 7 o'clock Monday morning and again at noon. With another great show that I don't know why anybody listens. #1 show on Maui.
At
Think about it.
noon on 88.5 FM.
And I want to thank Sweet Mama D, Michael McCartney. Say their names. I don't know what they're.
Johnny and Michelle Earl.
Yeah, and
Lynn
that's
McEwen.
it. Oh, and Lynn McEwen. I know her name, and I know her legs.
And we all know her legs now.
And me, Larry.
Thank you for listening.
You didn't thank me, Larry.
Suzanne K. And of course, I thank you. I love your
saying your name
She
right.
wrote this cover story on Maui Time
Awesome
Weekly.
story.
We'll see you Monday morning.
Bye, Larry.
Goodbye,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Thank you for having us. Much aloha. Enjoy your weekend.
Akakū Maui Community Media. You're watching Channel 55, Akakū Blue. Live and local.
When I didn't have any money for editing equipment, for cameras, to even experiment, to try to learn how to do this craft, Akakū was there. I was just, you know, a kid who loved filmmaking and was just eager to learn as much as I could about it. And I had no other way of doing it except this one place on the island that proudly proclaimed that anyone can come in and use their equipment, take their classes, and actually touch a camera, touch an editing suite. And that was where my love for this craft began, and my love for storytelling, and I started my healthy addiction there, and it is because of that, because of this place that I am where I am today, and I'm doing what I love, and it's I do owe a huge thanks to Akakū for that. Akakū inspired me at an early age, and allowed me to get my hands on the tools necessary to spark my love for filmmaking. And because of that, I went on to go to film school in California, learn even more, and now I have, I've shot 4 feature films, and my latest one is premiering around the world, around the country, and opening up in my home theater at Akakū Maui this weekend. So, all thanks to Akakū. Don't stop.
Hi, I'm Johnny A, and you're watching Akakū Blue.
Akakū Maui Community Media. You're watching Channel 55, Akakū Blue. Live and local.
Howse and aloha. This is Kaneka Cam. We're live on Akakū Channel 55.
Song goes out to all our keikis at Punana Leo, all the Hawaiian immersions. Just taking the leap forward into learning our language. I wish I had learned, but at least I sing it. But this song goes out to you guys. Keep up the beauty of our Hawaiian immersion and our languages. Talking about a beautiful word, aloha. listening to what I'm about to say. 'Cause we're on a mission, just trying to find a way. If you and me make a guarantee, spread a little aloha around the world. And I know we could work it out to make this world a better place for you and for me. A-L-O-H-A, a little aloha in our day. Spread a little aloha around the world. A-L-O-H-A, a little aloha in our day. Spread a little aloha around the world. Could you imagine all around the world a little aloha in every boy and girl? Could you imagine how simple life can be with a little aloha in you and me? Spread a little bit of aloha, put a little love in your heart, take a little dip in the ocean. Oh yes, oh yes, oh, sing it. A-L-O-H-A, aloha in our day. Spread a little aloha around the world. A-L-O-H-A, little aloha in our day. Spread a little aloha around the world. When aloha means hello, and aloha means goodbye, and aloha means I love you, and I wanna take it higher, I wanna get high with a little aloha, 'cause I can touch the sky with a little aloha. A-L-O-H-A, little aloha in our day. Spread a little aloha around the world. A-L-O-H-A, little aloha in our day. Spread a little aloha around the world. Spread a little aloha around the world. Spread a little aloha around the Unless you've wondered where I've been, searched to find the love within. I came back to let you know I got things for you and I'm all let go. My friends wondered what is wrong with me while I'm in a day. from your love, you see. I came back to let you know, got things for you and won't let go. People go around the world for love, but they never find what they dream of. But you won't do, you do for love. You tried everything and won't give up. In my world, only you make me do for love what would not do. Make me do for love what would not do. Make me do for love what would not do. My friends wondered what is wrong with me. What amenities from your love you see. I came back to let you know, got a thing for you and won't let go. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do. Take it to the east side of Maui.
Akakū Maui Community Media. You're watching Channel 55, Akakū Blue. Live and local.
My name is Ohia. I like to play with my cat named Ikaika. Okay, so I like to play with my cat Ikaika because it's fun and there's a risk of getting scratched. Okay, well, I like to play with Ikaika whenever he's available. I play with my cat Ikaika because it's very fun. I like to play with my cat Ikaika pretty much whenever he's available and whenever I'm available. And whenever he's angry, so there's a more likely chance he'll scratch me. I play with my cat Ikaika pretty much wherever he is when he's available. I play with my cat Ikaika with stuff like grass and fern and dead ferns and sticks, I think. But he doesn't like sticks much. Whatever. And sometimes I even do it with strings of my pants.
Through this program, I was also able to go out and find new stories about things that I wasn't currently aware of. You know, you get to go out and you meet new people, you get to hear their stories, and from that story that you're focusing on, you learn about something else, and then you go and learn about that thing, and it just continues on. You keep learning, and it's definitely connected me more in that I'm able to go out and I want to go out and learn more about my community.
Yo Maui, it's Trish the Dish, and you're watching Akakū Blue.
Akakū Maui Community Media. You're watching Channel 55, Akakū Blue. Live and local.
Catch the Next Wave Media Conference and Video Trade Show March 17th and 18th at the Ala Moana Hotel in Honolulu. Learn from the best in the West about community TV, social media, the latest apps, the game of drones, mobile journalism, youth media, hands-on training, and more. You don't have to be a YouTube junkie or even a Facebook fan. Be a media maven. Go to acmwest.org and register today. www.acmwest.org.
Aloha, I'm Lucy Andy May, and I'm the hostess of Crossroads, your place on Akakū Channel 55 to find out what's happening in your community. We talk about all the things you care about, what's happening in our government, what's happening in our nonprofits, and what's happening in your neighborhood. So you'll see your friends and neighbors. In fact, you might even join us for a show as a guest someday. Please join us every Tuesday at 7 p.m. and on Akakū Radio.
Available at vocal.org.
From Pacifica, this is Democracy Now!
I'd like to punch him in the face, knock the crap out of him. They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees.
Violence on the campaign trail. Donald Trump is facing growing condemnation for encouraging violence among his supporters. 31 people were arrested in St. Louis Friday at a Trump rally. Some protesters left the event bloodied. Hours later, Trump canceled a rally in Chicago after thousands of protesters showed up. He's now offering to pay the legal fees of his violent supporters. We'll speak with a professor and a student at the University of Illinois Chicago and former Chicago mayoral candidate Chuy Garcia, who ran against Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel has become a focus of the Illinois primary. He is supporting Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders says even if he wins the nomination, he doesn't want Emanuel's support. We'll also go to St. Louis, then to Florida, where 10% of the adult population cannot vote because they have a felony conviction. Nearly 1 in 4 black adults is disenfranchised.
In Florida, when a person is disenfranchised, they're basically stripped of their citizenship for life.
We'll speak with Desmond Meade, president of the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. He's an ex-offender who's still disenfranchised, even after serving his time. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Republican presidential frontrunner Donald Trump was forced to cancel a rally at the University of Illinois at Chicago Friday after thousands of people staged anti-Trump protests inside and outside the venue. After Trump canceled the event, scuffles broke out. 5 people were arrested. One Trump supporter was photographed giving a Nazi salute. Meanwhile, in St. Louis, at least 31 people were arrested at a Trump rally Friday. On Saturday, a man in Dayton, Ohio, charged through a security barricade toward the stage where Trump was speaking. Trump later tweeted what appeared to be a doctored video purporting to show the protester with a gun and the backdrop of the ISIS flag. Despite evidence to the contrary, Trump accused the protester of links to ISIS.
This wasn't a guy that was looking to, have a little fun. This was a guy that was looking to do harm. So the judge let him go. And then one of my people said, wow, they found his name. And it was probably ISIS or ISIS related. You believe it? And then they go online. My people found this. Then they go online and they find the guy is playing all sorts of very, let's say, music that you wouldn't be liking, dragging an American flag along the sidewalk, making all sorts of gestures, having all sorts of things on the internet.
The protester, Thomas DeMassimo, told police he planned to take the stage and say Donald Trump is a racist in the microphone. Meanwhile, Trump has blamed supporters of Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders for the violence at his rallies. We'll have more on the unrest after headlines. The protests at Trump's rallies come ahead of key primaries Tuesday. On the Republican side, the key prizes are Florida and Ohio, where the winner takes all of the state's delegates. On the Democratic side, delegates are awarded proportionally, with all eyes on Florida, Illinois, and Ohio. Here in New York City, Sanders supporters, many of them formerly involved with Occupy Wall Street, gathered in Zuccotti Park, the birthplace of Occupy, to phone bank for Sanders. Becca Economopoulos organized the action.
We're really inspired by the incredible amount of grassroots momentum and energy that's been inspired by the Sanders campaign and its critique of Wall Street, of money in politics, and of a rigged economy. We wanted to extend that conversation as long as possible and engage many more people in this political revolution. So that's what we're doing here in Zuccotti Park.
Hillary Clinton has been forced to walk back statements on President Ronald and Nancy Reagan. Speaking on MSNBC, Clinton praised the Reagans' low-key advocacy about HIV/AIDS back in the 1980s.
And because of both President and Mrs. Reagan, in particular Mrs. Reagan, we started a national conversation when before nobody would talk about it, nobody wanted to do anything about it. And, you know, that too is something that I really appreciate with her very effective low-key advocacy, but it penetrated the public conscience and people began to say, hey, we have to do something about this too.
After critics noted that President Reagan did not even mention AIDS until the 7th year of his presidency, Clinton apologized for the remarks, saying she misspoke about their record. She credited LGBTQ activists with starting the national conversation about AIDS. Clinton also came under attack over the weekend for criticizing rival Bernie Sanders' record on health care reform in the 1990s.
I always get a little chuckle when I hear my opponent talking about doing it. Well, I don't know where he was when I was trying to get health care in 93 and 94.
Sanders supporters were quick to highlight archival footage showing Sanders standing right behind Clinton during an address on health care reform in 1993. In the Turkish capital, Ankara, a car bomb attack has killed 37 people, marking the second such attack in the capital in less than a month. No one's taken responsibility for the bombing, but unnamed officials allege one of the bombers was a female member of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK. Turkey has vowed a crackdown, launching airstrikes targeting Kurdish rebels in northern Iraq, imposing curfews in majority Kurdish towns, and arresting at least 36 people. In the West African nation of Ivory Coast, militants attacked a beach resort in the south, killing at least 16 people, a number of them foreigners. Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb has claimed responsibility for the attack. Refugees stranded on the Greek-Macedonian border staged a protest after countries along the Balkan route have closed their borders. About 12,000 people are living in a makeshift tent camp that was drenched with rain over the weekend. The refugees chanted, "Merkel, Merkel," calling for the German Chancellor Angela Merkel to pressure other countries to open their borders. But back in Germany, the German Chancellor faced a major setback as an anti-refugee party made historic gains in elections, entering state parliament in all three regions that voted. The elections were seen as a rebuke of Merkel's policies, allowing more than 1 million refugees to enter Germany in the past year. Israeli airstrikes in Gaza have killed 2 Palestinian children, a 10-year-old boy and his 6-year-old sister. Palestinian officials said Yassin Abu Khousa was killed by shrapnel as he slept. His sister died in a hospital. The strikes came after Israel accused Palestinian militants of firing rockets toward Israeli communities. Police on the Japanese island of Okinawa have arrested a U.S. Navy seaman accused of raping a Japanese tourist as she slept at her hotel. Past allegations of sexual assault have been at the center of protests over the presence of U.S. troops and planned construction of a new U.S. military base in Okinawa. Earlier this month, the Japanese government agreed to halt construction on the new base and resume talks with local authorities who oppose it. In Brazil, more than 1 million people have rallied to call for the impeachment of President Dilma Rousseff amid an economic crisis and corruption scandal. A polling firm said a record 500,000 people rallied in Sao Paulo alone, while estimates by military police, who've been accused of inflating numbers in the past, put the nationwide turnout at about 3.5 million. Rousseff's Workers' Party predecessor, former President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, was charged with money laundering. In other news from South America, former Congresswoman Keiko Fujimori has increased her lead in Peru's presidential race after two rivals were disqualified from running. She's the daughter of former right-wing Peruvian President Alberto Fujimori, now in prison for crimes including ordering death squads to carry out massacres. On Friday, thousands marched against Keiko Fujimori's bid ahead of first-round voting on April 10th.
She was complicit in a dictatorship in which human rights were violated, in which women were sterilized, in which a series of corruption crimes were committed in our country.
In Alabama, prisoners staged an uprising at the William C. Holman Correctional Facility, stabbing and wounding a warden and a guard and setting at least one on fire. The riot comes amidst long-standing complaints about overcrowding in Alabama's prisons, which currently hold nearly twice as many prisoners as they're designed to contain. President Obama has narrowed his list of potential Supreme Court nominees to 3 names and could announce an appointment to replace the late Justice Antonin Scalia as early as this week. The 3 finalists are federal appeals court judges Sri Srinivasan, Merrick Garland, and Paul Watford, all of whom are men. Srinivasan was confirmed to his current appeals court post by a unanimous Senate vote of 97-0. He would be the first Asian American and first Hindu on the court. New data from NASA shows global temperatures last month smashed previous monthly records, making February the warmest seasonally adjusted month in more than a century of record-keeping. Meteorologists Jeff Masters and Bob Henson called the report a, quote, bombshell, a true shocker, they said. And the investigative journalist, media critic, editor, and educator Ben Bagdikian has died at the age of 96. Bagdikian wrote the 1983 book, The Media Monopoly, about how the consolidation of media outlets by a small number of corporate owners threatened free expression and independent journalism. In 1971, as an editor at the Washington Post, Bagdikian received the Pentagon Papers from whistleblower Dan Ellsberg and turned them over to Alaska Senator Mike Gravel, who entered them into the congressional record. Speaking in 2007, Gravel told the story of how Ben Bagdikian gave him the top-secret documents which exposed the true history of U.S. involvement in Vietnam.
And Bagdikian had this plan. We're going to meet someplace out in the country, you know, Rock Creek Park in the dark. Hey, wait a second, Ben. I got to tell you, I got a little more experience in this than you have. What we're going to do, here's how we're going to transfer the papers. You're going to come at 12 o'clock at night under the marquee of the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C. At 12 o'clock, you park your car there. I will come up with my car. You open your trunk. I'll open my trunk, and I'll pop the papers in, and I'll race off. That's the way we'll do it before God and country, and they won't even know what happened.
To see Mike Gravel telling the whole story, you can go to democracynow.org. That was Alaska Senator Mike Gravel speaking about Ben Bagdikian. Bagdikian died at his home in Berkeley, California on Friday at the age of 96. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Ahead of Tuesday's primaries in Florida, Ohio, Illinois, North Carolina, and Missouri, Republican frontrunner Donald Trump is facing growing criticism from across the political spectrum for appearing to condone violence committed by his supporters against protesters. Speaking on Meet the Press on Sunday, Trump said he's instructed his staff to look into paying the legal fees for a Trump supporter who punched an African-American protester in the face at a recent rally in North Carolina.
No, as I told you before, nothing condones, but I want to see. The man got carried away. Right. He was 78 years old. He obviously loves this country, and maybe he doesn't like seeing what's happening to the country. I want to see the full tape,
so you
but
might
I don't
pay
condone
for his legal
violence.
Fees.
I don't. Well, I'm going to look at it. I'm going to see, you know, what was behind this, because it was a strange event. But from what I heard, there was a lot of taunting, and a certain finger was placed in the air. Not nice. Again, right. I don't condone the violence. I don't condone what he did. I've actually instructed my people to look into it, yes.
Donald Trump's comment came 2 days after he canceled a rally at the University of Illinois, Chicago, after thousands of people staged anti-Trump protests inside and outside the venue. After Trump canceled the event, scuffles broke out both inside and outside the rally venue. 5 people were arrested. One Trump supporter was photographed giving a Nazi salute. Meanwhile, in St. Louis, at least 31 people were arrested Friday at a Trump rally. The cover of Saturday's New York Daily News showed a bloodied African-American protester in St. Louis. The headline read, "Blood on Don's Hands." Then on Saturday, a man in Dayton, Ohio, charged through a security barricade, toured the stage where Trump was speaking. Following the Chicago protests, the anti-Trump super PAC, Our Principles, released an ad highlighting Trump's endorsement of violence.
Donald Trump campaign violence.
I'd like to punch him in the face, knock the crap out of him. They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees.
Now Trump's campaign manager faces criminal charges for allegedly assaulting a female reporter.
Today, Michelle Fields, a reporter for the conservative website Breitbart, said earlier this week Trump's campaign manager grabbed me tightly by the arm and yanked me down.
Fields showed us the bruise where she says Trump's campaign manager grabbed her.
They're not telling the truth. There's videos, there's pictures, there's an eyewitness of a Washington Post reporter.
Another supporter arrested for assault.
A Trump supporter is under arrest tonight after punching a protester at a rally.
The latest in what some believe is a growing hostile atmosphere at Trump events.
The next time we see him, we might have to kill him.
Donald Trump's too reckless and dangerous to be president.
In the wake of the violent protests, Trump blames supporters of Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders for the unrest. On Sunday, Trump wrote a message on Twitter saying, quote, "Bernie Sanders is lying when he says his disruptors aren't told to go to my events. Be careful, Bernie, or my supporters will go to yours," he tweeted. On Sunday night, Bernie Sanders appeared at a town hall forum on CNN and was asked about this weekend's developments.
Some of you may have read just a few hours ago that Mr. Trump said that he is prepared to pay the legal costs of an individual who sucker-punched somebody at a recent event. He's going to pay the legal fees of somebody who committed a terrible act of violence. What that means is that Donald Trump is literally inciting violence with his supporters. He is saying, if you go out and beat somebody up, that's okay. I'll pay the legal fees. That is an outrage, and I would hope that Mr. Trump tones it down big time and tells his supporters that violence is not acceptable in the American political process.
That's presidential candidate Bernie Sanders speaking last night. Amalia Payares is with us, professor of political science and Latin American and Latino studies and director of the Latin American and Latino studies program at University of Illinois at Chicago. She's an advisor to the Fearless Undocumented Alliance, a student organization at UIC that helped organize and participate in Trump protests on Friday. We're also joined by Yasmin Alaga, sophomore at the University of Illinois at Chicago, majoring in political science and urban studies, president of the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, which is a student organization at UIC, one of the organizers of the anti-Trump rally on Friday. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Payares, can you talk about what took place on Friday, the organizing beforehand, and then what happened?
Yes, about a week before the event, faculty, staff, students on the campus learned that a Trump rally would be held in the UIC Pavilion, which is on our campus. And at that point, there were different responses. There was immediately a Facebook page was created as a group of student organizers decided to move forward and have a protest. And then there was also a petition that circulated that was, I think, ultimately signed by 50,000 people asking that the event be canceled. And within a day of that, the chancellor responded that the event would continue. And then the following week, a group of faculty and staff, we wrote a letter saying, asking the university to please, on the basis of security, to kind of potentially rethink its decision, but if it wasn't going to rethink its decision, to make sure that our students, our community, everyone at the UIC, whether they were just working there or whether they were protesting, could feel safe and could feel protected.
Yasmin Alaga, talk about the student end of things, how you organized.
So what the students basically did was on Friday, a group chat was created of all of the student organization leaders who wished to be a part of it. And throughout the weekend from last Friday, Saturday and Sunday, we were kind of planning, but it was really sporadic. So we decided to have a meeting. So on Monday night, we all decided to meet. And we decided that day that we would have a protest inside and we would have a protest outside. And the organizing actually surprisingly went pretty smoothly. And throughout the week, we just talked to each other. We divided into smaller groups. And then on Friday,
Yasmin, what were you protesting?
So we were, as a coalition, we were protesting Donald Trump's hateful speech and his attempts to divide the nation. But as students, we were protesting. We had small groups, and each group protested one different idea. So the group that I personally was in was protesting his stances on refugees and immigrants. Another group was protesting his hateful speech about Muslims. Another group about Mexicans. Another group about blacks and the things that he was saying about them. And these groups were dispersed throughout the audience, and that's how we felt that we could get our point across and just reach kind of maximum disturbance kind of throughout his speech.
And Professor Payares, why didn't you want him to speak at the university at all?
Well, I wasn't necessarily created that petition that requested that. I did say in the letter that we wrote, we said that we felt like there was we respected free speech, but we felt that given the diversity in our campus, given what our community, that we thought that issues of security and protection, should be important considerations. And I still believe that when such an event happens on campus, when there's a history of attacks that are violent and ostracizing of people of color, and the majority of our students are students of color, then I think it is a consideration for the university community if safety and protection of our students is important, and whether the university should think about that when holding an event. But having said that, that was the main point. But having said that, we know our students, we know how organized they can be. We knew they were going to protest. Everyone knew they were going to protest. They announced it the first day. And so our main concern was that things, that the university police and that all the different security that were working there would make sure that our students would not be criminalized, would not be racialized, would not be ostracized in the case if they were interrupted and taken out. This is the place where they graduate. This is the place where convocation happens. We didn't want to become a place that students associated with hate.
Now, it's confusing about why this rally was canceled, Professor Payares. Did Trump say that the police advised him to cancel it?
He did say that, but CPD, the Chicago Police Department, and UIC Police have stated that they were never in conversations with Trump requesting that he cancel it or recommending that he cancel it. And nor was the university. The university was prepared to do everything to make sure that the rally could be held, and that Trump would have his freedom of speech protected, as were all the security that were involved. So nobody recommended he cancel it. He canceled it because he decided to cancel it.
Yasmin Alaga, do you feel that your purposes were served by Trump canceling this massive rally? And the building allowed 9,000 people. How many people would you say were protesters, and how many were Trump supporters?
I would definitely say that we reached our goal by him having canceled the rally. His original intent was to hold the rally, and despite the enormous amount of protesters that were expected to be there and that everyone knew were going to be there, he still decided to come back after seeing the sheer amounts that actually came out and were against his coming to the university. He decided to cancel. So I think that for us is a success, because our voices came across and they actually reached him. And like Professor Payares said, nobody advised him to to shut down the rally or to cancel the rally. So him deciding to do that on his own after realizing the backlash from the city of Chicago, which was a historic moment for us as students and for the city of Chicago and for this campaign, it was a success for us. And in terms of the numbers, I think it's safe to say that it was probably half and half. Before the announcement of the cancellation, it seemed that there were more Trump supporters, but afterwards we realized that a lot of people who had come were actually undercover Trump supporters, or undercover protesters, I'm sorry, who had to put up the facade of being a supporter so as to be let in, because a lot of people were being rejected. One group was wearing shirts that said Muslims are human, something along those lines, but they were kicked out immediately in the line, so they weren't even let in. So a lot of people went undercover, but after the announcement of the cancellation of the event, it was obvious that there was a huge amount of protesters, and I would definitely say it was probably even.
On Sunday, Trump tweeted, quote, "Be careful, Bernie, or my supporters will go to yours." Trump was later questioned on CNN about whether he was threatening Sanders. This was his response.
It's not a threat at all. Look, my people have said we ought to go to his rallies because, you know, it's sort of interesting. When liberals and super liberals, and I don't even call them liberals because I have many friends that are liberal and I think they're wonderful people. These are beyond liberal. These people are bad people that are looking to do harm to our country. But when these people come into mind, you know, everybody thinks I'm a bad guy. If my people went into one of his rallies, they'd say, oh, this is a terrible thing. They'd be arrested and all sorts of things would happen to them. If conservative Republicans ever went into his rally, you would see things happen that would be unbelievable. And Bernie would be, oh, poor Bernie, isn't that a shame? There's a horrible thing going on in the media. We are treated so unfairly.
There you have Donald Trump speaking. Yasmin Alaga, as we wrap up, do you feel like what happened on Friday night was a success?
I definitely do think it was a success. And just before I answer that, I just want to make clear that the protesters were not there as Bernie's people, or, you know, we weren't sent by Bernie. We were just students who were concerned. We're not endorsing a single candidate. I think
Did you get a message from the Bernie campaign, get out there in force, or get out there at all?
No, there was no communication with the Bernie campaign at all. It was just on Friday, once the announcement hit, we came together, the students on our own, and we decided, hey, we need to counter his hateful rhetoric. We need to make sure that he knows that this campus is a place that's diverse, it's a place that's welcoming, and it united us more than it divided us. So I just want to make clear that we were not there as Bernie's people. Many of us may support Bernie on our own, but as a coalition, we were there non-politically.
And Amalia Payares, what do you want students to learn from this event in the midst of one of the most polarized presidential seasons in a very long time?
Well, I think that many times professors were learning from our students. You know, what happened was not even something I could have imagined would have happened. But what I want to tell all students and faculty and universities that whenever an event is held, whatever it is in their university, that is something that is going to deeply affect their community, affect their students in negative ways, in ways that would hurt students. I think, you know, it is sort of the right of all members, all citizens of a university to ask whether that is a good idea. And so you know, what I want to end with is like, I can't predict what will happen, but I think that one of the things that this event did is that it gave people the sense of the own power they have to say no to hate.
We're going to leave it there, but we're going to continue on Chicago and the key Illinois primary. We're going to be joined by Chuy Garcia, who is the man who ran against the current mayor, Rahm Emanuel, for mayor. Right now, Rahm Emanuel is, interestingly, at the center of presidential politics. He's endorsed Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders says even if Bernie Sanders, got the presidential nod from the Democratic Party, he doesn't want Rahm Emanuel's support. We're also going to talk about another race in Chicago that is certainly getting people out in the streets. Stay with us.
He's 5'2" and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles and with spears. He's all 31 and he's only 17. He's been a soldier for 1,000 years. He's a Catholic, a Hindu, an atheist, a Jain, a Buddhist and a Baptist and a Jew. And he knows he shouldn't kill, and he knows he always will kill. You for me, my friend, and me for you. And he's fighting for Canada, he's fighting for France, he's fighting for the USA. And he's fighting for the Russians, and he's fighting for Japan. And he thinks we'll put an end to war this way. And he's fighting for democracy and fighting for the Reds. He says it's for the peace of all. He's the one who must decide who's to live and who's to die. And he never sees the writing on the walls. But without him, how would Hitler have condemned him at Dachau? Without him, Caesar would have stood alone. He's the one who gives his body as a weapon to a war. And without him, all this killing can
Buffy
go
St.
on.
Marie singing Universal Soldier in our studios at democracynow.org. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Ahead of the Illinois Democratic primary on Tuesday, Senator Bernie Sanders took a moment to thank the mayor of the state's largest city for not endorsing his presidential campaign. Sanders said he does not want Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel's support given the mayor's role in closing public schools and firing teachers while maintaining cozy relations with Wall Street. Sanders made the comments at Argo Community High School in Summit, Illinois, where he was introduced by Jesus Chuy Garcia, who mounted a spirited but unsuccessful challenge against Emanuel last year.
The next president of the United States of America for all the people, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Secretary Clinton has received the endorsement of many senators and congressmen, and some of them are my friends and good people, but she has also received the strong endorsement of Mayor Rahm Emanuel. Let me say, I want to thank Rahm Emanuel for not endorsing me. I don't want his endorsement. I don't want the endorsement of a mayor who is shutting down school after school and firing teachers.
That's Democratic presidential hopeful Bernie Sanders stopping short of calling for Mayor Rahm Emanuel to resign. However, Sanders said he's sympathetic to Chicago residents who are asking for the mayor to step down. The mayor, a key figure in national politics, as a top aide to President Obama before he ran for mayor. He was a congressman before that. Well, we're staying in Chicago, where we're joined by Jesus Chuy Garcia. He's a national campaign surrogate for Senator Bernie Sanders, former Chicago mayoral candidate. Garcia is also the Cook County Commissioner. And with us in Chicago is Veronica Morris-Moore, a youth organizer with the group Fearless Leading by the Youth. She's organizing the hashtag Buy Anita campaign, campaigning against the re-election of Anita Alvarez, Cook County State's attorney. And this very much has to do with, among others, the death of Laquan McDonald, which also relates to the current mayor, Rahm Emanuel. Chuy Garcia, it's good to have you back on Democracy Now! Can you talk about why Rahm Emanuel is so significant in this Democratic presidential race right now?
Well, obviously, Rahm Emanuel represents the 1%. He represents the powerful and the connections to Wall Street in Chicago, and someone whose agenda has put the city in a tremendous crisis as it relates to criminal justice, as it relates to the great disinvestment of Chicago neighborhoods, while the city has built a very shiny downtown area of the city. Certainly the epitome of a 1% mayor. The mayor is quite unpopular in Chicago, has a very low approval rating at the present time, and many people feel that he acquired a second term in Chicago by covering up crises, by covering up scandals, and using the $30 million to get elected. There's a lot of buyer's remorse in Chicago, so not a popular figure.
Veronica Morris-Moore, you also held a rally on Friday. This was not the anti-Trump rally, but explain how it fits into Chicago city politics, and now, because Illinois is one of the major primaries that are going to be held tomorrow, national politics.
Well, I think that it relates, and I think the point that we were making is that the politics in Chicago are reflective of the politics in America and the politics that have led to many black lives being murdered and nobody being held accountable for those lives in a lot of different cases. And so the tie was that Anita Alvarez is already in office and practicing fascist politics, the same fascist politics and rhetoric that Donald Trump is spreading along his campaign trail as he continues to ignite and add to this fire that is racial division and ultimately anti-blackness in this country.
So explain what took place on Friday. You had the anti-Trump rally, and then you were closing down a group of people, an intersection. Explain what you were calling for. Your rally called long before you ever knew that Donald Trump was coming to town.
Yeah, so we've been organizing against Anita Alvarez for weeks. When we found out Trump was coming to town, we used it as a strategic opportunity to bring a large audience to see that it's time for people like Anita Alvarez, for Rahm Emanuel, for folks who sit on city council and watch videos and don't hold people accountable publicly, but privately know what is happening systematically to black lives and not doing anything about it. It's time for the people to stand up and say that these people are not allowed in our city. They are not allowed in our government. Ultimately, they shouldn't be allowed in black lives and any lives for that matter.
Chuy Garcia, explain how the death of Laquan McDonald, who was shot 16 times, the young 17-year-old African-American, at October 20th, 2014, fits into the story of the Chicago mayor. When was the race that you ran against Rahm Emanuel? And at the time you were running, did you understand what had taken place with Laquan McDonald?
The runoff election, the first that was had in the city of Chicago since we went to a nonpartisan system over 25 years ago, was held in April of 2015. The Laquan McDonald incident had taken place in November of that year, shortly right after I became a candidate for that office. The mayor and his advisors knew of the existence of the video. They quashed its release. They reached an early settlement before a lawsuit was even filed by the family of Laquan McDonald. As it turns out, the release of the video has just torn the lid off of the scandals and cover-ups in the criminal justice system, having to do with the role of rogue police officers in Chicago, pretty much doing what they want, disabling some of the devices in the police cars, the dash cam audio, so that you couldn't tell what kind of dialogue was going on when incidents were occurring. And of course, as the world has come to know, the video is an execution that was caught on tape that has really stirred the city and the country to reflect on what kinds of practices occur, especially as it relates to young African American and Latinos. The release of that video, which occurred this year, or late last year, has really caused a crisis in Chicago, a crisis of confidence, where people have been demonstrating since the release of the video, calling for a set of reforms within the Chicago Police Department, within the bodies that are supposed to oversee misconduct and investigate allegations of misconduct. And all of that is now under review. You have investigations by the Justice Department, investigations by the U.S. Attorney's Office. So Chicago has been in this crisis mode for the past several months. People are very angry. They're demanding a change. Part of that call for change involves the state's attorney's office. The Sanders campaign arrives in Chicago and in Illinois. And there's a convergence of a whole bunch of events and developments that I think are causing people to say, this is why we need some systemic change in this country. And the Bernie Sanders campaign happens to offer a different vision of what's wrong with America economically, in terms of the criminal justice system, so that within a week's time, the campaign found itself almost 40 points behind Hillary Clinton per one Chicago Tribune poll just a little bit over a week ago. And today we're in a virtual dead heat because people understand that we need some very important changes to occur. And the Sanders message is resonating with people across Chicagoland.
It's also forced Hillary Clinton to distance herself a little from Rahm Emanuel. Usually politicians like to have the local mayor supporting them. But because of everything that's happened, especially in the Laquan McDonald case, again, Rahm Emanuel was the chief of staff of President Obama. But Veronica Morris-Moore, on the issue of Anita Alvarez, how does the state's attorney, can you talk about what role she played in this case?
I think Anita Alvarez played the most important role in this place. If not for Anita Alvarez's power and position, there would have essentially been no way for Laquan McDonald's murderer to not be charged over 400 days after killing Laquan. Anita Alvarez is ultimately the person who is responsible for prosecuting people like Jason Van Dyke, like George Hernandez, like Dante Servant, and the list goes on and on of officers who have gotten away with murder because of Anita Alvarez. And this is something that has existed in Chicago long term, all the way to the state's attorney that covered up the murder of Fred Hampton. So as a young black organizer, I understand there is a need for a change, but I also understand that there's a need for an entire new structure in which the way politics and people engage in this society, and especially the way black lives are valued.
I want to go to Cook County State's Attorney Anita Alvarez being challenged by former Assistant State's Attorney Kim Foxx, an excerpt of a recent debate moderated by Phil Ponce of Chicago Tonight.
Anita Alvarez, obviously the Laquan McDonald case has been a key point and a key issue in this campaign. You said at the time that you made the charge against, filed charges against Officer Van Dyke, that you had been waiting for the feds before charging him, and the feds still have not finished their investigation. Is it safe to say you would still be waiting right now if the police video had not been released?
No. When I started the investigation, I reached out to the FBI and I reached out to the United States Attorney, and we met in December of 2014 and agreed to do a joint investigation. And I stand by that decision because doing it with the FBI and the United States Attorney really brought some great resources.
Kim Foxx, do you believe that she would still be sitting on this case had that video not been ordered released?
Certainly what she said at the time was that she was waiting on the feds to finish their investigation. And to be clear, only the Cook County State's Attorney could have brought murder charges. What she said at the time where she announced the charges was that she had been waiting. She knew for weeks that she was going to charge Officer Van Dyke, but she held off on those charges because she was waiting for the feds to finish their investigation, which was completely unrelated to the murder charges. And it was only because that video was going to be released. So the interest of public safety had nothing to do with why that video was released. It was the public was going to see what Anita Alvarez knew was that this young man was struck down.
A quick response.
Kim Fox and Anita Alvarez. Again, Veronica, the charges against the police officer were brought the day that the video was released. The video of the killing, the police dash cam, was only released because a judge demanded it be released. Is that correct, Veronica?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
The day that the police officer was charged was the day that the video was released, and that was a court-ordered release of the police dash cam video that showed that all that was being said about Laquan McDonald wasn't true. He was walking away from the police when he was shot.
Yeah, so what we found out in the 24-hour news cycle that came after this video was released, that not only did Anita Alvarez know about what happened, she knew that the police accounts were a lie. She knew the evidence was tampered with. Like, this was an utter and complete cover-up, and that's very clear-cut by all of the things that has transpired since that video has been released.
I want to thank Veronica Morris-Moore for joining us. Fearless Leading by the Youth is the name of her organization, and Chuy Garcia, former Chicago mayoral candidate, joining us from Chicago. And speaking about another defining moment in recent U.S. history in terms of the killing of young black men, Michael Brown, which brings us back to St. Louis, Chicago, where another Trump rally made headlines Friday when 31 people were arrested. The cover of Saturday's New York Daily News showed a bloodied African-American protester in St. Louis. The headline read, "Blood on Don's Hands." We're in St. Louis with Umar Lee, a freelance writer and community activist there. His new piece for The Nation is called "Why the Trump Rally in St. Louis Was So Different." Talk about the Trump rally and then larger St. Louis-Ferguson politics today. Welcome, Umar.
Well, when Donald Trump came to St. Louis, he came in the context of 17 months of protest and organizing since the killing of Mike Brown and, later on Kajima Powell and Vandera Myers. So this is the climate that Donald Trump came into, a well-oiled machine, a product of a lot of organizing. Now, just as people organized in opposition to police killings and broader institutional racism in St. Louis, another group has organized, rallied around the police, rallied around racial solidarity, and those are the forces that we saw rallying for Donald Trump at the Peabody Opera House. And those two communities came together inside of the Opera House and on the streets of St. Louis.
So explain what took place on Friday, just before Trump canceled the Chicago rally. What exactly happened in St. Louis?
Yes. Well, Trump supporters had spent the night in front of the Opera House. Early in the morning, they were lined up around the street, thousands of Trump supporters. However, embedded within those supporters, there were activists from St. Louis who were able to get into the Opera House and able to cause several disruptions.